うっせーやりますよー。おい見るとコロールと思って見てない。偉いなー君は。素晴らしいな。俺のことよく分かってる完璧なる信者だ。よし見かスーパー信者やろう。これは
talk to me a little bit about why you picked him.
Watching
elevate life as we jump into gameplay. Space station gaming has been dropping on the far southwest side of the map, just north of G2, dropping thermal station over in lava fissure, and that's been working so incredibly well for them. They've been on point in their rotations. This Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibraltar team composition has been working great for this squad, James.
And they will go for information immediately. Information is key, information is power, or knowledge is power if you play Mortal Kombat. Time to pick up the weapons now as they get the ring information out for the team, so they'll quickly try and loot as much as possible. That building didn't have much in it, did it? But maybe downstairs, maybe there can be a desirable second weapon found. Longbow, kind of popular, especially in the early game. Get those Evo shields up, but you can get some nice kills with the longbow as well, so that will be an attractive weapon for Space Station to collect.
俺と見たら見なかった。スーパー信者ですな。はい、火力ですか。こんなんのかな。昔あんちゃったら怖かったんだけど。試練あさってないんだね。移動早。これもしかして四股六構成。ここ美味しいよな、いつも思うけど。だからラワッシーマジでここ漁るときあるから。やばいな。ビッグモールも漁れんのやばい。バンバンバン。
Do you think Space Station are the biggest threat in North America? For me, I think along with Cloud9, I think they're maybe the two most dangerous squads at present. Obviously, TSM are not in the best form that we've seen from them at the moment, but you do have to mention them. Personally, I think it's between Space Station and Cloud9. I think Cloud9 are the most aggressive team we have in North America, but I was curious as to your opinion.
Yeah, you know, and I mentioned in the pre-show 3 weeks ago, I would have said absolutely not, but the way they've been playing, you'd be crazy not to say that. Space Station Gaming right now is on top of North America. Cloud9.
こっち見てます。こんばんは、じゃあ。まあ、海外のな配信はあんま見ないよな。
In his double round robin throughout the 12 weeks. As a result, the top 10 teams in
で時間が時間なんだよな。やる時間が夜中だから見れねえんだよな。夜中と朝。見れねえ見れねえ。
I think we're going to see TSM, and I think we're going to see these guys, G2, really perform in the mid to late game of the split.
これは当たらない。
On the subject of aggression, I think that the early games are
風船のイメージだけどね、頭狙うと当てやすいね。意外とその普通で打ったら足元いっちゃうから頭狙うとまあ胴体ぐらいに当たるかなという感じ。感覚的には。まあまあその時間帯が無理だね。日本の時間じゃ無理だね。バルジルガス多いっすね、やっぱ。
And find their way into thermal station for the rotation. So you might see them put some pressure and expect a potential collide long-range poke between 100 Thieves as well as G2, who did end up positioning, as I mentioned earlier, in that watchtower and thermal station. These southern zones, they, you know, it's interesting though, because they don't necessarily always succeed or play well when they get zones that pull towards them. They are certainly an edge fighting team, and that's when we see G2 really pop off. So I'm interested to see if G2 can make it to late game here, learn from some of their mistakes. We took on board of CMX, they get tagged up quite a bit. And not already.
バルキリー。これがバルキリーですか。おっと、一かも行った先に地獄だー。どうもバルキリー、お裏派が消える世界線。いくよ。やったー。あー罪。
あなたらしさもっと自由に Google Pixel 6
Indeed, that is the first squad to go down, and the only 3 players as well, 19 squads and 50.
レイス10バルキリーですか、
And that is the
NRG
danger
は。
that we see as far as the Valcults are concerned. And that's why I think like over time we're going to see more of that Octane, more of that Wraith come back, especially because I think those shorter rotations are going to be generally safer. The further you want to go into the zone, the more you may be punished for it. Because let's not forget, teams are landing all over this map.
That's right. Space Station now working their way to the far southwest choke, and this is what they like to do on these southern zones, on these rotations. They love holding this choke point and maintaining this position, as it's a fairly good opportunity to gatekeep teams out of the ring. They pick up some
日本ガス少ねえよな、マジで。
great high ground position, and then as that zone ends up moving, they can just kind of slowly work their way in through edge. So great position right now from Space Station. Meanwhile, if you're an NRG fan, you're a fan of how they
お、ブラ入れてる。
a couple kills picked up alongside Era Eternity. Meanwhile, Ghost Gaming working from the far north side of the map, a team that likes to pick their fights, loves to play edge, and you're
まあ、バル、ちゃんと移動できなかったら終わりだからな。死亡です、死亡。
Last week,
Kids!
16th, 18th, 11th, 12th,
白露。
and 9th. So quite
なんと
lacking
白露
in
圏。
their results, but we certainly know what they're capable of, which is why I expect more from them this week. And
でも構成ちょっと変わったな。なんか、前ホライゾンいたよね。ホライゾン、ホライゾンバルキリーヒューズだったかな。多分。リジェクトコースに変えやがった。まあ、リジェクトはもう裏切ったけどさ、ヒューズのこと。
Don't seem to have anyone contesting them at present, so
来シーズン構成どうだろうね。でもインペリアルハルはなんかアッシュ強いみたいに言ったね。まあ最初は最強で放置されるみたいな。
As you'd expect from Furia, playing with Fuse, the only team in North America representing Fuse here at least.
裏切ったよ。
I believe today, as we'll see if that comes to fruition here. But they'll take their time in that rotation.
パーカー注文した。ありがとうございます。
Again, our observer is doing a great job kind of following.
ちなみにパーカーに関してはあれですね。概要欄にあるんで買ってください。限定です。3日間限定です。将来プレミアつくパーカーでございます。よろしくお願いします。限定パーカーでございます。ワルールドギャンブルってかそのちゃんと見てないで移動してるから死んでるだけなんだけど、でも TSM ちゃんと周り見て移動してるから知らないんだよな。なんかここ空いてるだろうみたいな感じで移動してしまうと積む。オフで見たい NA チーム TSM じゃね。そんなもんじゃない。
Yeah, we have certainly seen a number of teams with some uncomfortable experimentation, it's fair to say, which is an interesting thing as far as
おっと、やっぱここって守れんのかな。でもガスルートぶち込んだらこいつら悪くない。ガスルート見せよう。ガスルート見せようぜ。ガスルートぶち込んだら終わりじゃない。あ、でもドア、どういうことか。ドア封鎖されてんのか。ガスルートを見せて、ちょっと圧かけたいね。お前らガスルートでいつでも殺せるんだよみたいな。ここなんか RPG も使ってたけど、意外といけるんだな。最初から入っても。RPG ランパンだったからさ、壁作って守れるけど、ガスでも意外といけるんか。バルティミです。意味。東京ってここ結構なんか守ってるね。え、反対側に別場が来てる。これは熱い。絶対どっちか知るじゃんこんな。そしてガスでワンダウン。やばー。あー、ワンダウン入った。これは 100T 魚振って終わりな気がするぜ。するぜ。あ、そして処刑台からポータルつないできて。いやしかしこれは平和に終わる気がしなくもないが。So the door's been blown off, which maybe is going to encourage 100 thieves to get involved. However, they can retreat to the upstairs. この 100T のガスおじ今右にウルトいったら殺しちゃうな。よし、ここから来たんか。いいガスだねー。 ここ人気スポットもしかして人気スポット。しかしこのポータル圧がうざいね。
Yeah, Designful really is needling them. He's really getting cheeky with those peaks.
東京状態。
Some armor up. He got his health up at the very least, and Designful's just like, I think I might just bring your shields and help.
マラソン下結構来るんだな。
G2 enjoying the little skirmishes there. And again, that's the beauty of a Wraith portal. In and out, having some skirmishes.
オフライン俺 EU のチームの見たいんだよな。ハーデッキ。俺ハーデッキ信者だから。
Getting their shields up and so on. But the fact we still have 19 squads left with those exchanges and those downs on both sides, let's not forget.
こっちなのか。
Clarify dropped to the caustic gas, but they managed to keep him alive.
こっちなのかな。
Up as well. And everyone's still kind of remaining in this same area. And look how big the ring is. We have so many teams focused in that small area.
ほら喧嘩が起こらない
か。
バキかいなマジで。おっと X セットは。いや、バッテリー4つ持ってるよ。
Do you think G2's position kind of stops Xset?
おっと喧嘩が始まった。ドームを使って打線を作っていくが、相手もドームを耐えてしまう。おっと X セットダウン。そう活気の割ってしまう。X セット2ダウン。これは詰め切るんじゃないか。おっと全滅。NRG からも打たれてしまった。東京、やっぱあそこの東京は難しそうですな。まあ、そもそも守れるかって言われたら。あ、そして別パかこれは。じゃあ中のやつがガスッと投げたんだ。100T がガスッと投げて、なんかあたふたしてる感じか。G2 の VC なんてもう暇だろ今。あ、変わった。どうしようって感じだね。まあ簡単に考えたら確かそこなんだけど、登るの辛いからな、ここな。まあ、どうしたら、どうしようか。そうだね、ザニポジもあるんだよな。家側は 100% 無理だね。まあ目の前入るか、目の前入ることは結構簡単だね。上から撃てばいいから。まあザニポジ。バルキーいないか。いないな。スキャン。裏入れてるね。EU 最強キーマン、ハーデッキですよ。おっと、100T ダウン。これは詰め切るか。処刑台にも敵がいるので。お、今のうち行く？ああ、ザニポジの方行くつもりだね、これ。ザニ。G2 3人パットだっけ？ラグなんだこれ。なんか公式ラグよな。トンネル下、あ、通過すんのか。トンネル下通過して奥行くんか。ここザニポジね、この青コン。いや移動できんだ。あ、なんと白露剣がやられてる。あ、死んだ。なんで、あ、ガスートで制圧されたか、これ。ザニポジ333呼び名だよ。ザニポジ2箇所ある。
They will still have to get their rotation game on, but that is a successful situation for them at the very least. G2 now rotated.
さっきの青コンのところ結構強いんだよね。まあワンチン厳しくなるけど。トンネル上と、トンネルから覗かれたら、こっちの下の家から撃たれるんだよ。で、下の家が出てくればこの上から撃たれるから、まあ守れる、ね、結構。まあ敵同士で守ってくれる感じだね。ザニポジ。ザニって何？ザニアですよ。ロシア最強の男。ロシア最強のザニだよ。知らんの最強113。
because they're so good at pound for pound 3v3 fights. You see them wipe an entire squad right
最強ワンオン3知らん。
Zynful gets taken out. They're not gonna be able to recover his banner, so G2 just down to 2.
Turbocharged devotion. That is a chef's kiss.
ザニポジ最強なんだよ。世界大会見せたウィングマン1 on 3チャンピオン最強のドラ最強。コーラ大輝さんって CG の大輝さんだって。本当そう臭いね。シェリー君って言ってるからそう臭いな。ザニポジザニポジ強いぞマジで。でもザニポジ強いって言ってるけど疑ってるやついいんだよな。荒れるって人なんだけどいつも疑ってくるわだから俺といつも疑ってんだよ。俺とちーちゃんってなんかランクなんかやった時に大会かなんか出た時に大会だねミッターハイ出た時にさ、まあ、金キャリマップあったから確か金キャリだったか忘れちゃったまあいつもさ俺が金キャリ守るところあんじゃん。ここ強いみたいな。
And that was a great decision based on where this ring pulled, correctly predicting where this ring is pulling, checking them when we can. Guess what? Vayne from 100 Thieves, the ALGS champ is out of this one. The hands of Impulse from Noble. Noble's not done yet. They gotta connect for yet a few more kills. Finds one, gets a good crack, but he's gonna go into his ultimate beast of the hunt for Impulse. Him and Lucas need to go absolute beast mode right now if they want to survive.
まあ金キャリでよく使うところはね、あの真ん中ら辺のパスカここ強いのって。
Does he have a chance for the res? The thermal's not going to connect immediately. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get this res.
Yeah.
Scanning to try and find the info. There's a caustic barrel there as well, which definitely doesn't belong to his team. And I'm not sure if he's going to make it.
ワン祭りじゃないな。なんか金券でマップやった時なんだよな。
He's on the floor, and you can see his teammate Lucas has got about 1 HP, but he does have the armor up. He just needs to avoid those caustic barrels, otherwise he's a goner.
Yeah, it's going to be Lucas now just trying to rat his way to a top finish here. Going to be tough to do. Nice shot from ESA Black. They're putting on the pressure. They're keeping that pressure, and they're getting a ton of kill points along the way. I got to say, this team is the real deal. ESA Black currently in second place in the overall standings and showing exactly why.
15 squads left. We were asking questions for NRG earlier on. That's a great crack with the Q. His teammates are pushing ahead of him as well. Quick scan to see how much danger the other team are in, and they'll soon find out because it looks like NRG are on the hunt. But I see some grenades coming their way, and they will hop back a little bit. They are out in the open now, forced to dome, and they're going to just foul code out of there. But this team are so close. They could go for a spray down here. I wonder if there'll be any connections made. Their armor's up, and I know the other team doesn't have their armor up, so they will focus on healing instead, as he could be vulnerable. Oh, that is a cheeky land. Just trying to... Well, this is a safer way, I suppose, to approach a Valkyrie, but it does limit where you can go afterwards.
Yeah. They're not going to have all the intel that they would have from that Valkyrie, so instead they're just going to be forced to drop and fight like NRG does. They find a 3v3. They find an opportunity. Can they connect for the kills, though? One of the best fighting and slaying teams.
出たってなんだ。あね。
It's going to get tagged up. It's going to be a team wipe. Look how fast they did it. Sheesh is out. Nice wig, and his community is devastated.
Absolutely, and Ghosts have had all kinds of trouble as well. I think they just got deleted. And talk about CLG, they've just been ruined as well. We are losing squads very fast indeed. You can see on the map now the area that these teams have to play with. There aren't all the buildings in the world once this ring closes, and there are bullets flying in all directions. Space station just enjoying some fun under the bridge, observing the carnage. Posted up.
俺はね、土曜日かな。多分昨日じゃない。あ、今朝じゃないね。昨日だね。昨日の朝ですから。マジだ、こっちまでアンチになるんだね。わかんな。アンチわかんな、これ。
They've just been playing a placement heavy game, a rotation heavy game, which is their style of play, especially with Caustic. You want to get
まあ海外大会は俺の見たらいいよ。マジで。
And for now it's working great, but they're not going to have a leveled up Evo shield.
あれっちまず疑うから。ここ強いのって。じゃあどんな感じに強いのかなみたいな。ちょっと説明してくんねみたいな感じだね。理由をちょっと説明しないと納得しないとこだね。素直に従わない。素直に聞き入れない。ここ強いのって。ここ強いよ。なんでっていう感じじゃね。理由を教えろみたいな感じじゃね。まずは。理由をねえのに強いのは許せんみたいな感じじゃね。
Now, NRG have got some significant high grounds here, so they need to think about what their nearest threats are.
日曜日、昨日ちょっと予定があったんですわ。申し訳ねえ。
Right below me, right below me.
Bubble me!
There's a team to your left.
Oh yeah, it's a full team right below me. It's a full team right below me. It's a full team right below me.
There's like another team out there.
I know. I forced their bubble below. There's a full team
trying to push me, kinda.
No, they're not. He's not.
Can we try to kill this team below? We force these guys out. They have to fight near us. There's a full team right here. Cue these guys.
Okay, I'm marking them.
Yeah, arc them. They have no bubble.
Marking them. Good idea on them.
We got ulti.
We got ulti. I'm backing out.
Yeah.
空爆来てんのか
I don't want a bubble.
空爆か
Don't. We need to re-peek that and kill these fucking kids. They have no bubble sitting there. I think they aped somebody. They're aping left. Right
left.
Wait.
I'm on top of the rock. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Just literally wait. I think G2 might still be right below you, Nate. On your right. Are they not? No, they're not. They went.
No.
They have a knock right here.
I can ult this team. I can ult them.
Yeah, do it.
Ulting.
Cost 660.
Killing them. No, Robbie behind us.
They're flush.
No. Rushing behind us. Look behind.
Cracked another one.
Yeah, look behind.
They're not climbing though.
Yeah, hold behind. They're all on one rock. 60 on Valk. We gotta hold this, boys. Do not let anyone climb here.
Peek the Valk. Valk's cracked.
Chill. Yeah, just bubble. We burn their bubble. We're fine.
Popping about.
Yeah, me too.
Team on our left might swing. We have to watch that.
No, they can't. We're too high on them. Then they're in shambles. These guys in below us are gonna get farmed. All we gotta do is walk in late here, okay?
Give me cracked. I'm low.
Chill. Don't peek over. There's a team sitting in a train car that can kill you.
Don't peek.
We just need to...
Shit on them.
Peeks in that.
One shot. I killed their Gibby. Just relax. They have no Gibby below us no matter what.
I'm chilling.
The guy in the train car is one. Got enough.
素晴らしい
Valk is one.
Valk is 60.
Valk is 1 HP.
1 HP 1 HP
Turn around.
1 HP
Killed two below.
絶対嘘だろお前
Killed all below.
Nice.
全滅
We need to look at this team north. We need to
Walk
look
up on
at...
this. I only have a shotgun. Get close. Holding this. Get on the rock.
There's a Valkyrie. I'm climbing the Valk. Crack them.
Dead. Push us.
Push
Chill.
Kill him. Nice.
Get a swap. You can res him. You can honestly res him.
Okay.
He's dead.
3 teams. Get a bubble.
ギリ間に合うか
It's not Christmas unless you're
Gas
NRG.
runner.
They are absolutely dominating from the high ground, and it's so important they keep that. You can see they're keeping all the teams off the high ground.
試合中まあ簡単な英語しか聞き取れないねわかんねえ俺も
ビ
ハインドとかなんか Don't shoot Don't peek か Don't peek ポジション圧倒的有利じゃねこれもあったろあダメージいったナイスこれ大量キルじゃないですかこれ15キルですか素晴らしいですね CC いつ死んだ ANRG に殺された
James, I'm triggered. Can I tell you I'm triggered?
You're triggered?
NRG was my prediction last week.
誰も登らせるな
And here we are now, week number 2. 2k plus damage, 2.2k plus damage. It's hard.
They're able to. It's kind of to see more central, more northern zones.
Well, let's see what comes on bridge.
完結のためこっち行ってもいいと思うんだよね。マジで。こっちは佐藤と完結行ってもいいしな、別に。
all around the bridge. This is going to be exciting to see in terms of the way the teams want to approach this situation, which buildings they're going to choose.
エレスターお別れかな。どうだろうね。打ちやすかったらまだ強そうだけど。でもエレスターなんかバレルなしでも強いけどな、マジで。
Yeah, and it's always just fun to see how fast these teams loot and when they get into their spots. Typically, it's right about now. If you're a fast team looting 145, 130 at the absolute latest in energy, they're on top of it. 145, they're already making their play, going over.
OP じゃなくても強そうだね、確かに。
That's going to be tough. A team that has a far rotation, that's going to be G2. They're already
損は増えるかな。どうなんだろうね。難しいんだけどね、本当は。
But they're already aware of that. So you're going to see Designful. He's seen that a million times. They drop over here, no one's going to.
でも回復速度速かったな、パイロンの。見てきたけど。
全細胞が震撼する。
エヴァ消えるかな。どうだろうね。別に消えるかな。言って紫ボルトの話するんだけど、最大連射しないんだよね。俺しないんだよね。まあエヴァフルオートで撃てるけど、まあ、タップ打ちしてタイミング測って撃った方が当たるからタップ打ちしてるね。紫ボルトでも最大連射でそんなに撃たない。あと青ボルトぐらいでしか撃ってない。大体の人そうだよ。完全に消えるかって言ったらちょっとわかんねえな。まあまあマスティフ増えることは多分確定だと思うんだけども、完全に消えるかちょっとわからない。あと P キーがどんくらいかだな、マジで。ランページ遠距離タップ打ちしてるね、俺も。連射力落ちるけど、なんかタイミングが、まあ、G7 みたいな感じで打ってる。おっと同郷。一貫クリプト多いからワッツンきついね。まあ言うてそれ競技シーンの話だからな。ランクはどうなるかって話だよね。ランクはクリプト別にいねえから、まあ使うかもしんないけども、そういうのだってこもってるだけの戦い方してるチームは絶対勝てないから。どうせ弱いってなりそうだけど絶対勝つのが時間稼ぎだ、マジで。ソンって別に罠離れても壊しちゃえばさすぐ入れるけど、ガスって爆発させられたら 12.5 秒動けないからな、入れない。これがやばいね、マジで。12.5 秒ガス噴射するから強えんだよな。
From Timmy, you can see even if he's not hitting his shots, he's going to still slide down there, play aggressive, and the rest of the team's going to follow up. And that is a tough situation for 100 Thieves losing out on Omni right there. And the aggression's not going to stop. They're already in the death box, getting meds. They know they're stuck.
初心者のおすすめキャラヒューズっすね。ヒューズ簡単っすよ。ナッコしてくれいいから。アトサフェーズでサーバー落ちるないんじゃない？バスの弱体化ないっすよ。しーし。おっと 100T が迷い込んでしまった。 ミラージュなんか解放したけど、弱かったね、確か。言って昔ガソジも弱かったよ。1ダメージだったし。
I only have mini meds right now. Or no bats.
Yeah, I have 9 cells.
Okay, okay.
Good play, boys.
ガスの弱体がないからね。まあ、新マップで使いやすいかどうかだな。
Don't forget, we are caustic Valk. We can literally go land first floor and fucking ult something with a caustic or
エヴァ全然強いピキゴミ。ああ。エヴァは1秒間に2発だね。
100 fucking percent, bro.
Okay, we also have beacon. Someone just broke drone here.
あ、ボルトなしで。
That was the team inside.
Yeah.
I need light.
I have so much light ammo too.
I
Here,
think
just want-
caustic had light.
I have so much. I have 400. I just dropped 60 in the
Okay.
building too. The big building. Yeah, we're good.
We got the little macaroni here.
We've got to hear the moves from
おっと、息でファイト。
To be honest with you, he can see the confidence growing. We
おっと、ここでファイトしていいのか。 エライスポーツ。プロだ。おっと、一人もダウンしない。えらいな。これ一人でもダウンしたら終わりだからな。
It doesn't get much cleaner than that. Not only does one player stay healthy and not
アブレッシュウェイズなの。
all of them keep a majority of their health.
わかんねえわ。わかんねえわ。
all going to be full, hit the quick armor swap, which means they're going to be ready for another team to fight if they get full sent on. And that's one of the last teams I'd want to fight in this lobby is Team Esports Arena. They won arena tournaments in the past. They dominate on a week-to-week basis, and they're just getting better and better every week.
One thing that I'd like to say about them as well, they don't lack confidence. If you
おお、なんと白狼剣頼むよ。
on the in-game chat in the lobby and Imperial How was saying,
ヒューズの力見せてくれよ。
Intel just went get wrecked. Pretty much simple as that, and I like that.
水曜日了解。
As Furia now once again playing in zone, and I want to get your opinion on this, Tom, because it's not the first time we've seen them take this.
リジェクトヒューズ抜いた瞬間、たまたまチャンピオン取りやがった。クリプトの株が上がってしまった。くそー、たまたま取りやがって。いやでも言うて、あのアンチだったらヒューズでも余裕だったな。やっぱクリプトでドーム消した方が強いと思ったんかな。情報。ソンのウルトもフェイスも全部壊せるよ。だからソン弱いって言われてんね。競技しい話だけどね。ランクは別に。クリプト多くないから通用するかもしれないけどね。ちょっとフューリア何してんの。ボコボコじゃねえかよヒューズ使って。どうなってんだ。その ALGS WEEK3はそうだね、変わった後だね。だからアップデがあるからそのまま少し期間空いてって感じだね。
To be honest, made it look like it wasn't even a challenge. Might be what they need to just light that fire once again. Team Sheesh now making their way towards not only the next zone, but also towards that beacon as well. We can see we're maybe moving.
なんで負けんのかな、ヒューズ使って。なんで負けんのかな。だってナッコを刺して勝ち確じゃん。もうナッコを刺して5なんだけどな。足だポタル戻れないからな。難しいんだよな。まあ使ってみないと分かんないけどさ。
That's what you love to see. Those were two really great fights from both those teams.
Well, Ghost Game into the team on the bridge at the moment. We can only see 2 members for now.
確かに代行多いな。ブースティングマン、リガキ。
The R99 in hand, he's going to be trying to just locate that reticle onto the head of one of those players, and
オクタンは終わるかな。どうだろうね。まあでもアッシュのポータルあれだよね。まあオクタンよりマシだよね、多分。打たれないから。
Yeah, no one's gonna really move yet because you can see how many buildings are in for frag east, how many buildings are in.
2分に1回だもんな。一応アイランド使えるんだよな。
Other teams are gonna be playing edge and slowly moving on, which is what's going on the northern side of that epicenter area. So once we move on past zone number 3, once we move past onto zone number 4, it's gonna be absolutely crazy. But right now, it's looking like Fragment East is going to be a great spot to be, but you never know about that bridge. That bridge gets a lot of zones.
It certainly does. We're going to have to see how that zone does pull once we get the opportunity to. G2 up on this high ground, kind of just moving behind Team Sheesh potentially in the background here. So those teams might engage. G2 just trying to keep their heads on a swivel here though.
オクタン一方通行だね。まあただオクタンのパッシブと興奮剤が強い。
They don't have to do too much here. They can just poke over these icicles, do a little bit of damage as the EMP now comes through, and that's going to be doing the damage to those shields.
We'll see if they continue to push off this or if this was just to buy some time. And you can see they're on the edge right now. It makes it so difficult to be in the open with a crypto team because of the fact that you have to find a safe place to go and use your drone. So that's why I felt like it was really important to just go and use that one while they have the opportunity, because G2's on the hunt, and G2 may force these two teams into one another and have an opportunity to third party with a portal.
Designed for with the scan as well. And Beast of the Hunt has 12 seconds left on that to have that increased movement speed and those scans available a little bit more often.
レブアッシュともう一人レブラント入る前提。レブアッシュポータルコンボ来んのかな。クリプトでね、それだったらポータル入ってる、まあポータル入る直前に EAP 起動して起動中にポータル入れば食らわないからありそうじゃね。クリプトでね。クリプトなのか。
You gotta get through the port somehow? Yeah, I'm in. We're good. I didn't find any light.
What you got?
We're good up 130.
Here. Yeah, I'll give you some. I'll give you a stack. Yeah.
They're fighting down to the left over here. Watch our back. Out to the left, it's Timmy. He's standing our back. They traded, but...
機械取りよ。ブラントと相性いるのなんだろうね。リプトかブラハじゃね。ブラハいたら戦闘強いからな、レイブラント。フォーカス合わせられるし。T1 構成。またレブラント弱体化するのかな、それだと。もうクソみたいな。ユーズ。サイレント弱体。終わったー。損減らねえかな。最初の方絶対きついんだよな。もう。もうワットまみれっしょ、周り。言うてワットなんてもう俺からしたら雑魚だけどさ。フェンス壊して入りゃいいだけだし。なんも怖くないけど。どうせこぼることしかできないやつばっかだから。倒せるけど。やっぱガスの方が害悪なんだよな、俺からしたら。攻めづれ。ワトソンにこぼられても攻められたからな。全然。余裕で攻められたからな。損怖くねえんだよな、マジで。フェイス当たったら死ぬって言われてもフェイス壊しときゃいいからな。ただ単に。フェイス見えるし。ガスは見えねえんだよな。見えねえところで食らってこうされるってのはマジであるからな。それが一番やばい。足のあると敵入れるかもね。ガスのこと海外のプロがノーエイムキャラクター確かに。だってガス簡単だもん。でガス当たってる時もう絶対勝てないからな。普通に負けるし。 まずは消されるよ、パイロンに。やば。フェンスの耐久100。100だろうね。まあ、100あったらちょっとめんどくさいね。壊すときに。まあ、デコイがあるんだし。そう、ガスの方が守りで言ったらガスの方が100硬いんだよな。しかもクールダウン20秒だからさ、マジで一生置けるんだよな。君減らったらさらにやばいし。フェンス15秒って言ってもね、壊されちゃうんだよな、やっぱり。
You say placement points, I say go for the res. That's what a real OG would do. I'm just kidding. There's no chance he could pull that one off. NRG added too much pressure as the rest.
アッシュ乗るとレースのポータル時入れないと思うよ。
Right on onto there. You can see over that third-person camera where exactly all these teams are. That broken building, like you said, is so tough to hold.
あとのフェンス壁カットしたら OP だね。それ OP じゃね。
Only 5 cells there for Rocker. Gonna have to use one of those to get that armor back up too.
ドームファイトの時のフェンス強いけど、ガスでいいよな。確かにドームファイトの時のフェンスは強かった。相手入れないから。ジブワトの構成が強いのか。絶対に交戦しなきゃいけない状況でのドームファイトだったら強いね。あとはガスに勝ってる部分回復面じゃね。回復面とあと外で空爆防げるかもしんないっていう感じかな。あと部屋でグレが消せるね。まあグレ消せる分建物はガスより安全かな。投げ物に関しては単純な打ち合いだったらガスの方が強い。まあ、投げ物で耐えられるってことぐらいかな。競技向けか。投げ物。難しいね、マジで。使ってないとわかんないしな。建物、まあ、バスとか入った時に、パイロン出せれば回復できるし、グレも壊してくれるし、その点は熱いな。確かに。その点は熱いな。パイロン出す場所はね、バスの運転席側の部分なんだけど、そこだったら壊されづらかったね。確か昔そこ使ってた。まあ、回復はできるんだよね。便利なのガス、まあそうだね。だってガスウルト強いもん最後。マジで。最終のガスウルトマジで鬼だよね。やば、食らいすぎ。全身だ。その必須なんのかな、競技シーンは。難しいな、なんないと思ってるけどね、俺は。まあ、さっきも言ったけど、競技シーンの話すると、クリプトが多いから、ワトソンのその EMP だっけ ?EMP で全部壊されちゃうから、きついんじゃねみたいな話はしてるね。他の人も。まあ実際に使ってみないと分かんないけどね。言うてだけど、今のワトの性能でも性能からめちゃくちゃ強くなったかっていうと別にそうでもないよな実際。フェンスに当たったら確実に勝てるけどみたいな感じだけど、そもそも今の状態でもフェンスに当たったら強いしな。それでも使われないってことはやっぱもうない気するわ。他のキャラクターの方が優れてると思うよ俺は。
Ronnie finally gets dropped, but at what cost now as they have to get Timmy back in. There's another team pushing. Hello! Look over towards the left. The prize is there with the L-Star. What a monster. CLG is going to answer with another third party, though.
ガスで全然無理だった。ワトでもできなくないけどな。言って味方のカバーさえあれば引けるからな。微妙だね、イクリプトイト。そうか、難しいな。まあ自分はとバルキリーかな。おそらく流行るであろう構成は。
Space station and we have NRG, all neighbors at the moment, but nobody wants to look over the fence because there's a naughty looking dog who wants to bite.
That's why you have to have such a strong, confident Wraith on your team. Gentrifying finds the right spot for the portal. There's not much place to go here. Mark, you can see this is literally the best spot to be playing right now. Designed for over.
フェンス消し強いよね。
That could mean a full send over towards the side, but they don't want to risk it. There's going to be a gold bag in hand.
フェンス当たるのが全然きつい。そう、当たんねえんだよ、フェンス、マジで。競技シーン使ってた頃さ、フェンスに当たるガキいなかったんだよな。マジで。マジでいない。そんなアホなやついなかったもん。パッて、まあ時間稼ぐみたいな。とか圧力だったね、単純に。なんも強くなったフェンス。本当に時間稼ぎだったね、ただ単に。まあ、フェンス自体はね。カジュアルでも当たんないぞ。カジュアルでも当たんねえんだよ、あんなの。なんで当たるんだよっていう。音するからさ、フェンス。絶対バレる。見えるし。やっぱガスなんだよな。おー、エナルディ強いな。2勝ですか？全然見てなかったけど。
外見だけで本当のお前を理解できる者はいるのだろうか。
ドア前のあれか。ドアの奥にあらかじめ1個置いといて、ドア貫通みたいな。
真の自分を解き放て。
エヴァー、マステフじゃね。PK を外すよ。
スタイリッシュなボディに秘められた圧倒的なパワ
ー。CLG putting up some big points. G2 is going to take the most points overall throughout all of that, but you cannot deny the back-to-back.
G2 13キルしなんか強。CC 11キルしてたのやばくね。
landing the shots and doing it with just a duo. What a job for
なんかガス強いんだって。だからガスは強いんだよ。昔からガス強かったんだよ。46ポイント強。おい、何してんだお前ら。
That's not even our final form. We're stepping it up once again. And the question going into our next game is going.
Well, and that's
looks like it's a sub
with all these teams.
Yeah, and this is a near identical ring from game number 1.
確かに昔のガスは味方をするのってね。あれはね、まあしょうがね。あと視界曇るからな、マジで見えなかったね。
Guess what's going to happen for G2 here? They're going to go to their same exact spot. Watchtower in thermal station, they'll post up, but what's different about G2 and how they're playing that on these southern thermal station zones, rather than just turtling up in the watchtower.
まあ比較にならないね。まあ守りの硬さはもう間違いなくガス。ただその代わりワトに関しては回復があるね。それとまあ外でパイロン出したら空爆も避けれる。まあそれあれだね。投げ物に対しては強いね、ワトは。投げ物とか空爆。そういうのに対しては強い。ガスは投げ物は守れないから。こんな感じだね。まあどっちを取るからな、本当に。確かに投げ物を食らわなかったら建物守りやすいな。
Yeah, and I'm interested to understand where exactly we're going to see these teams position on their rotations. Again, this is a
攻めガス、攻め、そうだね。ワトは攻めできないね、そうだね。ガスは攻めもできる、そうだね。比較的なそこだな。攻めもできるガス。
Early enough to avoid a third party, or do they decide to rotate? Hopefully, we can jump into a listen with
ガスだ。まあ今考えられるのはやっぱガスかな。とは思うけどね。ピータースイートがピーター使ってるよ。クライリックスパワーこれ。クライリックスが布教した。確かに家外ファイト感のガスだね。確かに。確かにワトだったら、そうね。ワトで状況を変えれる場面がおそらく存在しない。ガスはガスウルトでまあ、マジでワンチャンあるけど、ないね。最終とか多分ワト腐るし。100腐るし。オニアパワー、やっぱ。でも俺リピーター結構好きだよ、マジで。ちなみに。玉持ちいいんだよな、マジで。俺ヒューズ使うとき、まあリピーター欲しいなって思うわ。ほらね、次回 G7 消えるから、まあリピーターだね、もう持つんだから。いや。か、取り手か。取り手弾速変わんねえのかな。弾速しちゃったら当てやすいけどね、取り手。しかもショットガンとしても使えるから取り手。そこら辺は強いな。ホップアップ、またホップアップ増えんのかって感じだな。リピーター。多すぎだろ。ドームなんかでかくなるらしいんだよね。そうで、なんか見たけど、バルキリーで安全に飛べるみたいな。もうちょっとあげるか。取り手弾速一緒だったらスナイパーと一緒なんだよ。ロングボウとかセンチネルと。で、近距離ショットガンとしても使える。って考えたら鬼強い。鬼強い。自分弱体化入んないね。まあ、カジュアルで自分人気ねえから入らねえ。まあしょうがねえ。これ以上弱体化入れたらカジュアル絶対消えるからな。
I'd love to take a look at some other teams, right? Ghost Gaming, how are they playing it? Are they deciding to play with aggression? We saw Furia.
これでエネルギーではもう発表されてる。EA は発表開発携わってますね。リスポーン。
Looks like this time, instead of really slow playing it and playing for loot, they're playing for kills, which is wise because in game 3 they need to play aggressive. And they went back to Skyhook.
ドームパッチだとは分かんない。
Got a team that's actually Ghost or Benchwarmers. I'm guessing it's Ghost who drops in Skyhook. That is huge. And yes, it is. Panders. Wow, that's big.
バトナーのガスで良さそうにやっぱ見えるよ。おっとキュウリはなんとやったか。ついにヒューズパワー見せつけた。おーヒューズ先輩、お3キル取ってる。素晴らしい。
You can see X-Sets are evoing the armor, which that's going to change as well. I believe the crafting is going to give you more evo to your armor, but it's going to cost slightly more as well.
I see. Furia decided to slow play it. Crafting is going to come through. And we'll take a look at the craft box now. Wise decision from X-Set just to get as much loot as possible for this late game. We'll keep a close eye on X-Set, who's been pretty quiet so far in games 1 and 2. I mean, this is the team that dominated.
視野角狭いね、公式。マジで。
Scrims right now, they are in 18th place with 2 points. That's it. So we'll see what X-Set can do. And both of those points came last game. As we switch on over to
難しいね、構成。
Skyhook, right?
90かな。
They decided to rotate early. They avoided that.
いくつだろうね、これ。わかんない。初期で90だったら90だと思う。ベースは、まあ、昔より減ったね。
The other two, well, Sweet has empty armor for now because there's a crypto lurking around. But I think Sweet was the point man, and they had their armor dropped, and or maybe it was Rocket the entire time. But basically, the point man has the scout to keep teams away because there's going to be a traffic jam here eventually. And I think that to some degree NRG are in a choke point of the traffic jam. But for now, they're keeping people away from their spot with the scout.
新しい BF もチーター増えんのかなマジで。
Close to it. And, being the scout, single fire, of course, those bullets will go a long way. And the other guys will just chill with the.
パイロン EMP で壊れないし、まあ前は壊れなかったんだけどね、途中でなんか強化入ったね、クリプト側に。でも EMP で壊れるのしないとクリプトの存在価値なくなっちゃってたんだよな。マジで存在価値がなかった。
Energy does just as a testament to how confident they are and how willing they are to play in kind of uncomfortable positions, right? As we take a look here at Furia with the late Valk rotation, we'll see where they decide to position.
確かにジブの代わりなんか出ねえかなまあジブマジで最強すぎるからな。唯一無二、しかも状況を変えれる、攻めでも守りでも何でも使える最強キャラだからな。昔はネタキャラだったのにマジでネタキャラがこんな最強になっちまった。こんな爆死すんの
In game number 1, obviously similar end zones you'd expect.
ランパーと屋根強すぎ。でも RPG ランパード使ってたけどクリプトの EMP でもうマジぶっ壊されて終わってたな。きたーどうだ臭いだろーこれは潰しきるでしょう。ドーム切れたら負けじゃねさすがに。いやーこれは詰め切るな倒した自爆したくね。バルキリー強いな。空爆食らわねえなこれ。あ、別派かEMP 空だからこれはまずい。
The shield there, which is going to cause some problems. We've got bats left and right. I think we can have a listen in for ESA to see what's going on.
I don't know if we got any kills, did we?
We got one. I thought we got one, no.
I didn't get one.
Oh.
確かにジブは難しい。ジブは難しいけど最強なんだよな。使いたくないけどね俺はもう。マジでジブ確かに別のジブ欲しいね。女版ジブグレープとクロート向けに使ってんのはそうなんだ。キャラ調整してんだ。あ、クリプト強いけどね。強いけど面白くないんだよなマジで面白くないんだよな。広告ミラー配信後です。
Why can't they just die to this? Why do they run?
I don't know why you pushed up or didn't push up for so long.
I was just holding you and then I got beamed for a little bit, so I was selling up.
Where's the last body at?
I'm a bubble.
We don't even need there's only
right left. He only has sniper ammo. He had literally nothing. Gold charge. They had absolutely nothing.
ヒューズもめちゃくちゃ強いよ。だからヒューズマジ守りも攻めもできるよちなみにまあ攻めの方が圧倒的に強いけどグレーいっぱい持てんのも強いしな。あと移動中でも使えるからな。なっこ足止めって下がらせられて、その間に移動できる。下がらせてその間に移動できるマジ強い。移動時にも使える。そして一発の破壊力もあるからな。ガチで破壊力あるからヒューズ強いんだよな。いや強いんだよヒューズ本当に。
kills in the kill feed, and as a result, they're able to take a pretty good spot.
グレいっぱい持ってるし、マジで強えんだけどな。
northwest of them, held that, found an opportunity to ape a team in this location.
まあ室内のは強いね、ヒーズ。間違いないけど、狭いところのは強い。特にガス掃除がよくこもってるようなところはマジで鬼強い。グリフトの脅威シーンはアンチを見るのと、周りの状況をめちゃくちゃ把握できるところ、そして EMP で敵のドームを剥がすところだね。そんな感じだね。あとはダメージ稼ぎかな。ウルトで安全に。そういうとこもできるね。パッシブアビリティいると自分で決めれたら強いな、それな。鬼すごくね。
Look at how this ring is pulling.
これ強えわ。
SSG will have to rotate likely right into the hands of NRG at this choke. The question is, do they have the intel? Do they know that NRG is there waiting for a fight?
どの飛んでるだけは微妙だけど、まあちゃんと周りの情報を集められるんだったら強いんじゃない？
Likes of ESA, of G2, of so many teams that are down in thermal stations. I think it's inevitable we're going to see an NRG and space station clash here.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see that bow during that clash, or maybe he'll switch out for the RE45.
ランページテレビ確かに楽しい。まあ使わないけど。
Also good for some extra cover as well to get some extra bow angles.
I think we saw a Kraber in the hands of either Sweet or Rocker as well. It's going to be Sweet with the Kraber.
Whoa!
And misses the shot that likely would have knocked the Gibraltar right there. Gibby will heal back up, but the bow's connecting. My man Nathan putting in work with the bow check.
Can't imagine the comms right now. Missed the shot with the Kraber, but the bow, yeah, I got a bow, and that's going to be enough. But hey, if it was a down in the lava, that could have been very, very interesting indeed. So we'll see if they're able to make a rescue. 15 squads up at present, but that ring will continue to get smaller. 20 seconds away from surely more teams falling as the space to work with becomes smaller and smaller. But NRG have clearly done a good job.
新キャラどうなんだろうね。わかんねえわ。新キャラ強そうに見えねえんだよな。俺の能力だけ見ると別に。そんなに強そうに見えない。
Imagine if he did. If you don't connect for a shot, likely you just hear a little whisper.
エナジー熱いからな。うわ、攻めてるよ。抜け！撃たないのか。撃たないのか。核入れるか。勝手に核入るな。クレは大事にしてるな。エースのは強い、まあ。使ってみると分かんないけどね。でもレイスの方が前線張りやすい。それは間違いない。虚空があるから。虚空があるから引けるんだよな。
come in to cause as many problems as possible at their will. See how that continues as the Kraber still looks for more. Oh,
3秒拘束する Q は強いけれども、そもそもフェンスに当たらないんだよな。まあ競技シーンでさ、ずっとワトソン流行ってたんだけど、別にフェンス当たる場面なかった。ガチで。みんなちゃんと壊してくるから。みんなちゃんと壊してくるプラス、当時、まあドームが少し今より長かったんだけど、ドームをさ、家の、まあ、入り口ぐらいにぶん投げて、ワトソンのフェンスを消しながら攻めるみたいになったね。今ちょっと多分無理だけど、ドームの時間短いから。昔ドーム18秒だっけ？なんだっけ？そんなのあったよね。
Yeah, SSG are trying to force their way in, and G2 have got some issues at the same time. They were up high a bit earlier on, but now they've made their way downstairs and trying to chase a Valk away, but they're being shot from
誰だ！あー！殴ってしまった。
I've got to try and find a way to stabilize here. They can't be outside for too long because they're going to be shot from all kinds of directions, but how can they go inside? They're being harassed and cracked as well. Nice shots with the wingman, and maybe there's a chance to get some more shields up. Results are up close as well, just trying to heal, hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, both of them were down to about 20 or less HP, finally able to heal back up. That's going to be an interesting fight. We'll keep a close eye on that kill feed. Looks like the Zeinfeld's finally going to be finished. G2 in a one, I think it's a 2v2 fight down there. Meanwhile, NRG and Nathan's going to connect with another shot, and they're going to do a good job deciding to hold this high ground.
Fire! 来たー !NRG vs ヒューリア
Nathan going with the arc star.
ヒューリア、ウィン
Not able to get
そうだよななあやめてやめてナッコーナッコーセル削りやめろやおい見えてる見えてる見えてる見えてるナッコーナイス一個来た CC 来てる CC ヒューリア強っやっぱヒューズなんだよなもう分かっちまったやっぱ攻撃力が違いすぎるレベル違えわはいはいはいはい CC こっから死にまーす CC 行きまーすで待ってアンチ最強来たマジで強いアンチ最強勝ったわこれいけナッコー格殺
I don't know how long he survives here as that caustic gas has gone now and he's in all kinds of trouble. Esports arena still fighting.
NRG が守れませんよ。わかりますこの意味が。ヒューズの攻め最強なんですよ皆さん。強マジで。NRG が守れません。わかりました。適当打ったからうわランページなんだっけランパートしようじゃん武器
Well, we'll see who can win each battle and ultimately win the war. SSG dropped, gonna knock one. Great job from him. Meanwhile, ESA wide right flank.
いいなランページ楽しそうだなマジで。
Out and down currently, finally gonna be eliminated from this lobby. So the battle for thermal station won by ESA, but they do still have the likes of space station nearby.
やべ勝ったろこれ。これ勝ったろマジで。あれこれでもバルキリーのウルトラ S15 秒乗られたらワンチャンあるか。ガスウルトでナッコー
seconds away from that ring starting to close. And they have to win this fight. Again, that is their biggest threat, but we have the Val cult now. They'll at least get the information as they circle and you can't try to focus too much while everybody else needs to think about the other people who are around.
はいはいはいはいはいわやめてーヒューズ負けるそれはいけません
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of a desperate
Nice!
Valkyrie ult and an opportunity to try and fight Fury for high ground, but it's going to be that.
おいキルパー
It's coming.
ウォークラブメレーなんだこれ殴りか
That's why we see Valk continue to kind of fall down in the overall meta, not as strong as Valk once was, which I think a lot of
これ勝ったろこれ絶対勝ったろ
Furia on high ground
100% 勝ったこれヒューズ負けるよそれこの状況でしかもセルネーゾこいつらこいつら入れて中をいけヘビアも JK 終わった終わった終わったナッコいけナッコこいつらに撃てセールキューズリーいけナッコ大打ち絶対勝ったこれもこれ負けたらもうお前ヒューズやめろマジで俺だったら100勝ってるこれ俺だったら100勝ってるこれもう
And of course, back to space station when we have a second. Very low in ammo. Not a whole lot of ammo as they were split.
Nice!
Desperate, so it's not a great situation for space station gaming. I gotta say, advantage Furia because the zone's pulling to them as well.
Yeah, that fuse Q, man. Give him the gold helmet.
Because
that's gonna cause so many problems. It's gonna shred so many.
中いじめヒューリア撃つぜって絶対楽しいって今
That can make things very, very
Arc
difficult if you've got low cover. There are still grenades, still arc stars going in that direction. That is the worst place to be like right now. All kinds of harassment.
詰め将棋なうヒンヘル持ってやがるあっちーあー
But again, look at the top left of your screen. You'll see the ring is going to be pulling up to that choke point exactly where Fury
これなんでヒューリー映さないのこれ。
Kudos to NRG for predicting the right end game. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on.
絶対勝ったって。もう負けるやつはないってこの状況。やべ、空爆やめて。マジで。ナッコ索敵。ちゃんと入れろよお前。ちゃんと入れろよ。あーやばいって。なんでドーム2回目出してんのこれ。ナイスナッコ。ナッコ足止め。お下いった下いった。勝った勝った勝った。絶対勝った。絶対勝った。落ちんなよ。高かったろこれ。えあ、しやがったろ。ナイス。危ねえこいつら。こいつは怖えマジ。
What a game from Furia. We came into this broadcast.
まあまあ負けるやつないって今の。いや今の状況で負けてたらもうヒューズ引退こいつもうない。もう俺が使わせない。14キルですか。14キルですかヒューズさん。さすがだな。さすがのパワーだわ。いや素晴らしいね。エナジーぶっ殺したあたりでもう調子乗ったなこれ。いや一番いいとこだったからな。一番いいとこエナジー取ってたんだけどそいつらぶっ殺したおかげでね勝っちまったな。負けることねえよ今の。お16で最下位からここまで上がってきやがったわこいつら。さすがだな。エナジー50ポイントからでも遠いな。
Yeah, absolutely. Massive jump for Furia, and of course, led by Trick.
ちょ水飲んでくるわ。
Definitely favoring over towards this Geyser side, but it could bounce right back on over towards No Name. That beacon building over towards No Name is going to be extremely valuable. Noble's going to love what they see. Look at that. They're already inside the Vault Cave. Rakinishu's looting over towards the back of Geyser. Lucas is owning a lot of this area over across from Lava Siphon as well. That's a lot of loot. You got to have credit to this team for splitting up like that. Meanwhile, Forcey's going to be hitting the beacon on that building that we were talking about, and he's going to love what he sees.
ヒューズ豚ここ当たってんだ。カウントダウン。でもアンチ読めねえからアンチムーブ難しそうだな。
Did manage to win the ALGS championship in that open ground between
まあまあ強いな。
and the settlement just to the north of Lava Siphon. We'll have to see how it plays out when we get that third beacon potentially.
10年待ちこれ最強だから。筋肉マンだからよ。
If it's going to be the most northern building on the little high ridge settlement, or if it's going to be someone moving in late and like you.
一人残ったりまあそうだね。まあ一応。
Excuse me. As I remember to put my teeth back in.
アンチナが残ったね。
Looking pretty good on the armors, looking pretty good on the HP. As they make their way towards zone, but it's going to be a long rotation for them. They're going to have to make their way up this balloon and probably just do a little bit of scouting first.
Yeah, the good thing is you get the balloon and then you're going to get that redeploy too, so you're going to get right back into this one. G7 Scout with a 3x is a pretty solid overall, so you're going to be feeling pretty good about that one too. Rocking the crypto, you're going to try to get somewhere where you can get a big scan going into zone number 3. I would love to see them try to get over towards No Name, and that's where the pings are going down. So a minute and 30 seconds is that typical time. That's a minute and 20 seconds. A little late there for Lazarus, but
now
with the zone coming up as it is, and with the beacon information the teams have got, Tom, do you
ヒューズ2000ダメいったマジで。
people realize there's not a
ヒューズ強えんだよな。まあジョンヒーもいっぱいキル取ったからな。ヒューズ強えんだよな。パワー、キャラパワーがやっぱ違うんすわ。
because that's the masterful play. You go at the very last second and then you slowly start to creep up in there, and you cannot have a team come up. That's what happened in game number 2 where Fury got caught just basically out of bounds, right? Fish out of water, caught him. Sharks are eating the minnows at that point. So a really nice play from G2 in that 100 Thieves. They're trying to set up over here Lava Siphon style. They are rocking that typical composition that we've seen in the past. And I think that they would like to have a little bit better armor here and a little bit better position. This is going to be a tough situation for 100 Thieves.
Well, they've got one armor spare, but it's, again, not the color that they're looking for at this point. Vane's going to be able to...
Lava Siphon 当たってんのいいな。
Blue armor, which is going to give them a little bit more HP to work with, and Scurry's going to use the little boost you get from the gondola to get across a little bit quicker. And hey, things are looking up. There's a change of clothes for everybody to match, and in full uniform for 100 Thieves now.
ウルパラったらマスターいけんじゃない
Now they're going to take the next gondola
ウルパラやりなよ
and get a little bit closer to that zone.
How much are they charging for this gondola for these upgrades? Usually that's going to cost you some crafting materials or something along those lines.
おっとファイトが始まる予感
They are in right there, so they're going to be
あ、もうヒューリーあれだね、初め部だね。なんかあまりもんでもあさり行こうかなっていう感じか。いや、今回のグループ、なんか試練あさってないんだよな、多分。わかんないけど。最初あさってなかったね。
So I like this play. Meanwhile, we do have some knocks on your screen. In the kill feed, Exile is going to get one, but doesn't look like the flush is coming in quite yet. NRG finally makes their play. It looks like they get in over towards not the best position quite yet, so we'll see what they do. I mean, yes, they are close towards Geyser, but that's the building they really want there, Mark.
Yeah, I think Hill House building is going to be very, very popular with a lot of teams. A lot of teams wanting to set up in there, but for now, they're going to take the most northern building, which if they do get that pull towards Fragment, then they'll be in a good position to hold all of these teams out, rotating from the southern side of World's Edge. But for now, NRG, once again, making their way to a pretty good position early on here, Tom. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable for the next few minutes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is going to be a pretty slow situation here for NRG.
文字起こしソフト、あ、そうなんだ、そういうのなんだ。
But they're not in a position where they can take any main fights without getting third-partied, right? Because you have 100 Thieves over there. Yes, that is just one.
NRG ちゃんと取ってんな。でも言ってこの家強くねえんだよな。
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do right now if you're NRG except armor check. Continue to try to build
でもこのアンチテもうここじゃないの。ここら辺じゃないの。ここら辺。あのバルキリー飛べるか。英語結構精度だな。結構な精度。キャラ変え大丈夫だよ。キャラ変えは大丈夫だけど、選手の変更はできないね。試合中は。最初だけ。一戦出たら選手の変更不可能。
To be honest with you, so they're the soft crust version of the ALGS,
they are the hot cheese of ALGS. That's what Furia are. But now you're going to see the skyward dive. So they're making their way a little bit closer towards zone, but as you would probably imagine, they're going to have a pretty clear path here. And they might even be able to get some beacon information on their way. So Fury are kind of just changing the approach. And I like that. I always love when Tech's on a team because I think he's one of those players who always tries to think out of the box about something that might work that nobody else is quite.
いいね、初ムーブ。
Definitely. And if you're
初ムーブで勝っちゃうのすごいね。
other teams playing edge, and we saw that in EMEA. We've already seen that today with G2 catching.
すべての自動翻訳ひどいのはそうなんだ。全然使ったことない。
Like Solo Q Goats is a team that does that in EMEA. Liquid's a team that does that here in North America. But when you don't have certain teams in the lobby, and a lot of teams are playing central, that's your opportunity to stay over towards the edge. They do have to be wary of where that team from Thermal Station is coming, and that's why you're seeing some unorthodox rotations being called.
Well, here is Ghost Gaming. They're at Fissure Crossing at the moment, just trying to see if they can poke a little bit of damage on this team.
これはアンチ読みの瞬間を狙って撃とうっていう感じでしょうか。第2アンチで読むところ狙ってますね、これね。今撃つんかよ。もったいな。もったいな。あれどうせ移動するからか。
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow game so far. I know that they're going to be playing edge. Look at that composition that they're running with Octane, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. Let's hop into Listen In with Ghost Gaming and hear what they're talking about.
I mean, look at it. I think it's just hard overload.
Okay. We'll know in literally just a second. I mean, it could be like no name as well, right? That's like a big, like there's nobody up here. It's probably no name.
こっちにパッドチームかな。
So we're just gonna vibe.
You
out
wanna
here.
play from that side?
We're likely going to, yeah. We'll contest this.
I'm gonna scrap loot real quick.
Okay.
A little bit of the clip.
Actually, that dude's on.
Oh, holy fuck! Look at zone.
Holy fuck!
Okay, so.
スタイリッシュな外観に秘めたるパワー。NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070スーパーを搭載可能。最大 2TB の SSD 搭載で高速ゲームローディング。
高速ゲームローディング。
レギオンならカスタマイズはツールフリーで実現し、さらにレノボバンテージでゲーム環境を簡単にチューニング。レギオン by レノボ。
3090か3090。
We could double back right now and come in from that tunnel. I think that's the move.
You want to rip balloon or what?
テンパレはテンパ。
We're playing low ground right now, which is really dangerous. We can hit balloon.
Oh,
we gotta do it really fast though. Alright, if anything happens and we have an issue with them like looking over, we need to bob and pad, and we'll go back to its clematizer and we'll take the fight from there.
Pop a syringing real quick.
Careful
Just
about
in case.
syringing.
Where am I going? This way?
Capacity regen. Yeah.
I know. I just didn't want to get beamed off zip.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
landing
gonna
on this roof.
Yep. We're gonna try to work down frag west and potentially play for that outside.
どっちもおろんのこれ。
I really want to win the fight for that choke.
I'm letting you lead because I don't know where the fuck we're going.
Yeah, it's fine. Remember that if things look really bad, we don't have to force the choke. We can play from frag east and we can try to make a pressure play from there. We never have to like.
ブラハパッドで出すだね。なんで簡単だから。何なんだろうね。
They think we went the other way, so
Yeah.
we should be vibing for this.
もうキーバーの人の方がオーダーうまい印象あるわ。やっぱ。特にその爆破とかやってきた人とか。なんか頭良さそうだわ。キーバーが前線張る率高いと思う。
I don't see any on that
前
side.
線系のキャラ使うやつ。
Try to balloon into frag west if we can. Once again, same shit. Things look bad. We're gonna bubble pad.
でもコットとかやってた人はまあやっぱエイムいいよな。エイムはマジでいいけど。
Nobody's playing RB.
やっぱ頭の差だったらキーバーの方が頭いいなって思う。頭いいなって率は高い。気がする。
Well, game plan coming in here from Ghost Gaming, Tom, and like you said, always good to
まあ
listen
ペゾッチはうまいんじゃない。
because it always seems like they've got a plan. They're always communicating.
ペゾッチはうまくて強いと思うよ俺は。
Yeah, they have to have some sort of plan, right? There's plan A.
バット勢の多くは
Stuff goes sour. Then
下手で強いやつばっかだけど。
going with that plan B, as we do see some knocks happening inside the village over here. Sweet finds one on Devatro. There's been some back and forth between the teams that are coexisting. Things could get spicy.
バット一人と強いかもね。その火力やっぱ強いよな。あーアンチこうなるんだ今のパターンって。集落寄るんだね。
Kind of down towards
研究してるな。
situated at the moment, the most northern building, so they're in a pretty good spot for now, but still that element of doubt, Tom. Still, is it going to pull back? Is it going to be one of those zone
ツッコミ癖。
pulls that pulls one way that
まあ
nobody's expecting?
競技シーンとかやってたらその辺になるからね。
Land at the moment with some teams rotating in still late from the north. I don't think the teams are 100% sure on what way this is going to go either.
Yeah, but one of the teams that's just on top of things is NRG, right? That's three.
まあスナイプダウンはなんか頭使うキャラ使うなっていうのを言われてたけど。ゲンちゃんはね、うまいぞ、マジで。ゲンちゃんキーバーでも強いからな。まあ頭良くてマジで強い人だね。まあ軽くゴリ押しで見えるけど、戦い方とかちゃんとうまいと思うけどね、俺。逃げるとか逃げてるし。
We'll have to see if he can make it work for now. G2 making their move as well, and they're going to catch someone off guard here. Double 45, make it triple as the Zyneful starts to land some nice shots. The bubble going to be forced as well. Scan will come in. You can see Gentrifying trying to move up for his team as well to convert that damage, but with defensive bombardments being exchanged, the bubble will go down first for their opposition. So G2 have a base.
当たってないぞ。
Designful playing this surprisingly passive after hitting for over 120 there. Gentrifying is going to get lit
Oh my
up.
god.
It's gonna be Metro, I believe, with the Devo. Maybe that's the Rampage, but either way, knocks
Nice game back.
gold bag res has to happen. Meanwhile, Ghost taken out by
Irsta to Irsta.
You can see that. And Gent is back up with his gold armor. He's going to be A-OK. Fortunately for G2, they had some time from behind as NRG coming out with a clean swipe onto Hampino and CLG as well. A lot of players getting dropped all over the map all of a sudden when we had such a slow first two zones.
NRG こっち来たんだ。撃ち合ったんかな。
CLG go to sleep. NRG stay awake because they are making moves, and I love how NRG play. So many teams would be happy, content with sitting inside of that building, Tom, and just playing towards that end game. NRG saw an opportunity for KP, and they took it.
大会、まあウィークは少ないね、今、マジで。
Kind of on the back foot here. You can see zone's going to be closing behind them. They're getting scanned as well.
もうみんなフラットラインだよ。
A fight they have to win, and more importantly, a fight they probably have to take too.
たまにプラウラって感じかな。ウィングマンマジ効いたね。昔ウィングマン行ったくなったけどね、ヘビー武器。マジで。急に変わっちまった、フラットラインに。多い先輩。
Combination play of Resulta, and that'll be 2 down, and that will be the fight they had to take, and like I said, they had to win.
Very nicely done. Just
さんはあんま見てないんだよな、プレイ。
across the map. So clean. Senpai looked safe for a second. You saw the high angle from Prodigy Aces. It looked like Designful was the one out of position. And Designful's been prone to getting
あー、スカーズ。
results. It was
誰
there
だっ
with the
け
angle with the
した
gimme.
耐震
The R301 was just
RPR だ
so
っけ
strong
忘れ
with
した
Senpai as well. Nicely done. That's a big fight. And like you said, momentum-based team now starting to heat up.
SSG playing
なんでしかちょっとわかんねえよ、あんま。
as well. This is to the north of the little village that we were talking about. The most teams are kind of inhabiting at the moment.
確かに。
So do get that zone pull. Space station could be in a
レブラントにさ、ウィングマン3発取ってなきゃいけないから厳しかったね。
G2's going to be straight in front of Zanail here. If they move up a little bit G2, then Space Station might have to be
その時まだ99だったな。
traveling through the skies with the Skyward Dive, trying to make their late rotation as well. But 16 squads remaining.
その時まだ99使ったね。
Down to 7, 8, maybe even 9 when we see that next zone close.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to end up dying when we move into zone number 4, and especially teams that are on the outside here. Look at the coexisting going down. They're going to all have to play on the outside of these buildings, and there's no way teams like
Oi, 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 oi!
who are both the teams
ヒューリアさんと同居しちゃったのかい、NRG 君。君たち 100% 勝てないよ、ヒューズさんにはよ。ガスとぶちまくられたらもう負けるけど。早く攻めろヒューリア、お前らエナジー倒せ。ラザルス守れんな。あそこの守り研究したよね。日本で優秀な IGL 誰だろうね。ユキオッチ優秀じゃね多分スポンポンつけ誰だろうね。結果出してないけどピロダッチ俺いいと思うけどな。どうなんだろう。
Not looking good. Duplex picking up a couple kills. Meanwhile, Esports Arena, they are big chilling. Look at the amount of real estate that they're owning with this high ground.
Defensive bomber's going to come in. There's a Gibraltar dome just below them, but look at that zone pull. It is moving towards the High Ridge village. So where NRG were, where Fury are currently are.
Fury 行け、ナッコしろ。いった攻めた。いけー、グレ地獄。フューリア、何年負けてんだけど。負けんの今の。なんで
？Speaking of going down, defensive bombardment going down right on top of Space Station Gaming. They said, you know what? We're redeploying.
負けんのか今の。
On top of the case, but what a fight. We'll see.
わかんないな。絶対ヒューズの今有利だと思うんだけどな、俺。なんで負けんだろう今ので。しかもエナジー今日振られてるし。
Doesn't matter if he gets thirsted. I mean, yeah, it does in the long run, but that was a sick play.
どういう戦闘とどういう報告してんだろう味方で。別にナックルして動画入ってくるやつこれじゃいいんじゃないの。別になんかそんな難しいことしなくていい気する。わかんないな。最初なんかバルキー落としてたんだけどな。負けてんだよな。よくわかんねえんだよな。
I've never seen anyone that was definitely set for death more than that in my life. Whether it was the zone, same with Rambo. They're all done for.
Rambo's doing what he can. The only problem is he's got the zone closing behind them. Space Station in the kill lead as well as they take the team down that was holding that low ground. It's Lazarus that's been eliminated.
Push!
Also, they say one of the players has been eliminated. I stand corrected as 2 players do still find themselves on their feet for now. Davis and G7 dank those 2 players, but the banner needs to be recovered here if they want to play this game. A vital battle towards this endgame.
So many death boxes over there. None of them can be grabbed though. As looks like you do have Team Esports. We're gonna rotate on over towards the corner over there. They've been playing it kind of low key. That's where Lazarus had gone into. Some cheeky shots right there from Z Davis through the wall. Definitely not gonna be able to get their crypto back on up, but still doing this as a duo is definitely possible. We've already seen NRG win a game today just as a duo.
And once again, is Esports Arena with another great position towards end zone. They're going to have to force something here, but it's a forcing of a fight against a duo instead of a trio. So if they recognize that, they're going to be in a great position here. Bubble being forced after the damage done from Duplex, and now they will be able to creep forward. They will be the trolls that normally hide under the bridge, but now they're coming to be the monsters on top of it.
Yeah, they're gonna possibly continue to bully the way over here, but they're worrying about the team down below as well. I like this play, running out of ammo for Verholz just a little bit. So you got to be a little bit more trigger discipline here as Renegades is going to drop. That's going to be Exile coming through with the squad wipe as well. Vaxon and Saucer going out in 9th place, but Esports Rita may want to consider going for a Rita play if they have this here. I know it's going to be difficult, but there's a lot of opportunity to play on the outside of the building, but Xset's already there. Multiple teams are going to have to do this because of the fact that there's going to be a team already inside.
Well, Xset managed to find the last player alive for Lazarus, eliminate him, and they know how
ここの家よくアンチ入ってたよな、昔。
to play from. Rampage in the hands as well of Clarify. Bubble will go down to give them a few moments, but this looks like an engagement. It's going to go down, he can tell, because that Nox gas is down as well. Skittle Cakes will fall. Resulter in the feed as well. Xset trying to hold off this push desperately, and it looks like they will. They take down Esports Arena. A big
しかし耐えれそうだぞ。
who need a big game.
G2 seems to be healthy still. Xset trying to reset. If Clarify can get this med kit off, that's going to be big.
うわ、G2 マジいいとこ行ってんなこれ。
Avoid the situation over here, and that's very common. One team inside.
下、あ、同居してんのか。めんどくさいねそれは。
7 squads remain. We'll find out exactly where the rest of the pressure is going to come here very shortly.
Portal being taken up to the high ground here by G2. They've only got a rock to play behind, but it gives them some angles to work with. Good shots, great shots with the wing.
やばい、空爆が。あー、死ね。危ない。そしてガスルト。あーっと。肉が削れてるところにガスルト。これ一旦全員医療を巻いて耐えれるようにする。しかしその間に 100T が攻めてる。グレがきつい。
That's going to be a double grenade right there. Arcstar into frag.
Another frag grenade going to be lovingly rolled down the side of the building as well as G2 now make their move in as well. Designful doing a great job to finish off Eternity inside of this building. Can he finish it? Yes, he can. Bowser will fall, and now we're down to 4 squads.
G2 次は屋根上取るんか？赤いくつもか？
Unless they get focused as they try to move in, once again that bubble is going to be vital in this endgame.
G2 specializes in these.
一旦屋根を取るのかな。まあ普通常の考えの人だったら多分屋根を取る。まあ屋根を行っても空爆投げられたらきつそうだけど。
Everyone has the loadout that they want to. Yes, Fane's running a little low on ammo, but this is the last.
うわ！
is also
棒立ちしてた。
124 from gentrifying. Look at this little head glitch that he has, Mark.
Gentrifying looking like something out of Star Wars with those shots coming in from the L-Star. Almost managed to get that knock. Now there's a
ねえ、まあ同居多いね。
So G2 trying to focus them and Space Station just trying to buy as much time as they
まあ4。
can before they have to make their move. The missile swarm's going to slow that down ever so slightly, but it doesn't do any damage. So they're going to be in a position to maybe make a late push here, but the bubble is going to be their only form of cover. They have to hope that someone else
ギリギリ出ていくが、
so that they can make some sort of play towards this building, but it
どうも先に使ってしまったので。
The bubble play was on point. You can see
お、いいとこポーター引いた。タイミングが完璧すぎる。これはフリーキルだ。G2 ウィンカー、しかも G2 が一番広く取ってるか。あー、しかしフォーカスされてしまう。あーっとジブが耐えれないか。
So good from Space Station. So much discipline being shown for them and a chance for them.
うわ、強い。強い。エルサ強い。カバカバ、味方がかわして。いやー、しかしその間にエッグセットが突っ込んできてしまう。 おっと、これはエッグセットで SCG が勝手に打ち合ってくれるが、あー、しかしエッグセットが G2 に突っ込んで、これはエッグセットでした。急に登ってきた。エルスター強いな。ニカニカさん610円。さかい。同居多いっすね。最終よかった。ありがとうございますね。TSM はこの後っすね。キュウリは落ちちゃったな。はい、いいでしょう。
engage when it's at their liberty to, and just chilling in the meantime has been.
If they drop to the expectation. Other guys, G2 plays so well on the edge. We talk about that often. They'll be trailing NRG, who also will find some opportunities to potentially take some fights against.
東京抑えに来るからなんだよな、多
Take
分。
a fight against CLG and landslide. If NRG
知らないけ
can
ど。
fast, they can find some
あれ、同居するってするけどな。
flanks and 3v3s. It just depends how
な
they
んだろうね。
play this rotation through the far east choke or the northwest choke by Furia and Countdown. One thing I want to keep a close eye on as well. They've been dropping Countdown and they've been actually working up to Skyhook and
少なくはないと思うけど。
Skyhook late. I think they'll do that again and they'll be happy to take that northern rotation through.
でも入りに行くのは結構怖いっていうのはある。
As they will likely be pushing
さっきのヒューリアと NRG がいたところとか、入りに行くの結構怖い。
About the timing there at the beginning and rotating. And exit are on the go very, very quickly indeed.
NA っていうか世界で一番ピックされてるのはジブだね。もうどこの地域も。
Is pretty good for them depending on where they land, but they are on foot, which will help as we have seen.
ほぼ必須級。
The Val cults we have seen, generally speaking.
NA このグループに関しては多分全チーム入れてるね、ジブ。
Getting deleted on landing or having some success. So let's see how these
全チーム入れてる。
There's some gold for Designful to collect. We'll be hoping for armor, I'm sure.
ヒューリア攻めていってんだけど、やば。
On cue, rotate up
1位
to
狙いに行った。
Skyhook and find themselves looming over a third-party potential with Ghost Gaming nearby and Premier nearby as well. So look, it's such a fast rotation from Furia. That's their textbook. That's their strat. Quick countdown drop. If they're not contested at countdown,
ジブ一番高いね。ジブが一番高い。
Yeah, and their armor is looking good as well. There's plenty of favorable loot. We've got some nice backpacks and scopes as well. And of course, Fuse is on deck, and I think everybody enjoys this unless they're on the receiving end behind a small rock. So Fury are going to have plenty of engaging action. The Rampage is out as well. The Rampage is becoming more and more popular. I feel like it was notable with Abraleli, but we're seeing on more players now. We'll see what they're capable of with it as well.
Yeah, you mentioned a few shots, but man, a tasty burrito who called me off Twitter for calling it the Knuckle Buster instead of the Knuckle Cluster. But you know what? The trivia was too good from last week. If you know, you know. Meanwhile, Fuse and Furia find themselves in a fight here against Ghost Gaming. And keep in mind, there might be Premier nearby. Big 3v3. This could be massive for Furia. All up to Hackalo. Mr. Fuse himself, he's last alive, and he's going to get taken out. Ghost Gaming gets the better half of this one. Furia is out.
Well, that was a turn of events. We looked at their rotation for some promise, and they got deleted. They got put in boxes real quick. Well, that's a very unfortunate end for them after the success they had 2 games ago, but sometimes it'd be like that. They'll be out the door. They'll be kicked out the door by the likes of Ghost. That is some nice early KP. I think it was Team Sheesh we heard talking earlier about having some early KP. Just to kind of secure something, worst case scenario, because it can always go wrong.
Yeah. You know, one thing that was interesting, we saw Premier actually re-enter Skyhook. It looks like they heard from a distance the fight and they wanted some part of it. That's Premier, formerly known as Obey. Ronnie, Hambino, Crook performed fairly well throughout ALGS Season 1. And they might just be keeping a close eye on Ghost and maybe gatekeeping, maybe playing a little sneaky, much like we saw Sentinels do in that infamous clip that my man Onset had someone meme on Twitter. We might see Premier do the same thing, kind of sneak over towards this choke and wait for Ghost Gaming for the opportunity. We'll keep a close eye on it if it does happen. Meanwhile, Legacy MX Mexico taken out and fighting against ESA right now, but it looks like it's ESA blackening.
やられたー。
From
なんでそんな負けんの？
Vaxlon losing his armor very
そんなクソみたいな打ち方してんの？
Cousin, fam. Moving into the
Brother.
We'll see if they're gonna get thirsted.
エース100%だった頃、まあ移動キャラそれしかいなかったしな。オクタンゴミだったからな。
That choke I mentioned. And instead of Premier, it's
移籍してやられた。そう
actually over towards that choke. Keep in mind, Renegades, well, they drop all the way over in.
びっくり高いのは競技シーンだけだから弱体が来ないね。マジで。カジュアル勢いないし、ジーム使うやつ。弱いから。ドームちゃんと使える人いないからな、もう。プロ以外で。で、プロでもちゃんと使える人いないけどさ、そんなに。体でかいから被弾量もいいし、クソ難しいね。ハイドで殺されたな、やば。 弱体化。いや、弱体化来てよ。
もっと自由に。
弱体化来てよ。
ピクセル6。
そろそろ。
A big hat. You know, despite the fact that my head is way too big to wear hats, I do appreciate the logo.
You and I both. It's a sick one. That's for
sure.
Little cowboy.
いいじゃない、弱体化あれだって。
Keep an eye on XSET. Your winners from last week had a really big game, number 4, over G2 and Space Station. Those are some big names. They need a big game 5 and 6. They want to continue climbing the standings.
バンシステムだね。この試合はジブ使っちゃいけませんよみたいな試合があったら面白いかもね。少し。
Game in week number 3, and we'll want to keep a close eye. Obviously on Lucky over here at Epicenter, some long range poke. We'll want to keep a close eye on Renegades and Ghost Gaming as they're gonna have to make the rotation from.
でも前にさ、フェンネル主催のなんか大会があったんだけど、なんかスローバックだっけ、なんかそういうの。で、レイスパスワトソンで、まあ固定でやる大会だったんだけど。火力の左下の岩がさ、2連続アンチになったんだよ。で、2連続確か USG だっけが勝った。2連続勝ってた。まあ、なんでかって言ったら、ジブがいないから突破できないっていう。そう、アンチ外れたやつから死んでいくっていう。そんな感じだったね。移動時に何もできなく死んでいくパーティーが多かった。
One lava POI to another, and of course I also have lava fissure. A lot of lavas here in this current season. Ecstatic for next season, by the way. Escape. The new map looks very.
だからジブがいないとマジで終わる。何もできなくなる。
Of competitive potential, great mobility. I'm really looking forward to Escape, the nerf to the L-Star, thank goodness, which Onset called a gun from Star Wars. Is it Respawn's Apex Legends, or is it Respawn's Order? Either way, you like the Star Wars references in Apex.
あれだと思うけど、まあ例えばレースがバンだとしたら、まあ多分みんなオクタになっちゃうんだけど、今だったらね。
I can't wait to see the top up with the Mastiff. That's what I'm looking forward to. But also, I think just the color scheme.
でも画像時がバンだったらみんな損入れんのかな。で使わないキャラをバンしてもしょうがねえからまあそれなりにピック率高いやつしてほしいね。まあ投票制だとクソみたいなキャラありそう。多分運営側で決めないとなさそう。
That's right. Love that you appreciate good artwork in video games. A lot of work goes into art and lighting. Big shout out to the Respawn art team, lighting team.
やり込みですね。まあ確かにな。
Effort in this game, so beautiful, by the way, and shout out to the build team as well, my man. Tread, hey Tread,
okay, yeah,
the one and only. Big shout out to every single one of the Respawn devs supporting ALGS and competitive APEX as we take a look here at Esports Arena making their rotation over.
まあバンシステムワンチャンありそうだけどな。
Rotate, really wise decision because the rotate above no name POI.
ミラージュ以外使えない男はいるからな、日本には。
As we do actually have a listen and ready with ESA, let's take a listen and see how they decide to finish this rotate.
I think we Valko from this.
ローはまあ。
Just zip up and Valko. And we'll have 2 ultic cells for his next Valko. We gotta try and get in before another.
まあコットは武器性のあるからしょうがないんじゃない。
Valko.
アバンの時もそうだったよ。割と決められた武器使ったよ、みんなもう。普通に。
Go to redeploy? Is there anybody up here? Let's take it.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, go over here. Oh, of course he hits me. Pop a ultic cell right now. Here's another one.
I'll get it back super quick with 2.
We'll just slide down the survey and try and get a spot in. Do you see any free spots right now?
And we're literally on the hard edge of zone. Only half this building's in.
Donut Clementizer wouldn't be a horrible spot.
Let's just Valko from here. Do you got Valko?
Yep. Yeah, I'm about to. Yep.
We're gonna have to find a good
You not
spot
with
here.
some sister anymore.
Skittles, you can make a call
なんて
here.
言ったらいいんだ
Don't be afraid to.
I know, I just don't know what's free because
I'm
I know.
reject now.
Just do it. Yeah, just do it.
ノート3シスター。誰か英語頼む。わかんねえ。今、リジェクトに所属していますって。リジェクト now. Yes, リジェクト。
Fuck it, go on. Land right
September
here.
join in reject. Yeah.
Go downstairs. Go downstairs.
September じゃない、なんだっけ。9月ってなんだっけ。September じゃない、なんだっけ。
Just show here.
9月。忘れちった。
This is not a good spot.
誰もわかんないか、9月の英語。あ、セプテンバー待ってっか。誰もわかんねえか。
Let's do it. Let's do it.
And they're watching us. We need to scout and make. They're going upstairs now.
Okay. We
We
faked
need
them out.
to make
We faked them
sure
out.
one person needs to check for a spot, and it's got to be one of you two because you guys have movement / bub.
I think we just tank through zone. We tank through zone, take zip up. I don't think they can fry us.
It's totally safe. They can't shoot you like walking.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Are we sure that it's free over here?
I think it is.
There's a pad right here.
ジャンパーがあるよ。
Well, this is a full.
奇襲ですか。
This is a full sin. Pad in. Pad in.
Go! Go! 3, 2, 1, go!
We're in. We're in. We're in.
おー。
This room
There's
sucks.
a
By the
team
way.
here. Let's try and get this room.
Yes, I'm English. Let's go. Let's go England to Japan. Yeah, England.
I think it's possible.
Oh, there's a window right there.
Beckham.
I think they're above us, right?
David Beckham.
Yeah.
I have to waste Bub. I think we push it.
There's a team back here too.
Yeah,
I
we
think
don't
we
want to be on
push
this
it.
side, I don't think.
Alright.
You ready?
Yep.
Go, 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 go.
大丈夫か
They're in
え
there. They're gonna go back. Go back. Go
Okay,
back.
never mind.
Go
Go
back.
back, go back, go back.
危な。危な。
There's a team outside the wall. Remember.
敵いたぞ。
Get killed through the window,
Alright.
dude.
This is the window.
でもちゃんと合わせてんね。3、2、1、GO って。
They're
Wow, they're
gonna-
close.
いいな。
Could be a G2.
だからそれ大事やな。いくよ。せーの。
Right here, it's
で
totally
っ
safe
て。
right here. If you
I
ever
know,
need
but
to
we
battle.
don't want
I
a team
know.
to climb up.
3、
and
2、
look
1、GO って。やっぱ3、2、1、GO 大事っすよ。
Breakers, traps. Remember, this window's open. These barred up windows aren't. You can't shoot through.
日本の教師にこれ NA だけどね。
An extended listen in there, but a well worth it listen in. So
English.
much to
English
gather
いきま
from
せ
that
ん。
listen in. James, what'd you take?
Well, they're very methodical. They're not
グリー
afraid
リッ
to
シュってなん
take
だ。
risk.
わかんねえ。
You know, there's no bickering in the team, which is great. The communication.
リリースはこの後
They
見る。
understand the risk they're taking, but they believe in their own skill. So I think that's really awesome from them. They make their decisions quickly as well.
あ、
But,
ま
you
で
know,
した。
some part of that rotation, they didn't really have the info.
おっと、しかしアークスター使わせることに成功した。
The clues, the sound cues, and so on. But it was pretty good.
Absolutely. A couple things for me.
RNG ちまちまっていくが、なんかバルキリーがだるいだるい動きをしてます。おっと、下がらせて、下がらせることに成功。おっと、しかし、敵が強い。
A flex legend and a support legend. Obviously, in Apex, you have recon, you have all the defensive, you have all types of different classes. But in competitive Apex, it's different. The importance of those 3 roles in particular, and you heard him when they said, "Hey, one of you needs to go check for a spot." That's the rotator legend. Typically, it's a wraith. Typically, it's a bloodhound. But in this comp, you don't really have a great rotator legend. The best you got is a Valkyrie, and it showed right there. So that's where wraith is so valuable, and that's why G2 is so.
もう精度の前で打つやついいからな、世の中。
rotating players and flex.
ミサピーってやつなんだけど。
G2 are clearly discussing where teams are, but where they also have to rotate because they are not in the zone right now.
知ってるかな、あの伝説のクリップ。せーのとは。
Switching out for the close taps with the scout, and that will be enough. can get Sorcerer back
せー
up
の
unless
とは
the 3P's on the way. A quick scan to see where people are. Maybe warn them off as well.
俺のまあ再生リストになんかクリップ集みたいなんだけど、スイッチクリップ集みたいな。
As Ghost Gaming is going to pounce. Nice shot from Renegades.
やべえのか
2 or 3 right there. They get some kill points.
ミサピー側からさ、せーので撃つよって言って、あ、オッケーって言ったら、せーので撃つよ。撃て撃て撃て70って。俺がそのせーって言ったんだ。せーって言ってる最中にいきなり撃ち始めて、70とか言って、よくわかんないこと言い始めたね。せーので撃つよって自分から言ったくせにせーの言わねえの。やばすぎる。バケモンいたわ。
レノボレギオン。スタイリッシュなボディに秘められた圧倒的な
イキピ一緒にいた時のやつ、そう、結構前だね。バケモンだ、マジで。
You would expect based on where the zone ended, because there's so much cover that you're going to see a lot of teams remaining. Meanwhile, G2 on the prowl, they take out Sheesh.
ソンソンコールは違うね。
In safety at the moment, they can see the teams that are around them, and we can look at that ring. They're going to have to find another place to go to soon as 20 seconds. That ring is going to cause some problems. Well, we've got the portal being made by Sweet now. Very, very important for their rotations, but may have to be a little having a look-see. Now we'll see if they choose to engage, as I don't think they're going to be too safe in that spot.
ああ、なんか YouTube に上げてるどっかに。結構前だね、金キャニでの出来事だから。シーズン2とか、シーズン4とか5とかそんなもんと思う。金キャニがランクである時だね。
We'll take a look at Xset here on their rotate. They're going to go high ground. Need to be careful because they could get focused here.
Yeah, where are they going to find for cover? They're going to have to drop. There is a team below them, though, and Exeter having a lot of problems now. Just about remaining.
ホンダはいいが敵がいる。まあ当たり前だけど。
Look at the teams there.
また飛んできた
And he's literally just crouching behind a door. Teams to his right, teams ahead of him, teams on the inside as well. He's in so much trouble.
Yeah, that's right. Insane game number 5 here. We got 15 squads.
エナジーとこれいいな、意外と。
Go into ring number 5. It is stacked.
次ここら辺取られたらきつい。
Free drop. It's Noble. And it's Xset, I believe, out of this one. 12 squads now remain as we're on board with NRG. They find themselves in a really tough position.
このフェンス裏でなんかいろいろ耐えれそうだね。これ超えて青コン入ったらどうなんだろう。
He's not focusing us. He's not focusing us.
Bro, they might be so stupid in Balkol, and we get this for free. Anyone that peeks us here, bro, we just gotta try to green bubble as long as possible. Us, bro. Yeah, just hide. Can we come to me? Can we just come to me? Like right here on me. They can't.
確かにサクさんのこと見さっき言って言っちゃったね。
They might just fucking think, all right, we're gonna Balkol.
あの時のサクさん、アペ全然やってなかったからな。
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I'm insta bubbling when they like swing that, okay?
I feel like low key maybe what if because we don't want to bubble with just one guy. I think we shoot him first. Yeah, they're all looking the other way, boys. Oh, I think they're gonna try to play this. That's why they're gonna just play that side, and this will be kind of a questionable spot with them playing that. But they're gonna have to fight for this, and we third that. Roof is not gonna be safe. Like the roof will be safe, but it'll be like.
今日なんかインタビューみたいなのないな。
And we can jump over this wall and play right here too, boys. Over this wall, there's crates and shit with corners. That who knows? We might be able to play, right?
Yeah, there are.
スイートがスーピットバルクールドっつった。嘘。バカ、また先バカ多い。
Can I stand rocker? Because I have a longbow.
やっぱこう見ると自爆しに行ってる人多いよな、バルキリーで。まあ、バカなると。バカなんだよな。
I do not think he looked. They're gonna get exploded here, bro. They won't be able to play that. Let's just fucking chill. Gotta watch it back here. We're good on the backside. Caustic team is inside.
そうね、基本的に建物の部屋は空いてないと思って動いた方がいいね。
They're getting sprayed by hay. That's so good.
そう、なんかいるとこに突っ込んでるんだよな。いないと思って突っ込んでるやつが多すぎるんだよね。いや、いるんだよ、建物ってやっぱ。取られるんだよ、基本は。
That's not them. They have Valgibby. They're playing Valgibby Raid.
No ALGS.
And keyword
I'm a streamer now.
Going to give ult them and expect potential aggression from NRG, but for now I think they're
not the
just
player
posted with where they're at for least some time. But Good to get perspective and good to hear the shot calling from Sweet. Good discussion on Twitter right now.
おっと
as well.
この奇襲は気づけない。
About to be out of this game. It's Ghost who had their number and had their position.
サイレントで来てたのかな今。えぐNRG が気づかなかった。今サイレントで来てたのかな。
And James, what's so interesting is they got scanned by a bloodhound.
インの方がまたしゃがんで進行してきた可能性あるね。気づいてなかったもんね、NRG。
It was the last member of G2, the solo. I don't know what they thought.
ゴースト。マジやべえ。
Spotted out by Ghost there, and who had their number the entire time. And NRG had no idea. Meanwhile, Renegades find themselves down one. Pow Pow currently out, getting revived. SSG, and a great opportunity here to jump from 4th place potentially into the top 2.
Nice crack. Is he going to push behind it though? As there is an L-Star just around the corner, but no problem for Frex, who does even more. Cracking now, drops into Nyla here if he needs them.
やっぱフレックスパッドに変えてバケだプレイヤー。パッドに変えて最強になった男。
That's the controller impact and the switch from mouse and keyboard to controller for Frex.
マウスのキーボード。
Dividends. They find a full squad
話してるね多分そういう話。
6 squads remain.
キーボードマウスからパッドに変えたみたいな言ってたんじゃない今知らんけど。
Receives deep here as well, but that ring is going to force them forward into the open, into the defensive bombardment, and their shields are going to get utterly ruined. But can they follow up with the vacancy space station? They've still got a corner for the time being as that ring continues to close. 100 thieves falling to the floor. Now as the scouts are tapping for drops.
And that was such a clutch defensive bombardment who absolutely ripped into 100 Thieves, and now 4 squads remain. It's Premier with the high ground. Nice flank coming through from Ronnie, but he's going to get taken out by Space Station.
SSG がこれウィンでしょうか。確定ウィンだ。確定ではないが。ゴーストかこれ。登るとフォーカス受けるのか大丈夫か。やってしまった。しかしガスでなんか引っかかってる。しかしガス中に突っ込んできてしまうと勝てる。惜しい。
Ghost Gaming with
パッとスイッチいった。
game number 5. I called them out before the dropship.
フレックスもともと NRG であれだねエースとやってたね。
3v3 in Skyhook. It extended into all
この
the
時
way
はキーマウだったね。
north of Epicenter, where they took such great
ちょっとだけ見
opportunities
たこ
to
とあったけ
fight
ど。
ESA to then
いつパッドに変えたか知らないけど。なんかスイートがそういう話してたのは見たな。
For 26 points, a fantastic game from Ghost Gaming.
Insane. And I will say it right now, Pandas is the most underrated controller player in all of Apex Legends. He is so talented on the controller.
前期とかなんかプレデター3位とかだったよね確かこの人。超強いよ今。ちなみに超強いよ。
Former champion alongside Nicewig in competitive Apex. Obviously played with Hodzic on Pittsburgh Knights way back at the Krakow preseason invitational. He's just persevered. Every team that he's been on, he's elevated, he's made better. Such a good IGL. Playing with a young gun and
いつ変えたか知らないけどもうキーマウ以上に強くなったっていうやばいよね普通に。
performed here in game 5. That's
NRG 抜けた後にやっと変えたのかな多分。
I believe that's the first. Well, in week 1 and week 2, they didn't make it of the weekend.
NRG から SSG やったのか。変えてここまでするのやばいなマジで。そんなに期間なかったはずなんだけど。
Keep an eye. Where am I expecting the zones to go? I have no idea. It's obviously so hard to predict here as we see NRG only with 60 points. They had 50 after 3.
I love that you say only Fallout because if there's one thing that has been joking aside, if there's one thing we have learned through BR, particularly through Apex, you cannot sleep on just about everybody. Now, admittedly, there are some teams towards the farther part of the lower part of this leaderboard that I would be shocked and you make sure
仕上がってるね。
Here and I can't
Ghost game Skyhook G2 today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I love seeing the momentum kind of shift on over to momentum-based players. One of those players is the team that won the previous game, the team we're on board with right now. It's going to be 6 Panders in Metro. And I love what Fallout said about how he thinks that Panders is one of the most, if not most, underrated controller player that we have. The guy's been doing it forever, actually. He's
確かRPG のコンちゃんもさ、なんか予選の時に1回だけなんかパッと4日で仕上げましたと言って大会出たね。パッと4日間使っただけで大会に出るというやばすぎるマジで。そうだったわ。今までずっとキーマンあったりパッと4日やっただけで大会に出るからな。やばすぎるんだよ。マジでやばい。
Okay, where are we ended up? We going big Mord or we going Geyser, Tom?
I'm sending my team Geyser, 1000%.
I'm going big Mord. I'm going big Mord. All right.
You know, that's why we can't team together anymore.
This is true. We'll just sit in the choke. We'll have a nice chat about things, and we'll decide that we're both right, and we'll sit in the choke. But for now, obviously, teams going to be moving towards Geyser. Maybe some teams will take that risk of going towards.
いい敬礼なんだっけわかんない。
Once again, Tom, not for the first time
でもやっぱ試練行くんだ
today.
ね。
It's a zone that splits decisions, right? It's not a clear and obvious second zone where people are thinking, oh, it's this POI. There's always that little bit of doubt in the back of your mind.
We had that zone in the EMEA region, and it favored over towards the big mod side. So realistically,
多いな。あと別にいいんじゃない。俺は別にいいよって言ってる。だから CS は強いよって話もする。CS はマジで強い。勝てないもん。
Yeah, really starting to get aggressive here, and you wonder if that's NRG who might be.
CS だってプラチナ隊にバンバンやられたりするからな。やばいんだよな。
Some shots being exchanged as Frex is going to take some damage as well. Bobble goes out, but Frex is 1 HP. Is that 1 HP? Is it half HP? I don't know, but he hasn't got much time to work with.
パッとやめたけよかったって言ってた。
Warning shots coming in from SSG, and they said, "Hey, you want to warn us? Don't worry, we'll finish this fight."
This fight is so early that I don't think they're worried about getting third partied, and they got that player down to just a sliver like you talked about. Rocker finally ends up using that bubble. There's the re-knock back onto Frex. Nathan with the bait and switch. You'll pay attention to whenever you're taking damage here, you don't want to take flesh meds. That's exactly what Nathan's thinking. He wants to utilize all of his armor that he's going to be making his play.
パッとにはエイムアシストあるけど、キーマウンなんもねえんだよな。だって今 APEX 始めようっていう人がいたらさ、もう絶対パッとおすすめするじゃん。まあ APEX だけのことを考えたら100パッとのは強いって言えるじゃん。でもキーマウ別になんもねえじゃん。キーマウで始める利点がガチでない。キャラコンあるよとか言われても初心者にキャラコンなんか教えるわけないし。
That allowed NRG to get superior height. Mainly Nathan going and taking some really good angles that caught them off guard in space station.
今はちょっと初心者設計ないね。マジで。
And they really got punished for that going out in 20th place. Meanwhile, Unlucky taking control of one of those chokes over here, looking over towards the geyser and also controlling a little bit of the no-name and fragment area. A good spot for kills, but also a little bit of a difficult spot to hold as the teams start to filter the way.
Well, it's Halloween tomorrow. The players channeling their inner vampires right now because everyone's looking a little bit bloody.
キーマウンのストリーフがあるとは言っても、それ使える人ってやっぱクソ上手い人だけじゃん。でもエイムアシストで別に誰でも使えるじゃん。でもむしろまあストリーフなんかでエイムアシストは強力っていうのはまあわかるけど。まあちょっと前に話題になったのはやっぱプロがエイムアシスト使うのはどうなのみたいな。
Yeah, going back and looking at that leaderboard, Energy was sitting in first place with 60 points. Behind them was G2 with 49. Space Station Gaming was at 47. So realistically, G2, ESA, and Ghost are the teams that
デバイスのがある。ああ、確かに。コントロール確かに決まってるな。おっと、CC がいじめていくが、しかし、アクサがうまい。これはうまいぞ。うまい。君やっぱうまいな。ドレーフしろな。消えないんじゃない。やば。プロシーン分けるほど人がいるんだよな。
and managed to sneak round the corner, but it looks like they've managed to stabilize.
I think it was an L-Star around the corner. I think it was a little bit of Star Wars action like you were talking about that ripped him down so much. And then Nicewig was down to a sliver of HP as well. Scary moment there for Team Sheesh and their fans, but just one team fight is all they need to potentially bounce up literally 5 points. That is a big difference right now for the accumulative leaderboard. Sheesh doing everything they can over towards this Geyser side to lock it down, but you know, door griefed this early. That's not a good sign. You can see only 2 cells there for a prize. Meanwhile, G2 playing very late over towards the edge here, coming in with some pretty decent armors. Looks like they're just going to be chilling.
いや、APEX だけならパッドでもう100%。
Just for a second at least, we can pause and catch our breath because it has been somewhat of an electric start here to the final game of the day. Maybe with teams thinking, hey, if we want to push ourselves up the leaderboard, KP is the only way we're going to be able to do it. 100 Thieves.
キーマン難しすぎるよ。
Looking to poke and looking to prod away at Sheesh. So these two teams really are.
APEX 移動速度も速いし、当たんないよ。
I wouldn't want to be a hall monitor within this building.
Yeah, keep in mind that this is the first team wipe that we saw Sheesh get in game number 2, I believe it was, where they took him down. Meanwhile, they're going to get out of there. They are going to ditch and go towards the back of the Geyser, over towards the Pills area where we've seen a lot of teams.
おっと、エナジーが追っかけるのはユーリアか
Meanwhile, Energy, they're out for the second fight and they could be out and ready for their second elimination.
So he's going to have some good lines of sight as well, but he's not going to shoot at the moment. He's trying to separate these two.
やはりヒューリアでした。
So smart from Sweet. It's the small.
しかしロッカーがアンチダウンしまう。
It's going to be taken down, and even though the angles were taken by Sweet, the bullets were received by his teammate, and now NRG.
ファイヤー！これはヒューリアやはり最強。あーっと白露剣。なんと白露剣。あヒューズの前では NRG でも勝てないんだよな。そうなっちゃうよな。
Just taking a ton of damage right there.
やっぱそうだよな。
Super quick. Furia eliminating our first place team.
ああ。お前。
It might be RIP Bird in just a few seconds because his two teammates have been eliminated once again. There's just nades, there's carnage.
俺 CC やられた
He's only got around 30 HP.
CC ぶっ殺されたこれ
3 off because Renegades now move in. And I tell you what, this has been the center of activity here, this building inside of guys. Death boxes everywhere. And to be honest with you, not a lot of success for a lot of teams.
Success for Sheesh because they got out of there. I'm pretty sure.
なんちゃった
So,
まあとりあえずここ取るね俺 RPG ハウスレプリケーターの前取るのが一番安牌だよどこが取れるかって言ったらね一スルって結構怖いんだよな広いからさ防御されるいつもエナジー何してたんだろうね単月のアンチだとこういうムーブすんのかな
Skittlecakes popping a couple of cells to get himself back up to full HP before he repeats these angles.
I bet Skittlecakes wishes that he had that Nox gas grenade still as we get a look at that zone. Still 50-50, but remember, the EMEA games earlier, it bounced down over towards Big Mod, right underneath where that platform is. So that's a
バトルはまあ状況になっては勝てるよプロに
how many teams are going to make their way over there. But look at this. A team over towards Fragment, 2 teams over towards Fragment East. They're getting some shots down on a Valkyrie Reader.
状況によっては
Couple of chokes. There's 3 chokes that you have to make it through over there. And you know that Geyser one's going to be taken. So how else do you rotate into Big Mod? When you look at the zone, there's not many opportunities.
I'm going to have to see where that zone does pull. But at the moment, Tom, it looks like you owe me a cookie. Just saying, okay? I'm just saying. Looking like it's favoring Big Mord at this point. G2 making their way through this tunnel, and they're moving towards Lava City at this point, trying to approach this zone from the south side. And this is something, again, we saw in EMEA earlier that brought quite a lot of success. This light or southern rotation from Edge has worked out so well for so many teams, as long as there's nobody that comes in behind you, because you can play with your back to zone, knowing that there's going to be nobody, unless Furia take that route, which we know they haven't, who might sneak behind you.
I think that's why they're going for the high ground right here. Let's hear exactly what the thought process is. We have a listen in with G2.
Left. It'll be hard.
Behind.
Man, I don't put it past him.
どうどんのこれからかとりあえずからキープしてまああとでポータルでビッグモードか多分ビッグモード先に取っとかないと厳しいよなまあ相手のとこわかんないけど
We're not going to third shit.
建物先取んないと取られちゃうからな
We got a really good spot in next zone too. That little fucking cart is open. Yep. This one. Green.
Have the RV?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Team out here as well.
石つぶて打ち合ってんな。
I'm holding
Cha-
those Zeeks as well. We could hold that until somebody pushes that RV and then we'll
あ、
third
C しか生きてんじゃん。
Hold what? We're gonna go for this little fucking. Yeah, we get up to the cards.
So G2 just trying to clear their backs at the moment here, Tom, making sure that nobody
一部の
rotates
プロ
away
だけ
through that
そんな
tunnel.
こと
These
ねえ
little
よ。
things we didn't really hear it in the comms, but you can see it in the gameplay.
No doubt about it. Also staying within Q distance there for the phase. In the kill feed, you also saw it's going to be Team Sheesh picking up some extra kills. So they're trying to climb up that leaderboard and see what they can place here when it was all said and done. But Esports Arena is sitting pretty over here towards the big mod. And we were just talking about this while we're listening to listen in. How interesting would it be if you could actually drive this thing?
Yeah, it certainly would add an interesting dynamic to competitive Apex that would be immediately removed, I'm sure. But for Esports Arena, this is a situation, and this fight is going into episode 3 at this point, and that is the end of my Star Wars references for now, because it's been constantly going on, this battle between these two teams inside a big mod. Nobody
ビッグモードアンチあるよ。
Nobody being able to get that knock, but now
ここら辺はあったね。
move forward, and it looks
はい。
like
あ、
Esports Arena
こ
might
こら辺もあったか
now
な。
it's time to go.
They've been dancing for quite some time. We've heard the rotations. Let's hear what the listen is right now for this fight. Let's jump on board with Esports Arena.
I'm holding it.
They're gonna swing through that side.
不思議だよこれ。
They're coming right back to my side. I'm taking the stairs. Batting.
バトリ
Fuck
ン
that MP fucked me, bro.
Fuck me, bro. あ、ガス死んだ。いや違う、うんちだ。
Another team is Valk ulted in. Come to me, Skittles.
Grab my pinner.
I did already. Go down low.
Nice. Go to eggshell.
Eggshell's probably still there.
I don't think there is a team there. I looked at it.
Team is portal below.
Come to me, Verhos.
あ、起こせるのでしょうか。
You have Valk ult?
I do.
いけるかもしれない。
We're probably just gonna have to have Valk ult for it. I mean.
Yeah, do it. Just do it. You're good. Bucko, I think you do it.
レベルわかんねえよ、もうそんな。見てても。見ててもわかんねえよ。
I saw you scan one.
Alright, you want us to go back?
Yeah.
Going into this room right here.
Don't go all the way in. They're up there. He's on that door. You just saw him.
Across?
今のは M しやすい。
It's on that door.
まあ、キーマウでやってたらそうかもしれない。ゼロの状態だったら絶対パッとだよ、もう。
I think we need to just play
Just
out
wait for
here.
eggshell. Yeah. Wait for eggshell team to get a fight off.
Come outside.
Wait for eggshell. Look. They're fighting eggshell.
One down.
ファイティングヒューリア
We saw the end of that fight, and it's still going to go on.
ヒューズは
17 by the time we're done with it, but G2 versus Fury
おーっ
is
と
going down at the moment, and Design
フーバックかこれやっぱ大江バックいくか
trying to get back some sort of health.
ナッコーナッコーで引いていくレース
Cluster coming in is going to force him to jump into the
これはどんまい逃げれるか逃げ切ったが
try and survive.
Salt has got the bub though, and they get to some safe haven just for now. I'm not sure if they're
やっぱ
going to be
強
able
え
to
ヒューズ
get that banner, but Fury is just going through the teams at the top of the leaderboard right now, taking down energy.
まあ最終試合だからな
Dropping one player on
最終試合だからね
and they're looking for more blood. ESA currently down a player as well, so you know who's loving that? The rest of the lobby. Ghost Gaming, they're already eliminated, so this is going to be a difficult run for G2 if they want to take.
いやナッコ
Well, Fury are the team.
キンヘル持っとけキンヘル
G2, and I almost said it tongue in cheek earlier.
回復しろお前
Imagine if Furia come behind them from zone. Well, that's exactly what happened. And Furia took advantage of it. They managed to get
回復しないの奥さんいけナッコ追い打ち
Oh my word. Hakulo is weakening
ナッコ追い打ち
as once again we hear
ナッコせる決意
those shields cracking. There's the knuckle cluster going in to try and finish off a little bit more flesh damage. It's not going to happen.
青ま
Furia just going to stabilize here inside a dome.
Also, remember that Hambino threw an extra little bit of defensive bombardment towards the way of G2.
ナッコせる決意
Really help out the case as Furia continues to just try to be such a nuisance over here towards the.
キンヘルもらっとけキンヘル誰か持ってんだろ
Towards that platform eventually, it's going to be interesting.
アンチがあでもさっき逃げた2人のパーティーのところにナッコをしてたら取れそう
They're going to bubble towards the edge.
Skill Cakes and Verholst, the
パス
last
ポッ
one
トつけ
live
てる
here
よ
for Esports Arena, but the most important part of that sentence is the word alive.
中
Still existing inside of this top 13 team.
G2 をいたぶるナッコですか？しかし当たっていない。
Demise of Design Fault, but
さあどこ取ろうか。取れるぞ。建物は取れるぞ。ナッコで取れるぞ。
And all the teams are going to be looking at them, especially G2, understanding that that's Furia and that's the team that took them down, because not a lot of players understand that it's just a duo sitting on over towards that trailer unless they stand back on board with a lucky, some nice shots there from Casellas. They're going to have to make a move very similar to what we saw from NRG do in game number 1. Let's see if they can find some open spot with a Valkyrie all here. Prodigy Ace is going to have to make a serious move, but they may have to do it with the bubble being down from Senpai.
We're going to have to fight soon because they've only got 15 seconds left on this zone, and that team is going to hold them out unless they can find a position to hit that redeploy over the mountain. The skyward dive might be an option, forcing this team might be one who also have to move because, as I say, it's going to be tough to get into that zone. I'm sure there's a team holding isn't going to be the first option for them. It looks like they're going to try and chase them down here.
They're chasing a little bit closer to the zone, trying to third party this while still waiting for their redeploy to come back up too, but G2 is sneaking around.
Unlucky チーム、これは厳しい。
Coming through with the serious damage, but unlucky.
ナックル食らったらダウン取っています。
They're just grieving themselves. Senpai has the bubble down. They have to make their way towards the zone. This is round 4. It's
たまらない。これはたまったか？たまったが絶対間に合わない。これは殺して終わりだ。これは割り切りっすね。どんまい。無理だこれ。ウルトがたまらなかった。ナッコ足の目。やばい、臭い。何してんだ。なんとかしろ。なんとかしろ。
Yeah, he's just ripping over towards the window. He's
やめてー。死んじまった。
They haven't gotten duplex to be able to get respawned yet, but they're still doing a great job inside a big mod for Team Esports Arena. Renegades on the outside looking in. They are on the edge of the zone over here. Still alive with 2 players as well. You can see what Ronnie's doing. Cambia's been playing phenomenal too. Resulta and Gentrify picking up some kills along the way. That's going to be X-Set. A great Q as well. Question is, where is Resulta? The dome is down. The cover fire is there. Nice job by G2.
俺に使わせてほしいな、ヒューズマジで。絶対うまくやれるわ。あいつより絶対うまくやれる俺。
to take it. Those points are vital, especially with NRG going out so early in this game and picking up 0 points, or should I say, only a few points on their way. But Esports Arena now still holding things down. And when we last saw them, which was some time ago, they lost that player. They looked like they were on the back foot. They looked a little bit discombobulated, but now they're inside that top 8, and now they might be able to make an approach on this end zone.
Definitely a possibility too, especially when you do have Skill Cake still here with the Nox gas grenade. Still chucking out barrels left and right. All of Lazarus just hiding on the very bottom of Big Mod. Another team coexisting on the roof. They're going to go for a crazy redeploy. This is risky for Esports Arena, but they got to do something.
ラッコーレンド不足。ラッコーレンド不足ですね、マジで。
They survive for now, and they're going to be using that
Valkyrie
just to scan the area, find anywhere they can play. Can they land on this ledge to buy themselves an extra 15 seconds? It looks like that's the play as well. The Nox gas will be huge for them here.
あれー、ナコー。ナコーがすると。終わったー。G2の餌食。
They don't have a bubble, and that's going to cause gentrifying is in the vicinity. He's
全滅。
301. And keep in mind, ESA, that was only 4 points.
強い。あー、引っかかってしまった。引っかかってしまった。
He's not done yet, Mark.
Momentum on the side of G2 as a duo, just the two.
すごいなんか感度高いなこの人。
KP being picked up, and Gentrify is playing some of his best Apex legends.
Making sure that they're not getting pinched, watching the back. Look at the spray coming out. 50 right there onto the gold armor. Has 2 batteries, 1 in the backpack.
ゲンちゃん感度。
But Resulta is just there.
しかし弾がない。
Whenever he needs a bubble, he's gonna be there. Whenever he needs an arm shield, he's gonna be there as well.
待って、ジムもたまねえじゃん。やば。打ちすぎた。
4 kills ever since Designful has dropped.
ナッコーがする
Love
と
to
っすよ。
see just the little mini plays that they're doing to get to this point to begin with. How they started on over towards the eggshell, made the way.
あー、打ち切っていく。
Such a good job.
しかし、フェンス裏からワンチャン出るのか、弾がなさすぎる、これは。いや、漁りたい、そのボックス。いや、しかし、もらいすぎた。あの箱を漁りたい。欲を出す。欲を出してしまうと、おっと、なんか別派が来た。欲を出して漁るか、耐えるか。
EMPs being used, bubbles being used as well. They're still in the safety, and they have the closest safe haven into the zone as that starts to.
いつ全員パッドかな、わかんないけど、2人はパッドだね。ジブはわかんねえ。
as he can. This has been such an impressive game here from Gentrifying and from G2 from the position that they found themselves in.
誰ですか、あなた。
Catch some prey, no,
あ、殺した。
someone Resulta will pick up a kill as well, and somehow G2 as a 2 are looking dominant in this end game.
They can use this portal at the very last
ちょっと間しかありません。
towards there, but not only that, there's a box if they want.
オールパッド部隊、あ、そうなんだ。
Yes, it's on the controller, but what a job so far from G2. Gentrifying saying,
しかしいいとこ入った。
we're going to continue to put it up over towards
コーナーに入っていく。いや、しかしちょっといじめが。しかしヒューズじゃない。あーっと2人が突っ込んできた。いやー、早い。その突っ込みは早い。おっと、完全に振り寄ってる。今日初めて見ます。なんてチームでしょう。ニンダザールみたいな。ニンダザールみたいな。わかんねえ。今日初めて見ました。おお。ダメついた、消えた。消した。消滅した。なんか消滅した。いたら消したっつってた。理由は知らねえ。キュリア6ポイント。あっちゃんわかんない。
Are we?
NRZ.
3 letters, Tom, equally as deadly.
63。
They started off so hot, Kate. Keep in mind,
キュリアは
47 points after the first 2 games. So things started to slow down just a little bit for him for the
これ本当？キュリア12位まで落ちんのこれ。
In game number 1,
本当ですか？
so excited for NRG and their fans for what they're going to be capable of.
今6ポイント稼いでたけど。
No stone was
本当かよこれ。
Every layer of
the 3 teams who have performed well today at the top of the leaderboards, right? We should, of course, take into account that we have another day of action and some of these teams haven't played, so haven't had the opportunity to put those points on the board. But what a turnaround. Where have you been? Well, now in second place. That is a huge turnaround for them.
限定品でございます。皆さん概要欄から買ってください。YouTube の人は3日間限定ございます。Twitch の人はコメント欄にびっくりイベント取ってください。
Here it is, 10 player. Actually, you know what, Onset, I'm going to have you answer this question. How is it that the teams, since we are now through our 3rd round of
宣伝です、宣伝。宣伝できます。あ、お気に入りです。見るか。
They still showed.
But I'm happy to be the man.
Last week they performed well. Week 1. If one individual on that team can do some damage, can really have that high damage output, allow the rest of the team to pick up those kills, there is no reason why they can't just steamroll this lobby. It's something we've seen in both NA. In that if you are winning your 3v3 engagements and you're winning quick enough before the third party can come along,
今日限りでございます。3日間限りでございます。
it goes south when you're having those elongated fights, when you're not able to pick up those kills quick enough, another team comes along and sweeps you off your feet, and then they probably get third party, fourth party.
3日間限りでございま
someone to be
す。
hitting hard do that damage, and then just get on with your game.
Well, here go Torrent then. They're on the rotation, just looking across how they're playing as well. They've got Gibby, Caustic, Valkyrie as their composition here. So you can see what their plan is. It's going to be as quickly as possible. Copy and paste, and you're on Roller Theory's composition as well. Exactly the same legends put together. They're playing to the north side of Trials at the moment, just over where Liquid are pretty close. So they've got to be careful that some shots don't come down from high ground. And now we have CLX just chilling, and they're chilling for quite some time as well because they're inside.
この服のデザインの話なんだけど、なんか昨日そのデザインした人がいて今喋ったんだけど、なんかリジェクト側からなんかゴッド感出してくれみたいな感じで言われたらしくて、ゴッド感出してくれって言われて、大仏になったらしい。笑った。めちゃぶり、ゴッド感出してくれって。弟なんかアパレルのデザインやってた人がリジェクト来たらしいね。そう。
There's not much cover, there's not much buildings, instead it's a lot
of
natural cover like rocks and whatnot, usually exposing you from one angle. So you kind of have to play your back above you that you have to try and hide under some sort of crevice. But you really need to put enough presence to the teams that are going to be pushing from that one exposed angle to ensure it's not going to be easy and free.
昨日なんかリジェクト周回あったんだよ。
Into the upper building now in launch site, very good position to hold down for quite some time.
いや、まあスタッフの人とかなんかいろいろ選手とかいて喋ったんだけど、ヤマトさん来てたんだよな、昨日。ヤマトさん来てでしょ、喋ってたわ。
Now, if we take ourselves to other lobbies,
ヤマトさんやばいね、あの人マジで。
they're one of the strongest teams in the lobby, and there's some teams they can maybe target.
どうやばいかっていうとね、マジで。あ、悪がね、悪い部分がガチでね。人間には光と闇があるんですよ。ステータスで言ったら。で、ヤマトンさんの話を聞いてるうちにちょっとやばいね、マジで。いや、ヤマトンさん違うよ、なんか、ただ来てただけだね。呼ばれてきてた。ディレクトじゃないよ、デトだよ、まだ。いろいろ話聞いてたんだよ。マジで光 100% 男だった。マジで。マジで光 100% 男だった。俺の印象では。ヤミトンさん、闇なんてねえっす、マジで。もう光なんて生ぬるもんじゃねえかもしれない、マジで。太陽でしょ、太陽。ヤマトン3だよ、マジで。ヤマトン3だよ、マジで。太陽、ヤマトンっていう感じだった、マジで。マジで。マジで、そうなんじゃった。なんかその、いろいろ喋ってるから、パブ G モバイルなんでやってたんですかみたいな。聞いたら、なんかいろいろと喋り始めて、まず、なんか最初に解説呼ばれたらしいんだよ。パブ G のね、そのモバイルの。でも俺やってねえし、解説なんかできねえよみたいな。やったら失礼だしみたいな、なんかそういう話して、それだからパブ G モバイル始めて、なんか視聴者とかに解説しても申し訳なくならないようにみたいな、そういう話してたな。でそっからまたちょっといろいろ話して、まあアペの話とか。して、そしたらまた。まあ選手ってなんかあんまりブランディングとかなんか宣伝とかできねえじゃんみたいな。あ、そうっすねって、そういうのは俺がまあ少しね、まあ、力になってあげれればいいと思うんだよねみたいな。だからそういうこと言ったら、あ、神なのかなって。 クソ真面目だったよマジで。クソ真面目だったよいろんな話したけどマジで。
We kind of worked out that what the next stage and what the next step is for Cloud9. They're going to go for a wide wrap towards launch. I haven't got that information from Beacon, trying to avoid that center zone push, so to speak. So don't.
前にさなんかスタルさんの切り抜きかなんかでさどっからなんか3メートルぐらいの信号があって横断歩道があってそこを赤信号待つみたいな行かないですかみたいな、いや誰が見てるか分かんねえからみたいな止まるみたいなそういう話思い出したわ。あやっぱ神なんだなと思ってやっぱ神なんだなと思って。
very much exposed themselves to one area of the map here. So they will probably move from the
but
for now, they're just trying to take as much of this particular little area as
3メートル信号で渡らんのみたいなスタルさん言ってたの思い出した。神だよ神。神だよ。
You need to have a plan B. You need to have an area
深い闇。深い闇。
And they don't have to move just yet. Elsewhere though, there is potentially a little confrontation that could go down here, but looks like both teams will be more than happy to cohabit for now.
デトロイトはあれ面白かったね。1秒で殺すみたいな。それも見たわ。パブ上げるよもう。ガチでヤマトの信者になってしまうぐらいやばかった。いやなってしまったらもう信者だけどね。信者っす。信者っす。いやマジで神だぞ。で最近なんかアップ始めてまた心真面目な話すんだよな。まあ ADS の感染とかしないんですかっていう。まあそういう話聞いたんだよ。いやでもそういう話来たんだけどみたいな。やっぱアペやってなかったからちょっとやっぱ視聴者に申し訳ないかなみたいな。またそういう話始めて。いやいいっすよ別にって。脅かさなんて殺せとかしか言ってないっすよって。別に解説なんかしなくていいっすよみたいな。そういう話したわ。あらす。おうまそう。Push, push, push!
Outside is where we're going, or just outside where I was thinking right at the start of the game when we got that second beacon information. So it's going to be an interesting one.
確かに、500バックの開ける配信なんかめっちゃ人見てたよね。1万とか言ったよね。
A little bit of a scrap in the open towards that end game. We're going to see Cloud9 now. This is the wrap that I was expecting them to make. We heard it from their
just
making sure they take
だから今アペあとなんか人と今やってない理由とかはなんか弱いからみたいな言ってたな。やるのが申し訳ないみたいに言った気する。なんか強くなってからやろうかなみたいな。誘われるけどなんか断ってるみたいな。そういうこと言ったわ。謙虚すぎる。マジで謙虚。やばいよ。
You could be one of the teams who takes a risk and you could sit down for quite some time. If you are a team who's rotating in late, for example, you could say, hey, look, let's bank on it.
愚かさんの公式配信一周目チラッと見たけどマジでリドルが画面になった時に殺せーとかマジそういう感じだったからな。愚かさん別にまあただ観戦してるわけね。解説とかしないで殺せだったからな。面白かったマジで。逆に面白いよ。やばい発言。
A spot of bother, to put it a nice way. Imperial Howl down. Reps in Snipe down gonna have to do a job now to try and stay alive and ensure that TSM don't go out. The Cloud9 are coming on in, and they get the wipe.
My word, that is C9 waiting for the opportunity and taking it, and that just adds another level of interest to the C9 versus TSM story. Cloud9 1-0 up.
C9
gotta be careful the third party. And Zach so at what cost was the push onto TSM? As now Albrelli has to pop the bat. Naughty has to try and survive as well, and it's a 3v2 for C9 to try.
TSM 死んだ。
You've got to do what you can here as the two, and Mona's going to be the team pushing in.
なんか強いとこ一気に死んだくさいな俺。
TSM go down in 19th, but it means that Cloud9 go down in 18th after their push, and I guess that's what everyone will be looking at when we get out of this lobby. They'll be saying, what happened to TSM? Well, C9
あ、
happened,
ケンちゃん
but
と遊んでたみたいな言ったな。そうだね。飯食いたいしてたね。
In our first game of the day. Inside the first 3 teams out, TSM and Cloud9. What an opportunity it is for everyone else in the lobby. The likes of Sentinels, the likes of Liquid. Earlier on as well. What an opportunity this is for them as we see Absolute Monarchy now moving up and trying to take this space. And having cleared out both TSM and C9, they're going to be feeling on Cloud9, excuse the pun.
And I think the reason why we saw those engagements happening by Dome was for the reason I was talking about, that to taking that risk in case it does pull away towards the lava next to Dome. We have seen finishes there. We know those finishes do happen. And also it was one of the air quote safer rotations away from the rest of the lobby who are going to be moving naturally towards launch site. So sometimes your big brain play isn't necessarily as big brain because the other big brains are also making the big brain play. It becomes small brain. I think that's what
昨日の集会なんかちょっと前から決まったんだけど、あ、PUBG モバイルが優勝してって感じだね。なんかそういうのもあったね。
about so many teams at the moment because you are getting to that stage now, Pro League, where every single game, kill, point matters. For all of the squads.
いや、PUBG モバイルなんか7人もいるらしいんだよな。すごい。7人体制。やばくね。
For now, they really need to string together a kind of a lengthy run of
めっちゃ人多かっ
performances
たわ。
as they now make their way up this hill and they're going to be moving towards the opening of launch site.
Well, let's be a fly on the wall with senior service. Let's see what they have to say.
しかも多分だけど、この間買って1億円かな。
I'm done.
I see Hyatt, yeah. We need to figure out where to go after this.
What we play for after this is we play
1億円だったよ
low
な、
down
確か
range,
賞金。
alright?
Okay.
Is that crevice in, by the way? I think crevice is in. You know the crevice that we always try to
モバイルすごいよね。
It's over
We
there,
can play
yes.
it late. We can play it late.
Yeah, but we have to play low. We have
Do
to
you
play
want me
low
to-
ground.
Do we want me to pad to low?
I think we're gonna have to pad, but you have to
モバイル。
Yeah, of course.
めっちゃ人多かったよ。
Pad to the left and then
Yeah,
try to
we
take
pad
that
out
choke,
left.
and then and then hit the geyser and then fly into that choke
You're
point.
gonna need to hound ult for this, but don't do it right now.
I don't have handle. I popped it.
Okay. I think when we immediately take it, we're gonna need to hug the wall closest to lava siphon. Okay.
Watch your backs right here. Like as before we cross.
Yeah. We're gonna have to hug the wall.
I'm just gonna follow you.
Yes, we're gonna have to hug the wall on the left side. I think.
The zone's coming, so just.
I think we go now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
My
Go on
padding?
pad. Yeah.
Just follow Davis.
APEX 部門は選手3人とコーチ1
No
人
one's。on the side. We're good. We're good. We're
Getting
good.
up.
Yep.
I think yeah.
We're good here for now. Just need to watch our angles right now, okay? There's just scissors in them above us.
Watch your height.
残念。残
We're
念。
gonna need to work
ヒューズ専門。
once you have
もう
power,
ヒューズです
right?
か
We just fucking use obviously, but
He's gonna get in a zone close. There's a minute 30
yeah.
that takes
Yeah.
pad, right?
Yeah.
Team on the.
When you get it, we're probably gonna have to pat up the hill.
Do you want me to
We
constantly
might-
scan these guys or save scan?
Yes, you scan them. You definitely have it on cooldown.
It might crypto
They
aim.
And no, yeah, we know we're
EMP
below.
push.
They are definitely gonna do something. They're probably gonna look right.
Well, everything seems pretty cool, calm, and collected for these 3 gentlemen at the moment. Senior service. You don't want to get the seniors too excited because you know what that can kind of cause in the lobby. But a good rotation from them, Dan. The plan was played out and they executed it to get inside of that zone.
Yeah, just have to be careful. A team is now above them, but we move elsewhere because there is a bit of commotion happening towards the dome areas. Absolute Monarchy involved in a bit of a fight as well, and you can see
やっぱその1億だよね。
PUBG
PUBG モバイルで1億円やばくね。
But still, elements of launch site still involved as well. 44 seconds until that zone will be moving. But for now, Absolute Monarchy probably have to get past this team if they're going to get in the circle.
1億はやべえ。言うて何人で負けるか分かんないけど。
Ultimate is going to be used. The Nox gas gets
化け
thrown
物だよ。
behind to zone off that team. On top of that, look at the damage that's coming in for the defensive bomb.
アペモバイルは流行るんじゃねえかな。
So Absolute Monarchy using all of the utility available to clear as much space as they can as they now turn their attention to their west side to see if they can pick up some KP.
So the eggshells in the very south
モバイル流行るんじゃない
are going to be one of
スイッチは
the
クソだけど。
positions. One team already resides in it, but Absolute Monarchy still in a kerfuffle right now.
なんだろう、アペのプロリーグとかなんかできてもおかしくなくない？
Ever so slightly quicker. I don't know if they've got the Valkyrie ult available to use, and even if they do, would you want to use it when there's so many people staring at you right now? You're just going to get ripped out of the sky.
They are, but they also have managed to pick up one knock. Scissors goes down. Sleepy Panda doing so well, and now the push comes in as it looks like Absolute Monarchy might be able to come out of this alive.
絶対両方不幸じゃん、こんな。
They will fall. It's double ooh on the other side of things as we now jump over to Monas, who are in a really good spot. Look at the top left-hand side of your screen. You've got two players inside a zone, and you've got a little bit of vision in front of them.
モバイル今すごいよ。
Still playing around this area as well. Have the barrels down, but have the zone closing behind them. They'll be forced.
もう全然知らねえけど。
Yeah, look at the amount of teams that are being forced forward, and you're forced into lava. You're forced into just hopefully a rock that you can hide behind, or a little cranny that you can hide within. But it's not going to be particularly helpful. Sentinel's just getting absolutely drilled at the moment.
モバイル流行るよね。荒野コードもそうだし。PUBG モバイルだと第五人格とかも。
southwest of the circle, but it is going to be out in open area.
モバイルスポーンじゃないんだ。あ、そうなんだ。
No longer going to be safe.
So them down. That will be SXG eliminated. Complexity doing some good work as well as they pick up that kill. So you have Complexity, you have Sentinels, and another team.
確かに早く出した方がいい。Started.
That is Torrent. We said how important today was for them. It looks like they've got the KP. Can they get the big place?
名刺で名刺。
Sentinels have a team above them here, so they've managed to find a little crate they can hide.
内緒だ内緒。
You are very vulnerable to grenades, and they've been scanned by the Bloodhound. So this is a very terrifying position. Torrent, they're in one of the priority spots right now. On these eggshells, they're holding out various angles.
今週は頼むよ。
Could be a target. They could be a focus point.
でオーダーやってる人がなんとかしてほしいね。
They're not careful, so you need to play around all the scenery that's available to you here. Use these eggshells, use these loot pills to ensure that you have as much cover as possible.
でオーダー役がバルキーじゃないのか。それは難しいね。
Torrent try and hold themselves down inside this eggshell. Let's jump into a listening and see how they execute.
Watch the portal. Can you get gas?
They're getting pushed. They're
Okay.
getting pushed. Keep anchoring them. They're getting pushed.
Get gas on portal.
It is. It is. I had to bat.
Flash. Ready flash. Two took it. One took it. One took it.
I'm fine. Batting. Ticking on gas. Ticking on gas. Rapping. Rapping. Rapping.
One's knocked. One's knocked. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me if you can.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
He took port back. He took port back.
ラグ。
Watch that. Keep watching that.
Nice.
Keep knocking. I'm betting.
I have no ammo.
We have a team holding off that side.
No ammo. No ammo.
Other team on right. Valk ulted.
ユリスノーアモって言ってんだけど。
Come
やばい。
Come to my pill.
そこは強い。
Come to my pill.
I'm in you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Surround us with gas. Surround us with gas. Don't
right
peek
there,
them.
too.
I have bubble in 3. I don't have
They're
PB
arcing. Arcing.
on me.
They
They
use
wasted
two arcs.
two
They
nades.
use two arcs. Gas. Another gas.
Go outside shell. We have to go outside shell now. On me now. On me now.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm
On
with
me
you.
now.
Right here. Right here. Right here.
Ultra save.
Torrent managed to escape for
た
now.
だね
They
こ
are
この
still alive.
ここだけ滑んないって言ったね。
Inside of the eggshell, but you can see
ドーム
Valkyrie
そうドーム側の滑んないって言
They
った
kind of had no other choice, Dan.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward positions where you're just going to be drilled from above if you're not careful. So we saw the gas barrels joining them. We saw the arc stars, and they were in a little bit of a vulnerable position. And you can see two of them have been knocked in the feed, as well as two Sentinels members also down at this point. 5 squads left, but we know 2 of those squads are pretty weak. A team that's not weak, however, Complexity. They're getting kills in that kill feed. Monsoon gets one more. Torrent, I think, have just lost RKN and
Yuri's
Bill,
up.
so this really has not gone too well for Torrent. Unfortunately, the eggshells were good, but not good enough.
ユリ死んだ4位か。
Strong performance from Complexity, and just look across the board at the moment. We know that there's not too many people alive inside of this zone, but 3 of them have the name Complexity before them. Monsoon, Shiny, and Reptar moving forward. Senox on his own here, but you can see there's one other team still inside of this zone, but it looks like a tough position for them to play as Complexity are looking hungry for more KP.
Yeah, it's CLX, and they've just lost one as well. Senox falls, and at least it was a bit of KP for CLX, but you'd imagine that Complexity should easily wipe the floor with them here. It's a 3 versus 2, and it's inevitable at this point.
Monsoon just making sure that he keeps eyes where he needs to. Moving forward now, just playing this one perfectly. They might not have all of the information that we have from just overlooking all of these fights that have been going on. So for Complexity, it's a case of just making sure they make no mistakes. And one of those mistakes, 8 missing shots, and that's what Monsoon is doing as Complexity
対戦したな。
You see the leaderboards, 22 points, 10 kills as well for the Cole boys. But I had some concerns early on when they had that early position, which was kind of in the middle of nowhere. They managed to rotate team to team, win.
Surrender. Them and through the Group A versus C lobby here as we're going to jump on board with Complexity. The exact opposite story for Complexity. This is a team that's been together for over a year, staying loyal to each other and sticking with the same roster despite a poor showing in the LGS champs. You'd love to see it.
Yeah,
they know
what they're trying to play here. Epicenter, as they are going to be able to find their way in. And do my eyes deceive me?
ラバー側
What circle? What
ラバー側
circle
修
is
正
this?
来たね。ランパートの強化した時に
Circle for the first time.
修正された。
Sunday, we have a circle that is not pulling on the south side of the map. You love to see it.
ハロウィンしようか。
Circle. What's so interesting about this, Vicky, is generally speaking, I wish I had the full stats to kind of back this up. This is, my synopsis, my quality.
中落アンチか
But Complexity tends to struggle a little bit on circles that pull north. They are an edge fighting team, which means they like circles that pull far because they can play edge, they can take fights, 3v3s, they can win those clean on rotations. But this one's obviously going to be pulling right next to them over in No Name or Respawn Village outside of Fragment East. A good circle for TSM. I'm interested to see how TSM, Complexity, and C9 all play this here with Torrent, of course, to their right and Overlook.
エペモバイルゲーム性違うの？そうなんだ。ちょっと触りたいけどな。
Next to the drop spot that we just saw TSM land in, they're maybe thinking, all right, maybe the circle pull here this time, but not going to be the case. They're just making their rotation before figuring out where they want to go here. But I like what I'm seeing for that next circle. You could also imagine No Name potentially being contested for that beacon. You saw some squads already.
アペモバイルさ、やっぱ、PUBG 比べたら簡単だから。あれそうだけどな。
G2 in this lobby is going to be dropping over in Thermal Station. So that's a max pull for them. It's going to be a tough rotation. But again, that's also a team that likes to fight. Great arenas team, great 3v3 team, because some controller players in that squad. So that's actually coming from Thermal on the far rotate. And you feel right. They don't necessarily have a set place that they
アッシュアンチ読めないから割と微妙っちゃ微妙だね。
which is one of the beauties of this pro league. Meanwhile, enough of that. We're jumping on board with TSM, FTX, as they actually find themselves trying to rotate early.
あ、このコースにしてんだね。
And they decide not to. They're going to pull back.
戻したんだ。
Just decide to post up and set up in Fragment East.
This is what I was wondering, if they were going to be able to try to overcommit and try and take that beacon, or has it already been contested before? And I'm wondering here if that's what TSM thought about before making the rotation right back towards Fragment. That's interesting, though, because that also implies that TSM want to play this a lot more passively, and for a good reason, too. Looking at the way that they've been doing as of recent, they want to make sure they can capitalize off of any sort of positioning and points that they could gain within the second game.
なんか飛んでる。
Decision here. They find a team directly.
やべえ、なんか飛んでるんだけど。
Right into a listening with TSM. See how they play this.
I'm gonna go in train station too.
Bloodhound on the ground.
TSM の報告だ。言うて暇だけど。
Bloodhound's cracked!
What's on cracked?
Gibby's almost cracked.
I'm killing this fucking guy. There's another team in diner now. He's running open here, boys.
わ、いいタイム出すな。
Cracked on diner.
We can't do anything now.
Cracked the Gibby. Hit him
How's
again.
it?
He's low.
I'm getting shot from top diner.
Just
get inside. We can't do anything now.
He's getting.
I'm 6-1. That was my arc star.
He still hasn't crossed yet. He's waiting for a bubble.
Did you not have scan right there, Snipe? No, I just scanned the team that was in diner. We have to go west and loot.
アペモは射撃練習場を変えてほしいね。ドローンの距離把握してないのやばくね。
Purple armor under the bridge. Blue heavy mag.
You should start looking under the bridge, Snipe, when you land.
Okay.
Just to double check. It spawns a good armor all the time.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so interesting listening there with TSM. You could tell they wanted that fight. Hal trying to make some plays, trying to play up on it, but a good job right there by Knights, who drops Fragment West. Just
じゃないと思う。使うチームあるんじゃない？その構成だったら。
So interesting stuff here, and it seems like TSM decides to continue.
ガス多いんだよな、意外と。
Playing just across the bridge from Knights, who will be dropping there. Just those two teams dropping west and east of Fragment in this one. So expect that matchup to continue as we have Complexity early rotate. Look at this position that Complexity finds here in Respawn Village. That's a great spot for COL.
Look how many squads have already made their way over here. A squad already hogging the building where the beacon is located too. It looks like there was a fight that was going down. And look at complexity with this loot. They have 2 golds, 1 blue. They're sitting pretty comfy here. And Monsoon's not going to have any issue being able to have these gas barrels up in time to just hold this for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so complexity well positioned. You saw Torrent also finding a building there. I'm not sure where Knights ended up. So I'd love to check in with Knights and Cloud9 here. They, of course, also dropped on the other side of the map. Cloud9 dropping in Climatizer. Not sure where they C9 looks like they're still trying to find their again, C9 is a fighting team. Obviously, when you got Stay Naughty, Controller God on your squad, my Greek brother from Florida, they're going to try and take some fights. He's playing Bloodhound, they're playing Octane. They're not going to early rotate, right? They're going to play over.
翻訳そのメインのとこしか見ないけどね。残りのキルシュとか見ない。全然。
Because they don't have to worry, again, playing the dead side of the circle or the side that's less occupied. They don't got to worry about getting flanked. They're going to see if they can find a fight here.
And while they hold that sniper
翻訳動画実際今後も翻訳するだけで稼げるからいいな。
Just trying to play this a bit more passive aggressively, almost kind of in comparison to the way that TSM was playing that at first here, and C9 are
動画編集めんどくさいけど。
Yeah, it looks like they'll be able to do that. Luckily.
すごいな。
They'll get that uncontested.
あ、そうだ今日。
Knows that C9 plays the north side, and everyone knows that C9 likes to take fights, so no one's gonna mess with that.
今週週末ぐらいから動画編集者にやってもらう。
They might have that for an armor swap later potentially if they want it, but good job, all 3 of them.
話してきたわ。編集者とスタッフでリジェクトの。
If possible, we'd love to also take a look at the map and just kind of see how other teams are.
収益どうだろうね。全部もらえるんじゃない別に。何人のクリップもしてるから。別にトリム100だと思うよ俺。
Posting up over an overlook, they should be content just holding the setup.
Yeah, C9 usually coming in from Climatizer, just looking at their backs to make sure that they're not going to get sandwiched when they do make their next moves for their rotation. I like the way that they're playing this patiently. Abralili just on the high ground is going to be able to give that insight in from their 6, while you have Stay Naughty still looking up ahead at no.
新シーズンはこんだね。損が増えてるから多分無理だね。シーズン。
Charlie Phoenix now coming out of a fight, it seems like actually putting in some damage.
連続じゃないから多分100もらえるんじゃない？
Overlook what's happened.
Yep, Charlotte Phoenix lands launch site in the far south side of the map.
あ、俺の切り抜きチャンネルも一応五分五分でやってた。あ、最近忙しくて切り抜きできないって言ってたけど。
There's so many teams that have the potential to rotate through here. Sentinels obviously playing Lava Siphon, probably have already hopefully made that rotation. Oxygen playing Harvester. SXG playing Thermal Station might make this rotation through.
で切り抜きやってくれるだけで結構ありがたいけどな、俺的には。お金も入ってくるし、宣伝してくれるし。
Wow. We can actually see some of these squads that are right here. Look at that. And the fight happening by the choke point by Geyser, as we saw that squad just before we saw the map here. And look at where the circle is going to get pulled to.
加藤純一切り抜きし、絶対取るでしょ。
Outside of circle, they're right there by the border. They're going to be able to get some extra loot before making their way over.
Yeah, there's always going to be those 1, 2, 3 or straggler teams who just like to play in zone, like to play really, really slow, loot up, craft if they have a chance to do so. I loved that quick view of the map here. There you go. We talk about traffic jam. Here comes the fight. Charlotte Phoenix in a big one against Cruz, and they're going to get taken out all down to Cody last alive for CLT, and he is going to turn around, just try and Kobe and Arcstar and get taken out. CLT eliminated already.
Shots in every direction. What do you do in that situation? You had your get off me option right there with a jump pad, but with so many squads already holding down that final position, it's going to be so difficult to go in for a safe rotation, especially passing by that choke point.
Yeah, so that one. Charlotte Phoenix was going to be a traffic jam. They ended up getting caught in a fight. But it looks like Moner's having like a long rotation now. Be flanking, I believe, Astral and some other teams. So as they potentially enter the fray here, let's go ahead and jump into a listen, and it looks like they have a team nearby.
11%. They're
coming up the zip. One Mida came up here. Can we get scans? Pop your ult.
Yep.
There's only 2 here.
I don't have it
yet.
I got
One's on the left.
Wait, where's the guy on the left?
I hit him with
I don't know. I have to sell up. Give me a second.
One's in the roof.
After bat. I'm not in the fight. Back up a little bit. They're gonna push on that. They're gonna push on that. You're by yourself.
Race cracked.
Almost broke.
プライレックスやばいよな、マジで。優秀すぎでしょ。
Ulted them off the roof.
They bubbled, they bubbled.
I can scan after this.
40 on one, stunned one.
Okay, okay.
Look at Gibby, look at Gibby.
Yeah, I'll drop.
15歳で英語ペラペラやばくね、普通に。
I'm getting the roof.
Backing up, I almost broke Gibby.
I'm on roof, I'm on roof. They have ult though.
Push up, we're a unit, come on.
Oh shit, accidentally fell.
Gibby's really hurt. Broke one. Yeah, butterfly.
Where?
Getting on their door,
In the building.
Do we have nades?
Get second story.
We're in.
I'm inside.
Give me right there.
Jimmy!
Is theirs or yours?
Don't let him portal out. They're trying to portal out.
I will.
That's 63 perp. He's the only one here.
I was rushing up here.
He died. Come back. Another team.
Dead.
ペッパじゃないか。ペッパか。起こしちゃえばいいね。ナイス。
Come inside, come on. I had to take your armor slot.
We can eat ring.
It's good down here, it's a solo. Wait, you got res. Okay, I'm backing up.
Come back.
Love that listening to the rookies of ALGS. We have Moaners, 3 players who have never qualified for an ALGS championship before. They just started playing together in Season 2, switched to PC in Season 7.
いのに誘われるのかな、どうだろうね。実際16になった日本チームから声かけられそう。
They were a great arenas team that converted to BR and, you know, candidly,
ライレックス普通に YouTube も人気だしな。
have just been grinding their way to the top. It's been fun to watch this young squad, the trajectory of this team. Aiden from Canada, one of our few Canadian players, and they're looking good so far here.
でも若いから騙されそう。悪い大人に。契約とか怖。海外から刺されるのかな。ピングがあるからな。ピングが高すぎるからな。ドラフト1位だね、日本だったら。絶対取りてえわ。絶対取りたいだろうね、チームを。数字持ってて強いとか、最高でしょ、もう。倒せる！ロングワン抜いていく！
That was absolutely insane. They're wasting no time. They had the jump pad ready. They're going to be able to fully send it, take the advantage. A 3v2 now. Sync is going to be going in. He's going to get the second down. And he left himself open in the redeploy. And they finish up beautifully. There was a 19th squad to go down.
That's called playmaking. Single-handedly right there is Wicked and Synced. AKA Sync would get some great shots on that Valk. Dropping the Octane. Single-handedly knocking 2. What a performance. Of course, the team follows up after that. Being from Synced is next level here so far in game 2.
That was so intense, and they did it so quickly too. That's the highlight right there. They got the knock and immediately
were able to
dive in on that, wasting no time because they know there's another squad right in front of them. So that's key for Sinus, please. And now they're going to be able to take control.
年齢制限なかったな、もっとなんか。
I wonder where this ring is going to go. If we can get that intel. That'd be so helpful right now because all these teams in Fragment might get forced further to the east. If I had to guess, I think this is going to be a continued.
なんか PUBG モバイルも18歳って言ってたな。昨日。
Very unpredictable. You jump back on board with Moaners. We talked about them earlier. They decided to rotate all the way through geysers, and this is obviously a difficult tunnel to traverse. It's almost like a dungeon to get through. You gotta get through the first boss here. They got a team in front of them.
REJECT の PUBG モバイルにさ、なんかフィリピンの人いて、この人はクソ若いんだけど、今17かな。18歳から大会に出れるんだけど、まだ18歳じゃないから出れなかったっていう話。REJECT 入ってたっけ？忘れた。
When that moment comes, because then it's just going to be an open hunting ground on Moaners.
That's right. Controller.
なんか最強らしい。次世代のホープって言ってたわ。次世代のホープ。留学留学なんかしたくねえよ。この生ぬるい日本でプレイするんだよ。暖かい環境でやるんだよ。
now coming in, rocking the Bloodhound Octane that has provided Knights so much coverage in general when it comes to closing in this gap.
若くて強い人多いんだよな。
Bloodhound is ready here for Guild, but they're just holding the building. They want to see what's happening before they make this rotation because they're going to be forced to in a minute and 25
with
seconds.
Knights here, Fragment East, Asura. Playing in Fragment East again. There's a couple teams that we saw nearby here. One team's gonna be right in front of them. Not sure what squad that is.
行きたいと思うよ。
As we got Asura from
プロゲーマーするために海外行きたいと思うよ。俺思わねえわ。思わねえわ。絶対思わん俺マジで。
Respawn Village, but this is such a difficult area. I'll call this Death Valley in this game because there's gonna be so many teams nearby. TSM found one death box, and it looks like they'll be okay for now.
I'm back in this. I get to see everything going down. We get to also see the Kraber coming in. I was actually talking about a little bit to myself, I guess, here, that we don't really get to see so many Lobas. So to see W still rocking Fury on this Loba, and now having I like this composition because we don't really get to see this too often.
Former My Little Phony squad that really had a Cinderella story at ALGS Championships and group stages. Looked really strong. Has slowed down since. But look at this. TSM finds himself in another bad position here. Hal is out. That's not the player you want knocked right now. I don't think they'll be able to get the res. Snipe Down's going to have to go huge. And it looks like they're going to have to try and maintain reps in Snipe Down against the wall.
Oh, we do not want a repetition of what we saw in game 1. TSM in trouble. They're going to be able to get this res.
TSM がでもブラハいるな。戻したみんな。ガスルトが
We talked about the 5 rookies in the lobby, right?
これ突っ込んでくんじゃないの
been here before, but Luxford and Crew, a rookie to ALGS, and Moners, Aiden, Rockney, and Demi. So far, the rookies have looked great. Welcome New Blood to the ALGS, taking down.
太陽さんすごいね。実際。まあ俺はあんま知らないけど。
I love to see this.
あれプロやるために行ったの太陽さんって。オーバーウォッチ。
having some squads drop down. Sinus, please, keeping it up. They've been racking so much KP too, and it's nice to note. Not only is TSM out, we saw Team Liquid drop down first. Charlotte Phoenix is gonna be meeting them back in the lobby. And this is looking intense with the circle closing in. Round 4.
確かに国内に競技があるために行く必要ないね。別に。
Is an absolute bloodbath right now as you see the kill feed get lit up. Knights looking for opportunities to get some KP on this rotation, and here we are with Cloud9. They were playing Overlook. They get their way in the fray here as they're going to be fighting. Good shots being put in. Oh my gosh, Zach Mazer is a freak. He's going to get one but gets knocked right after as we jump on board with Torrent.
The way that they just played at the bombardment, putting in so much pressure. Knights are now trying to desperately go for a shield swap. They do so successfully, but the bombardment finishes off both his teammates.
And C9 is out. One member of Knights alive. And I just want to point out real quick, you wonder why TSM did not rotate early to Respawn Village, right? They play Fragment East. They're the closest team to Respawnville. They could have gotten there ASAP. Instead, they decided to stay in Fragment when typically the zone does pull a little bit more to the east. Not sure what the decision-making or reasoning was there, but the fact that Complexity got there first all the way from the north side of the map and Epicenter is a bit surprising, but that's neither here nor there. Let's move forward. We got 13 squads remaining. Torrent alive. Complexity, I believe, still alive as well. As Uris of Torrent find themselves
実際海外でプロゲーマーやるために行った人いるのかな
I love how we were highlighting Torrent at the start too. They weren't
全然知らないわ
the last 2 weeks. Meanwhile now, not only after game 1 were they in the top 7, but now they're here.
絶対いないなもう
They are able to hold on to this building, but they know that there is another squad underneath them. So they need to be careful. They don't want to try to overextend here. They need to watch out for that squad, or else that squad is going to overtake that same space.
And it looks like Complexity in that same position as well. I told you how much fun Complexity listen-ins are. Well, do we have a treat for you? Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with Complexity.
すごいなこれで海外行くのやばいなマジで
We could go early too.
Going pills.
I'm down to go early. You
モンスー聞くわ
Shit on 181 on Caustic.
Okay. I'm going early. I'm going early. I'm going early now.
I'm gonna stay. Jump padded onto the roof too.
Oh, they're all Valkyrie things. All Valkyrie things.
I killed one off the Valk team.
Okay, nice.
I'm jet bolting our east.
They landed on our roof, guys. Landed on me. On behind
me. I'm bubbling.
Mine, one res, shiny.
Res.
1 sec.
We have to.
Sticking.
Okay.
Let's get away from the window.
More barrels
There's
if
a
you can.
bomb on us, man.
Yeah, there is. There.
42.
Got one.
I'm down.
うまい
I'm in a bub.
おいいドーム
I'm shitting on on the other side. Like so many
fucking
kills.
This one. 1 HP killed. I'm dead to Caustic gas.
Okay, come to me.
I'm coming to you. I'm shielding for you.
ガスが
Kill this barrel, Mom. Kill this barrel.
One's out. One's on us.
That's fine, it's fine. Just put us, Mon.
That's it?
You live. Res, go. No, I'm holding above, you're fine. It's from the window. It's just above. They're caustic gold and gas. Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Gas 多すぎだろ
might be able to get bubble off here.
Come down for me. Hold, just hold.
I'm living.
Alright. Move.
I'm dead to gas. No, I'm not. We're good. I have full shield. It's through the middle. Careful, don't play my corner. Break that, break that. Oh, fuck. I'm fine, I can heal through it.
Heal through that bitch.
Check for movies,
ガス多すぎやばマジで
I'm dead. Can't heal through it. Yep.
Come to me.
I am. I'm here. I'm against the wall. If they shoot, if they gas, you have to break it.
混雑しすぎだなこの家
I'm
や
just gonna
ば
have to fight this team in front.
Yeah, you're good, man. Might be an alcohol here, Brett. By yourself. Facts. No, I'm dead.
やばい
It's just insane how comfortable complexity is being uncomfortable. One of those uncomfortable positions here is Monsoon.
ガスおやばいな
You never know what this guy can pull off. Reptar gets knocked again. It looks like complexity will be out here momentarily. Monsoon with the shield swap doing everything he possibly can. Can he go insane? No, he gets taken out to the hands of Lou, who's nearby. We have oxygen. We have sentinels. We still have Sign Us Please, who's been looking near perfect so far.
Yeah, that was really funny to watch. Also, Monsoon just dance around his own caustic barrels, and Sentinels have the Kraber in their hand, and they are also peeking the dome.
ドーム切れたらこれやばいな
Stop
めっちゃできる
Down, he gets the crack 123. Left in the Kraber.
両方死んだくさい両方死んだやば
Each player just a hair, a centimeter away.
家下全員死んだ
Of sight, and Sentinels just gets to watch it all from the scope of their Kraber. What an end game this will be. Let's jump into a listening with Sentinels and hear their comms.
裏多いな増えたな
He went above us. Okay, I'm bubbling on the right side over here.
なんだあいつ
This is dropping in above. Give me that crack. Keep going. Crack two. Try to stay alive. Nice. We got second. Good shit. Nice.
2位でいいみたいな感じか
Knights will be your very far, Vicky. They came
After that, 9 kills next to Sign Us Please, except Knights, they take the victory and they take those extra 12 points, setting them up with 21 points after that game too.
Yeah, that's a big game for Knights.
家超やばかったなガス落ち多すぎだろやばマジで中継早っ
Not that big of a gap either between 4th and 5th place, 24 points in comparison.
おっと TSM が最下位ですかこの時点でおっとあの最強 TSM が
Dropping over. The thing you have to hope for right now. Instead, it's all about trying to think about where you're going to go and how you're going to get into this zone and where is that zone going to be.
I just want to jump in here and I want to say I'm counting that as a north zone. By the way, I'm counting that last zone as
the
a
previous
north
one.
Zone.
Oh yeah, definitely.
100% a northern zone, just to give my brain some sort of parity and restore some sort of.
あの TSM が最下位ですよ
Like you're saying, where that zone is going to be pulling, it's going to be just a classic loot path here for Knights, who are going to be feeling really, really good. Obviously so, after the win in the last game and the way they managed to do it. And hey, order is restored. We're heading back south. It's southwest this time, as we do have some Harvester involved and some staging down. Train station also maybe a little bit of an option if we do see one of those funky pulls towards Thermal Station. We'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the northwest side of Harvester. That little snake area is one of my favorite positions to hold with a circle like this. Harvester in general, pretty good because you should be able to stay there for quite a while, but with some of the janky pulls we have seen, and the fact that this lobby does seem to like to go for kind of against the grain positions to try and avoid other lobby members, maybe they will go towards the staging area that way. But certainly this is going to be an interesting one. Plenty of areas to reside in. We should get a healthy lobby going into like zones 3 and 4. There shouldn't be too many teams eliminated, but at the same time, after a disappointing couple of games for some of these teams, maybe they'll look to try and play a little bit more aggressive.
There's a pad coming in from CLX here. Just going to hit this balloon to continue on their way. And there's something almost like symbolic about Monsoon playing Caustic and running around with a hammer after the first 2 games, because he has just been smashing people to bits down. It's been really good to see Monsoon back on that kind of form where he's just not missing those shots, and I'm sure he's been doing it, just not getting the results alongside his 2 teammates, which of course we need to give Guitar and Shine all the points in the world as well. Can do it alone, as we all know they contribute so much to Complexity's success. But to see Monsoon in that last game, the damage he was doing and his survivability, yes, Caustic obviously helps that, but I feel like the hammer was a great symbol of that.
Yeah, the Caustics have been extremely important in both EMEA and NA. I think there was 7 Caustics that I counted in this lobby. The main difference we're seeing between NA and EMEA in terms of is just lack of crypto. There are a couple here or there, but not many too prevalent. We are seeing plenty of Bloodhound as well, and I think there was 1 fuse that was involved. I think Mercy only was playing a fuse earlier, so there was a little bit of variance here or there, and a few Octanes sprinkled in, and not many Wraiths. We saw lots of Wraiths in EMEA, but one of those Wraiths is here and now on TSM, who have gone back to their tried and tested composition after going with a crypto idea last week. Didn't work out for them, but they need a game here on set. They need to step up, and we need to see the TSM that can win these lobbies.
And we know their fans are going to be very excited to see them pop off in this game as well. So TSM fans, hold on to your hats, because it's now or never for these 3 gentlemen. But they do have a really good spot here. It's a spot that you may see to rotate out ahead of everyone else in Harvester. Start to stack up as that zone starts to close.
Yeah, it also gives you a little bit of natural coverage as well. The ridge above you, you can use that to protect your east side, so then you can just focus on but you know, when it gets to that situation in the late game, usually there's 3 or 4 teams that could be staring at you once you exit a building as well. So it's about delaying it to a point where you have got into the last 10, maybe last 8, and then you have to push out. It's very handy in those kind of scenarios, so we'll see whether it does pay off a little bit later. Here's our game winners from last, and maybe Knights are going to be involved in one of the first fights of this game.
The scan comes in to give them the information. They're actually going to back away from this one and head out north, back towards Landslide, where they might be thinking about just taking their time around here and playing for that next beacon as well, just to get that extra zone information. You can see that they have the beacon for now, but when that zone closes, they will have the option to do so. Hit it again in around 3 minutes, which we're seeing a lot of teams do at the moment. Not playing Valkyrie though, so the rotation won't be as simple as maybe some other teams have. The team who's on the vault tunnel though, here at the mining pass, is Sinus Please, and it seems like they want to jiggle and they want to poke and they want to see if they can get some damage down and continue on their rotation. Look at the kill feed though. Reps picking up a knock. That's going to be onto Complexity, as Complexity seem to have just fallen over.
Yeah, that's 2 members of Complexity down. Make it 3. Complexity wiped off screen. A combination of TSM and others to ensure that Complexity going out game 3 here in first place, or well, first place to be eliminated. I guess it is last place effectively. 20th position. That's not going to be a tough. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for them, and they certainly going to be looking at that one. And I'm sure I'd like to see how it happened elsewhere. Absolute Monarchy also in a bit of a kerfuffle right now.
Stompy's having to hit that battery. And now there's going to be someone wide swinging. However, he's got a teammate looking over his shoulder. Some great shots coming in.
ゲンちゃんのオリンパスのクリップやばいね。あれやばいな。今見てもやばい。でも視点がやばいんだよな、ガチで。ゲンちゃん。もうずっと敵が中央にいるもん。マジで。モニターの中央に一緒いる。開いちゃってんだけど、やば。
A 2v3 doesn't quite happen, as it looked like Stompies did manage to get the win there, and Absolute Monarchy will survive, but that looks scary.
Yeah, that was a Halloween fright if I've ever seen one. That was a trick or treat, and I thought it was just going to be entirely a trick with no treat whatsoever, but Absolute Monarchy just about surviving. I think they would have probably had their hearts in their mouths throughout that engagement when they saw 2 of them go down. The last doesn't matter. A distant memory now. They've got KP, and they progress, and they hold this area of the map, which they may think is going to be quite a vital one indeed. It was one of those fights where both of them were kind of flexing their chest.
ガソジーなかなかの外役だよな。実際外役だよな。
The first knock proved to be
攻めれねえ。
Back over to our previous
建物。
in Knights, and it looks like they are
建物限定だけど割と。
Got 2 players up on ultimate height in the middle as well. So Asura just playing a little bit away from his teammates, which you would expect on the Octane. Has that ability to stim back and get back to help them out should there be that requirement from him. But TSM are just going to be chilling for now. They're not going to be under too much fire. For now, it's going to be about leveling up Evo shields, doing the damage they need to. And Hal's got a pretty nice loadout to work with as well. He's got a fully kitted R301 here outside of that barrel. Gold mag for him as well. So they're looking pretty comfortable. Tore down on that low ground as well. That's Torrent. You've got Sentinels up on the high ground. And as you can see, all these teams just starting to stack up on each other. Fallout said it was like pancakes. And to be honest, I have to agree with him.
Pancakes. We also need to see where this next zone goes then. We're going to get information soon as round 2 begins, and
Harvester
now we can scan the beacons once more. Of course, for these teams already in Harvester, it's going to be difficult to get a scan of the likes of Crypto.
広いから移動が大変そうだけど。
Have to sit, wait, and wait for info from other
建物多い
teams.
かな。
Sometimes you see info naturally by other teams rotating across the map.
マップ見るとでかい建物が結構あるよね。
We don't, so perhaps we have to follow suit.
でかそうな建物はいっぱいありそうだった。
Of course, in Harvester, so a team that will be able to pick it up, and there's the information for us. So, as predicted, it does move slightly towards the vault.
ボケるガス管がいいや。
That TSM are currently residing
クールダウンが短い。
plenty of that bridge over by staging as well. So all the teams who did predict
20秒
this
だか
kind
ら
of
な。
area will be more than happy with their current positioning. The teams just on the outside of staging.
クールダウンあとガスの噴射時間も長いんだよな。12.5秒。長すぎる。
Nearer to thermal and train station, there could be a little bit of congestion down there towards the train track.
フューズ、このグループいないね。
Lost a couple of players to knock, so Liquid in a little bit of a shambles at the moment. EA up on this tracks though, overlooking staging. I should say more than overlooking, just dealing out a huge amount of damage. Switches to the PK.
PK ぶっ放してるわ。
Cut that shot to see if he can get the final damage that is required. Depressor will there to get the knock though onto Pastillo. And Astro Esports are trying to make their way across staging, maybe towards zone.
キューズだー！いたわ。
Have managed to get one of them back on their feet.
やめて！
He's going to have to pop this Phoenix kit, and the question is, can he get it done before?
さっきバルキリーだったんだけどな。変えてきやがった。ちょっと何してんだ。
They don't have his banner at the moment, Dan, and Liquid are getting shot from multiple angles here.
Yeah, it's just about
いたわ。
desperately trying to survive at this point.
変えた。バルキリー構成から変えやがった。
Retrievable, and I'm starting to wonder
分か
whether
って
even
んな。
surviving is
ナッコはしろ
going
め。
to be a possibility here because there's so many eyes on
しかし
Liquid right now. They have at least been able to get together, so that is gonna kind of task one completed.
やられてるんだけど。
Ensure that you're a 2, so at least you're at your best strength when you get into an engagement, but we'll see whether actually they're able to survive a little bit later. Cloud9 have also got a couple of KP.
無理やり入ってもさ、やられるからな。体力有利でも。棒立ちみたいなもんだからな。ガス食らってる時って。
and decide to go back through the vault
マジ
late,
で
but they
強い。
already know a team is in vault, so it's going to be a decision as to where they want to rotate and how they want to do so.
Well, there's sharks in the water for Knights now, and it's Cloud9 having just picked up those KP onto senior service. Let's jump into a listening with C9, see what the next move is going to be.
3x, so smart. Good shit, boys. Good KP.
We don't
That's
have
what
the
we do,
time.
bro. Just play third, bro. Play edge.
Play from our side. We have to play our side.
Good shit.
All right,
Good
let's go.
call.
We have to go get a
Let's
spot
go for
now.
yellow thing, right?
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
It's
They
storm
probably
2.
know
We
we're
could.
coming.
Hang on. It's zone 2. We could get beacon and landside.
Yeah, I think we do that, and then we can still come this way if we want.
Is that clean never pad in there, bro, by the way? I just wanted to play passive and angle them because of that spot they were at.
I kept asking you for a scan, and you weren't giving me.
I know, I
Don't
ran
go over
obviously
the play that already happened yet. Don't go over the play that already happened.
You're right, you're right.
Fuck up.
Right.
I need to look for energy on this guy.
They both had light. It was light and heavy.
Heavy. たまねえのか?
They're shooting us away here. They're not gonna let us get beacon.
Alright, so
Well, they're octane Gibby caustic. They can't even hit the beacon.
Yeah, they're just holding us. I mean, I'm down to storm fight them. They'll lose their spot.
Yes.
Locking up with you. They'll probably just go tunnel, man.
Are they on a crazy heady? Like, is this unpushable?
Gibby right there. Gibby's on the heady.
Can I slide down to the right?
They do have a blood. It's not a caustic.
やりきんのかな?
I'm not
No
sliding
connects.
the wall. That's a horrible idea.
帰ったか.
I'm very certain I saw a caustic in barrels, but
no, the caustic was a knock guy.
Keep in mind, we have to go far, by the way. Like, there might be a team holding in snakes, so like this might be weird. Should we? We might as well just hit zone 4 and frag. Yeah, I was gonna say.
we have a pad right
That wouldn't be bad at all, because then that snake team, if they are there, will never expect it.
here.
Wait, look.
おっとおこしっているキルポチャンス
We let them touch the floor, right?
Yeah.
Don't kill the Valk yet. I'm chasing the Valk. I'll chase the Valk.
Yeah. Not you play for kills.
撃ってくるやつから倒せば1ポイントプラスだぞこれ
You better be better than that kid, bro. Fucking much better than that kid.
He's flying. There's nothing I can do about it. He's flying up to you guys.
I just no-regged 5 times. They fell pit.
I know.
I dropped on them, Naughty.
You
I am as well.
me, Naughty?
Hold on. I'm on a kid. I think.
They went inside.
Can you scan, bro?
I two.
中にいんのこれ。
I have to heal as well, so like I don't know.
About got a full heal because she.
I'm on a med kit right now. The Gibby went that way.
And if you want an
スキャンしたらこれ分かりそうだけ
how
ど。
many decisions have to be made at the top level of APEX
あ
Legends
ー
in
バレてしまった
We've just got it from Cloud9. First it was okay.
よし、俺ブラ回復が。
Secondly, I'll come back to that thought in a second as Voltic will go down.
え、間に合わないぞ。
Okay, let's hit beacon.
あーっと、ワンダウン。
Fourth beacon inside a fragment, and then let these two players land before we take down this solo because then we get extra KP. So much to talk about and so many decisions being made by C9.
Also, one thing I picked up on was their ability to ignore the fight that just happened when it comes to it's very easy as a team to say, why did we do this? We didn't do that right. And quite rightly, the IGL just saying, guys, stop it. Let's focus on the next fight. We can talk about that after the game. And then also they had the whole legend composition thing. They thought they were going up against potentially a caustic. They thought the other team couldn't do it. Anyway, fight happening.
Wow, great shots coming in from the wingman here. Sinus, please.
Looking
to put a couple of people to bed, and they are going to do exactly that. And that's Knights who are playing on the other side of this vault tunnel. That is a big, big win for Sinus, please. They now have complete control of this tunnel. They don't have to worry about their backs, as that zone is going to be doing the work for them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what caused Knights to suddenly push into that. If you look at where the circle is, they could have waited outside of the tunnel for a little bit longer, but perhaps they were a little bit concerned that C9 would come in and sweep things up or would come and pinch them if they weren't quick enough. Difficult to tell because we didn't see the
この洞窟出るとき大変だよな、マジで。ここに敵いられたらマジで積むからな。この上がマジで強すぎる。
And really does show you can go from kind of heroes to zeros just in a couple of games. Knights from first place down to 18th. And again, another demonstration of how difficult it is to find consistency in Apex Legends when the zones don't necessarily play out how you would like.
Oh, I said that C9 were sharks in the water a minute ago. Well, this isn't sharks. This is letting people know the scan comes in from both teams. C9 deciding to rotate here through this mine pass. And having seen Knights just go down,
しかしアンチ入れた C9 こうなると挟まれるのは向こう側だぞ
Albrelli is having to pop a battery, so you would say HP advantage maybe to their opponents, but C9 have got around 15 seconds to make a little bit more damage. And then they're going to have to go forward. Here's the bubble. Thermite goes in as well. People up on top. Both bubbles going to be exchanged. Albrelli will be the first player down, and that's not good news for C9. And they go down.
敵強いなアルブラが瞬殺された
Yeah, they're basically Gandalf right now. You shall not pass! And no one will pass because they are perfectly in that tunnel. Not even the best of the best C9 could get through. Liquid.
さすがヒューズ先輩
Big grenades coming out from Fun.
Huge grenades coming out.
テレミットうますぎるそれはえぐいナッコー格殺バチバチバチバチバチバチバチバチあ、かっけられたあ、全滅したどんまい全滅したぞ
And Team Liquid still alive, still being a nuisance here at the moment, but at what point do they just get jumped on? Or do they just lose that one player? Too much damage is taken. They certainly can make their way into the top 10, perhaps, if they can keep worming it out. You'd imagine as two players stuck down there.
強いなマジで銃撃たなくても勝てる最強だな俺最強キャラだやっぱ
Now going to have to make their way away from these snakes they've been holding throughout
インペラルえぐい
because the zone has moved ever so slightly away from Harvester.
Big opportunity here.
I need right ammo. I need right ammo. いいねレースの動きしてるエースこれできんの強いよなこうやって広がれんのあ、取り手取んないんだ取り手取んないんだ
And they also have to be so aware of their surroundings as Reps has that scout on his back and soul.
エレで火使ってきたら直されるのかな使ってる人少ないけど
areas you can see on the map there staging. There's a building that you could be holding. There's also just south the train tracks are going to be a a great spot to be in right now, and also the rocks on the other side of the vault tunnel that we saw all of those fights happen earlier.
先に山を取れたのかでかいな。
If they can get out
スナイプ Take your photo! Take my photo!
You're pretty much just in open ground.
お前お前
will go down to the
スナイプ放置しとくと怖いからよ。
Cross falls as well, so Sentinel's starting to get just drilled here by many teams.
Well, TSM have great vision on so many teams and so many players.
打ち放題です。
And see what TSM have got in the comms.
We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good.
お、TSM 見るか。
On pin cracked, crack the button.
Crack.
Don't need that, don't need that. I have 30 light, I have 30 light.
I have 110.
I have 96.
You need to draw me. I have a 301. Draw me some light.
I have 35 light now.
Yeah, I dropped 20.
Light down.
No, look here, look here. Look here.
めっちゃ叫んでんじゃん。よこせみたいに言ってたのかな。ライトもよこせって。
Yeah, okay, don't worry about that. We just hold high ground and kill us, Gibby. Gibby's cracked.
I can't see him.
I'm hitting him.
Oh, I have ulti. On us, on us, on us. I have to
I think we
back.
need to drop. We're
ヒュ
gonna
ー
have
ズ
to
が。
fight this.
No, we just have to fight.
いや、これまずいぞ。相手強いぞこれ。
Gibby's low, Gibby's low. Play my knock.
インペラル腐ってる。
Let's go.
No.
おっと、インペラル選手やってしまった。
Eliminated, but not
そった。
without picking up some KP along the way, and it's the king of the ball pass who
頑張って
comes
た。
in again to pick up yet more kills. Sinus,
ファーストファーストファーストって
please
さ
stop taking lives in this
恐
lobby
喝
because there's so many KP
恐喝し
already.
だ。
Yeah, it was just a difficult situation there for TSM. You heard it. They had to fight, and unfortunately, just the engagement didn't go quite
上のチー
too
ム
well.
強い
I
な
think Noko Puffs was on the other side. That also made it a little bit awkward because he was doing extra damage in the side of TSM. Puts us down to 6 squads. Sinus, please, in one of the better positions with high ground and plenty of shield swaps to work with. All of the loot you could want. Ammo should be very comfortable for them. Elsewhere, SXG, Oxygen, W, Estral Esports, and E8 are remaining teams. A real chance to pick up some points here in the lobby.
Yeah, SXG.
おっと、落とされたか
One of my dark horses they've been performing
落とされている
well recently. Estral Esports looking to do it for South America.
バルキリー落とし流行ってんな、マジ
They
で。
take a little look to their left, or I should say North
あー、
America,
きついこれは。
to Mexico. As I get my geography, I actually have a geography degree, which is
飛ぶし
pretty
かない。
terrifying that I've just said that, but now they've got the bubble down, the defensive
飛
bombardment
ぶしかない
will
が
be used to try and force the teams down off of high. OXG down on that low ground as well. For now, it's a
きつ
standoff between these
無理じゃんこれ。
teams.
終わったね。
They're gonna have to move from that small amount of cover that they do have at the moment. Pastillo goes down for them. Depressley with the longbow does the work.
I like the spot from SXG as well, but it's Sinus, please, still causing so much mayhem in the kill feed, and they're picking up KP after
無理だ。
Look at the damage they're
ここが
outputting as well.
強すぎる。
1370.
ちょ、サンシサウス
And that
やるか
will
こ
be
れ
the。wipe. 5 squads now remaining with Estral being eliminated. The bombardments are starting to fall, and the lobby really starting to heat up here.
OXG
うわ、
still down
ロー
on
バ
that
だ
low ground, which could be a pretty good place to play.
でもガスじゃないね、やっぱ。やっぱ、海外あれだよね。ジムだよな。
And being on that low ground, you have that last minute opportunity to climb up and try and do some damage. Fu goes for the sky nade. As Sinus, please try and control all of this side of World's Edge.
で、今のチーム、あれだね、ランドスライドね。ランドマーク。
The fight does break out on top of that roof or outside of the
3
building.
人ライトだった。確かに G7 と
EMP does a huge amount
アー
of
ミー
damage
と
as
なん
well.
か、なんか
Your team who is in a position that could cause some trouble here is Oxygen.
このチームランドスライドだから
Central zone at the moment, even though they're on the low ground, they could
ローバ
just
だね。
slowly and silently go about their business.
TSM 不
whilst
調
everyone else destroys and
普
does
通じゃない
damage, and then they could pick
なんかあ
up
ま
the
り調子
pieces.
いい調子悪い
However,
って
if
い
you
う
do get spotted
言
out,
葉
as
俺
some
使わ
scans
ないん
come
だよな
through, suddenly things could be a little bit difficult. They could be bombarded with grenades and whatnot, so they do just have to be a little bit careful. As I say that, Sync has just picked up another knock as well for Sinus, please, so they're still causing trouble
別に
up on that high
本人
ground.
たちは調子良くてもポイントが漏れないっていう。 別に調子は普通だけどポイントは獲得できないみたいなそういう感じなんだよな俺は。ポイント漏れてないから調子悪いっていうことじゃないね。俺は。
Synced up on this high ground, shooting through the little cracks in that bridge. Sinus, please, trying to creep their way forward and just take advantage of any of these knocks that are going
3人全員調子が良くたってファイト負ける時だってあるしアンチによって切られてしまって負けてしまう時もあるし別に調子云々はマジで関係ない。
the main competition for Sinus Please has to be Oxygen. They're down there waiting. Sinus Please know they're there, but if any damage is done by the two teams who are forced down to Oxygen here, Sinus Please should just be able to clean up everything after the damage has happened. But with the Venom coming out, with the bombardment here as well, things have got more difficult.
I don't know if they meant to drop here, but it seems to have worked out. Wicked picks up one. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well, but so much visual clutter in front of him, so difficult to survive as we now find ourselves down to 3, and it's W who have held this high ground for so long, just looking down.
ポイント漏れてない事実しか言えないね。ただ単に。
And they should be in a great position to close this out. Scissors will pick up one. Phony moves in. One player, two players, excuse me, remaining.
こいつ遊んでね、負けんじゃないこれ。さすがにね。おー、ランドスライド。ジャンパーコースの良かったね、相手。7キルですか。
Look like as we I only see them for 2 seconds there, but if my eyes will deceive me, it's
フリップいないね。
for them to go along with those 12 placement points. E8 in second.
そうだね、周りのレベル高いから別に負けるなんかしょうがないし。
7 kills for them, but Sinus Please, we saw them down. They were on a tear. 13 KP and 18 points, second most in the lobby.
Yeah, can someone Blummin sign them already? Jeez, because I mean, 13 kills. Their placement wasn't great in the end. They probably should have got top 3 with where they were. I don't know if it was a misstep or in the right now.
Confidence getting done. Take out C9, you can take out anyone.
Absolutely.
And TSM will move up a little bit as well on set, but 16th is still
まあ大会当日は大体コンディションよくしてるはずだからそんな調子悪いっていうのかなさそうだけどね本人たちは
Torrent in 9th place though, they dropped down 3 places after the last game, but they've been pretty good so far. SXG, like I mentioned, a little bit of dark horse in this lobby, and overall in North America slip up a place as well to 6th. It's
自分たちは正しい判断しても絡まれたら死んじゃったりするしな
with games left, games 4, 5, and 6, an opportunity for TSM for Cloud9 to continue to work their way up the rankings. Meanwhile, Sinus Please, well, they've been dropping countdown. It's been working out very, very well for them. Obviously going to find themselves.
俺が多分現役で今調子悪いとか言われたら別にまあムーブが悪かったんじゃねえとか多分そんだけなんだよな。
Absolutely take those. And Sinus Please, again, have to highlight the way that they've been playing has just been phenomenal. The week 2 that they came out.
調子は別にいいけどムーブが悪いから負けたのか。
I feel like we've been blessed so far, Fallout. We've been blessed with these circles rolling north, and now the circle is
調子悪いから負けたとかはないね。
It's got fragment written all over it.
Yeah, that's right. If there's any game
体調悪いはあるけど体調悪いはあるけど寝不足とか
Northern zone landing is specifically in fragment. We're either going to have a fragment east, fragment west, or just south of fragment finish. It's going to be a good one here if you're a fan of the boys.
まあ基本的に調子悪いはないよ
Because they need it right now. Game 4, blow it up in the chat. Who do you want to win? TSM, Cloud9, Complexity, or
インフルにかかったとかだったらまあわかるけど
Please looking to get picked up by an org. They certainly deserve it. Or are you a fan of Sentinels or any of these other teams? Let us know in the chat who you want to win as we take a look at Sentinels. Speaking of which.
Hey, yeah, this is a killer lobby. Just you listing all the teams. I've been seeing them a billion times, but just hearing it again really highlights the high-level competition that we have in this lobby alone. And it is not easy. You can see teams like Sentinels already making their rotation fully blue Evo.
会長のせいで判断力鈍る
Third squad that has already made their way over to Fragment, over to Frag West. Actually,
俺が今日やってた頃は昼の12時から試合だったけど
W are approaching TSM.
その時は睡眠そんなしなかったね。まあ、生活リズム的にできなかった。寝れなかった。けど別に予選落ちとかは別になかったから。まあ、そんな調子悪いってのは別になかったね。実際試合中、眠いとかないんだよね。気になんない。忘れちゃう、マジで。試合に集中しちゃうから眠いとか体調悪いとかそういうことはもう全く思わない。全然いつも通りできるよ。試合中はね、試合中はできるんだけど試合間が長いとちょっと眠いなみたいなマジでなる。それはある。試合間が一番疲れる、ガチで。試合中はマジで大丈夫なんだけどな。試合間が一番きついね。はっきり言って大会って。 そこが一番疲れるわ。特に初動詞した時とか、マジで暇。もう暇どころ騒ぎじゃないよ、もう。もう終わりですかみたいな感じだよ、ガチで。今日帰るわ、みたいな。ほんとそんな感じだわ。予選抜け、予選突破はもう確実にできた。ほぼ。その予選で落ちるなんてもう全然思わなかったよ、俺。ゲームが乗ってる乗ってないですか。それはあんまないかな。このゲームエイムなんかよりやっぱ連携だからな。はっきり言って。まあ別にまあ少しはあるよ。ウイングも当たるなみたいな。そういうぐらいじゃない。そんなにエイムが腐るほど日によって調子は全然変わんないね。これは。
It's important to note that TSM currently is situated in 11th place when they were having a pretty good standing. So they're quite literally outside of top 10, just shyly away from that. I actually believe Sheesh is right behind them too. So that's important to note.
失恋とかまあ失恋とかあったら心に来るかもしれないけど。別に悩みとかはなかったしな。俺は別に APEX に集中できたからそういうことはなかったね。悩みとか失恋とか。俺は気づけない。バレた。
Excuse me, we got the memo. It's Halloween. We're here to frighten you up, shake up the competition. They've got it 2 down, and C9 are gonna be able to walk away with that KP once they get that last straggler behind.
しかし白も
right in like the Kool-Aid man right there as they're able to take out 1, take out 2, and Cloud9 with the
SSC は全席わかんねえ。
They're gonna get themselves 2 KP.
Just love the way that they were scheming there too.
That's the reality. When you're crafting, you're making a lot of noise, and you're putting yourself in a little bit of risk. Cloud9's gonna capitalize. You don't see very often. Big brain plays coming from Cloud9 here on the.
まあ一番結果良かったのはあれだね。サマーサーキット。オータムサーキットだっけな。
You think that you were able to get that on us? We finished our fight rather quickly, and now C9 they're taking another fight, playing as aggressive as they can. They took out one squad, they have no issue taking out this next one.
APEXノース5位みたいな時かな。おそらく。これが一番成績良かったぐらいかな。多分それだね。まあ成績だけで言ったらね。プレイオフで。知らないでしょ。うちは違う。まあリーグ優勝した時かな。ユキペの引退試合。
Oh, at the first, it was a roll of theory that C9 was just creeping up on right here, too, and now Complexity moving in for the third party. That was amazing timing on their part. They're gonna clean up, they could go in for a shield swap and see.
その時さ、ワールドエッジ2戦やって、金キャリ2戦っていうのを繰り返したんだよね。マジで。最後金キャリだったけど。ワールドエッジ、ワールドエッジ、金キャリ、金キャリっていう順番で、プレイオフマップ回していくんだよ。両方やってたね。ヒューズだー
！Unfortunately, the risk outweighs the reward here as Cloud9 takes out Knights. Cloud9 tries to take out Roll of Theory and Complexity. Well, they eat all of them. Pac-Man eats its Complexity and Monsoon.
一応その時のチャンピオン取った時の動画は YouTube に上がってる。
The amount of action happening right here in this northern part of the map. Survey where all the action has gone down. Meanwhile,
再生リストなのかな。大会 APEX 大会の再生リストに。
But we know that it's going to be
どっかに眠ってる。
We know where it's kind of leaning towards mostly towards frag west.
金キャリがあったんすわ昔。
But Complexity are walking away with a lot of KP. They feel comfortable with that, and maybe even get some crafting done if they have the time. Maybe some extra shield bats. We have to see with Complexity right now, still holding the tunnel.
の時何使ってたっけ？俺損だったかな。損使ったかな。忘れちゃった。FPS わかんない。参加したことあるの。人気ランドマークミルフィーユだったね。ミルフィーユ。中
！Nonetheless, they got themselves taken out as a result. Senox taken out Demi of Moners, as we have Complexity still alive here.
キンフラットライン出んの？
That's actually trying to meet them by the other side of that tunnel. They know Complexity scene. All right, well, you know what? We're outside of circle. We're just gonna dip out of here in this situation. But look at this highlight. I love this replay. The scheming C9 moving in, completely catching one of the knights off guard when they just wanted a loot fallout.
Yeah, busted on in like a SWAT team right
there. レベナントだったかな？
Awesome. So glad we got the replay, and they are able to just completely say, "This is our house now."
パッとまだ少なかったね。そう、急に増えたんだよな。
They obviously ended up getting taken out, but we're actually live back with Complexity again as they're going to be making their way over to Epicenter. They're in circle right now, and this is where Complexity likes to just chill on top of this ridge in Epicenter. You'll see the position here for at least a little bit.
パッドが強すぎ問題みたいな感じで海外笑いになってる時に増えてたね、どんどん。
was off to the right, and instead of taking that fight so far outside of circle, they wanted to not only hold circle positioning, but they're also holding the high ground too. They could see all the action happening in front of them in top of fragment.
俺ヒューズしか使わないよもう。マジでヒューズしか使わない。でも孫がもし流行ってしまったらやめるわ。さすがにやめる。孫使ってやるわ。
Originally from Skyhook, so they have to be careful from behind as well. Complexity will likely stay put here for some time. I'd love to just do a quick scan around and see where.
エブクリーン時か、夏いな。
Or at least they think there might be, because we are.
アップストレフ消えないでしょ。消すわけないよ。
Sentinel's gonna be having to rotate.
でしたら次エイムアシストを弱くしろって言うから。エイムアシストもし弱くしたら人減るから、あんま当たんなくなって。始める人も少なくなるし。だろうし。
Remember when we killed us last week?
Yeah, right.
Res all the way in zone. They're rezzing fucking Moner. They're rezzing.
Oh, we should just go that way then.
レース。まあでも今俺がレース使った方が強い。昔のレースの俺より今の俺のレースのが絶対強い。動ける。
I mean, they should just run into us.
You want a rat?
Kind of. I mean, where would they go for loot?
Hold on. Just over here. Don't peek. There's no one at our choke. We're good, friend.
でもエイムだったら昔のがあったかもしれないね。立ち回りは確実に今 100%。それも最強僕でーす。僕ですよ。
Oh, we're going through zone.
We're going this way. No.
No, I'm just being an idiot.
You're good.
Do we know who got rezzed or not? No. I assume it's them.
救急増えた？白ね。増えてないと思うよ。
Just so we know who to focus. That's all. He's gonna have like white armor.
I killed Hound and Gibby died.
Footsteps here. Running up the hill. 40 seconds ago.
They might just be right.
Start healing right now.
そう入るか
I'm gonna walk in. Watch it. They might be riding. Can you track the footsteps?
Yeah, I'm trying.
でも海外の配信者見てるとやっぱレースの方が人気だよな。絶対に。視聴者数的に。オーダーできる人とか。
Yeah, it is. That's a wraith. 100% that's a wraith.
He doesn't even see us, bro. He has no clue. Yeah, you want to? 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Shoot!
Nice, good job.
強3、2、1、シカウ 3、2、1、シュート
Yeah, he's running.
やっぱ3、2、1 3、2、1大事だな。
It's the Gibby that got res, bro. He's white armor. Nice, good job.
Look at me, I'm far here.
ウィングマ男だったからね。最強だった俺。
It's just a
kill him, dead.
Good shit. Alright, back up.
Yeah, what the?
What are we looking? I have pad and do a gold helmet. Give me a helmet.
We can just give. Yeah, here. We can just get into one of the buildings, to be honest.
Yep. Well, just.
I need energy ammo really bad. If this guy has.
Go loot the wraith. He's the only one with loot.
Good shit, boys. Good shit.
救急ダメージ1増やしても。
Walk along the bridge. We know there's no one inside that map.
そうだろうね。
I only have one clip. Got some.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm good. I'm loaded. I'm
The worst case scenario is we end up playing this because I know that's free.
11から12に増やすのとさ、20から21に増やすのはやっぱ違うんだよな。絶対休憩超強くなる。
We have plenty of plays. Yeah, I want to play this out of that, but we can play the. You see the fucking cart right here? We can play that.
実際ゲンちゃん RKK とか持つけど、ゲンちゃん目線で言ったらやっぱ RKK 今でも強いと思うね。
I have one. I can give you one.
ゲンちゃんだから。レップスそう強いんだけどね、人いないんだよね。インペラハルに全部吸われてる。マジで。
We have time to build up our ults and shit.
Yeah. Can you get rid above me? I want to go for this package.
It's like right under us.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know. This kid's being a freak. Make sure there's nobody.
それスナイプダウンも多いね。
Yeah, you're right.
Stay over there, Cross. Just in case they like fucking rap on us and some dumb shit.
You want to grab this shit real quick?
Yeah, I'll go for it. Just get it.
I'll grade it above you if I need.
Purple armor.
喧嘩相手。あ、喧嘩相手だから。
Extended listen in there with Sentinels. You're
I
seeing
don't
a
know.
variety of things. One, it's hunting season, apparently. You know, we're in the middle of fall here, October, heading in November. And clearly we see Sentinels absolutely just hunting down Moners and taking advantage. Meanwhile, Complexity is farming right now on the north side of the map.
They've been still holding this spot. They were on the high ground originally. They dropped down. Look at this chaos. The bombardment has now come down. Now Complexity is getting dove on right now. They have the safety of the dome, but now they're just trying to get into an off angle. We noted before, Reptar is going to be able to be saved, and it's TSM, the aggressors right now, holding the other side of the wall.
99まあ今確かに弱いんだよな。みんなカービンだからな、99持つより。
TSM no kills this game.
画面揺れすぎたなこれ。
Which we're used to seeing from TSM from way back in the day, or it's rotating and chilling and securing late game KP and late game placement. TSM
レプス配信してない？いや、してると思うけど俺。全然。
As it's going to be sniped down, opportunity to melt, only going to connect for 29.
Beginning part of that mag looked like it was a no reg at first. Complexity now are still going to be.
世界大会チャンピオン取ってるからな。優勝してるしな。優勝して視聴者数だからな。やっぱ刺激が足りないレップス。落降するケズリ手前だぞ手前にそこ
Yeah, you know, one of the most unique compositions, a Gibraltar-less comp, one of the only Gibraltar-less comps that we've seen. Team Liquid's always questioning the meta. Big shout out to Hodsick and this entire team, always thinking outside the box in terms of team comps. We'll see if it works out for them though. Meanwhile, for others, Cloud9 as well, Octane, Bloodhound, and very, very aggressive Gibraltar.
いけーガスルだこれはひとたまりもありません
Of course, he is caustic, so the other opposing caustic gas won't affect him like that. But I like him closing the space with his own barrel, even shooting it to apply some pressure. I like this approach from Team Liquid, and they're not trying to overextend, so that way they're not prone to getting third party from behind.
Yeah, some aggressive and offensive caustic play. Take some moves here. You see Team Liquid. Oh my gosh, great jump pad to get above on high ground down there.
これで同居して
They were hoping that they'd actually run into that team. Not able to do so, and now they're in a situation where they're stacked right above their opponents. But they're going to be happy here. This is a good spot. They're in circle.
頑張る
You can expect them to slow things down and just kind of post up for now.
These caustic barrels
レプス気にしないの視聴者数
here, but it doesn't matter. Nobody else taking space in this
さすがに
building as Liquid move into this building. And do note that there's somebody getting hit by the lava. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Okay, this is troublesome. What a terrible situation to be in. You're right underneath Complexity and you're stuck in the lava?
Yeah, good luck. Absolute monarchy, more like absolute madness. Absolute shenanigans.
What is it?
We're seeing on screen here is they're somehow still alive.
Taken
out by Luxford and Cruz. That's pretty big. Liquid damaged. Fun has to try and stay alive. He's gonna be so.
あのレースやべえインペラルハルじゃん
Pop a med kit off. We'll see if they can survive for now. Meanwhile, the kill feed gets lit up. Sinus, please. Pop off. And it looks like Imperial Hal able to get that kill on Nocturnal. So
ナッコ落とししろナッコ落としやば最強すぎだろマジで今の無双してたぞお普通に登れんじゃない電柱から登れんじゃない
Yeah, off to the side. They're off to the races all game long. They have been just dominating this lobby. High kills, very aggressive, and they're honestly just
熟知してるね、やはり戦い方を。
for them is what it seems
やっ
like.
ぱ頭すくこのゲーム。
TSM, Charlotte, Phoenix, Sinus, Please, W, a lot of the same teams that we've seen make it to these late games.
COL 広。
Complexity has a chance alongside Sinus, Please, to skyrocket in these standings. TSM's trying to make something out of nothing.
And they were able to secure that KP. Now they're trying to get it again, but Reps has gone down here. It's up to Snackdown. He gets the down, and How's in trouble too.
いやー、飛んできたー。
Away in time. It's a third party moving in. It's Charlotte Phoenix. Now moving in, now cleaning up shop. They do get the knock, and they clean up perfectly. Perfect right there. I love the way that
フェンスから来れんだ。おお、賢いっすな。
without having to overcommit themselves, especially when there's 6 other squads left.
That's what's so dangerous this late, right? And playing that aggressive, these late rings.
インペリアルハルでもキャラコン使わないよね。
Third party almost guaranteed, and the third party came through right there. TSM was the unfortunate benefactor of that. As now we have Complexity still alive. Charlotte Phoenix right across the way, across the street. It's a battle for turf here in Fragment West. As we got 2 teams over here fighting a 3v3, almost like a game of arenas, and we got 4 teams elsewhere.
And Complexity has moved off to the side, and
日本人もな、英語わかる人いたら海外のスクリームとかいろいろ吸収できそうだけど。
but they see that there's 3 other squads making their way over to their north. They're going to be able to note that as Complexity.
でも韓国勢って英語わかるから。
And Charlotte Phoenix doesn't have a bubble. They had
わかんのかな TSM の人はなんか何言ってるかわかんのかな。でもラスは絶対わかるよな。セリーもなんかわかってそうだし。そういうところもあんのかな、英語がわかるわかんないとか。ありそう。
It's going to go in favor of W, the squad who just won game number 3, still popping off.
Yeah, that's right. W has been looking very, very solid so far in week 3. They got a team below them. They got a team on the other side. So they are currently sandwiched in between 2 teams, but they have the high ground. They had what arguably would be.
俺も英語わかったらな、マジで。もっと見たかった。マジでゲームは英語必須じゃね。韓国人英語できない人権ないの？そうなの？やば。いやゲーマー英語必須じゃね？やっぱ勝つんだったらもうわかったわ。わかったわ。英語必須です。必修科目だなマジで。なめてたわ。動き自体は別に今見てたんだけど、やっぱ報告とかはあんまり聞けてなかったね。どういう移動ルートで話し合ってどう言ってんのかみたいな。まあ、言ってるのは分かるんだけど、話し合いが分かんなかったね。
Charlotte Phoenix making the push up. Here comes the push up to high ground. As we see Complexity's eyes shiny, wanting to get into the madness here. They're to finish out this lobby. Him and Monsoon both pushing wide left. You see them pushing up as aggressively as possible. Meanwhile, Scissors, W on top. It's gonna be Charlotte Phoenix trying to grief them, pushing with ultimate aggression. One team is just below. It's gonna be Bursty and Co. just hiding and surviving and letting every other team in this lobby fight right now. Meanwhile,
英語配信する、英語勉強配信。
just a little bit to get their health back, and they're meanwhile taking out Scissors. Great job right there from Reptar, putting in absolute work and damage.
Complexity just trying to pull in right here. This bubble too in this close range fight. This is so intense in this situation. What can you even do right here? Complexity always on top of the word rotations, and they're still claiming names. Look at the way they're playing this dome. Just one after the other and finishing things with the melee, with the heirloom. You love to see a Complexity. What a beautiful game that was from start to finish.
学歴社会。ソウルの大学行かないと人権ないとかなんかほとかさん言ったかな。誰か言ってたよね。
Oh my goodness, complete roster.
13 kills.
誰か言ったな。
What a way to build up that gap within this lobby.
Yeah, that's insane. Complexity going massive, going bonkers. They were in 4th place with 29 points. Guess what?
明日はそうアニメ見たってさね。文字書けないけど。
Sitting on top with 54. Silence, please.
ほんと頭いいのか。セリーも英語喋れそうだったんだよな。多分。日本人英語はできないから弱いのか。答えが出ちまった。答えが出ちまった。弱いは言い過ぎだけど。 英語もっとできたら吸収できるとこあるから上手くなれるなっていう話だね。なるほど。今からでも遅くない。みんな英語だ。選手のみんな覚えよう。本当に勝ち点だら英語覚えようぜ。
In the early game at the moment, it seems like they're kind of ego in the lobby a little bit.
リスニングやらなかったね。俺もう全然聞こえないもん。
Numerous times already. I think they just need
早
to
口すぎて何言ってるか全然わかんないもん。
Complexity on the other hand, get the accelerator pushed.
Push.
There was something that was kind of happening to Sentinels in week 2, where after week 1, Sentinels were able to just kind of run around the edge and get kill upon kill upon kill, not worried about the.
何とかもうちょいわかんないもん。
What
We're okay.
is that
Forget
zone?
anything I've just said.
What is that zone?
読みはねできるんだよね。
What day is it? Who am I? I don't even know who I am anymore. But back to my previous point. Something the Sentinels really struggled with in week 2 was that they were kind of getting third-partied every time they took a fight on the edge. Whereas here it seems to be happening for Cloud9 as well. There's a lot of teams that are transitioning to the central zones and looking to get into kind of buildings. But then you've got the few teams who are on the edges, and they're all kind of listening, waiting for those gunshots, and they're looking for fights. And if you don't clean up the fight fast enough, you are going to get third parties. And Cloud9 just haven't seemed to have been outputting the same amount of damage that we've seen, which just means that those fights are elongated, and you are very vulnerable to third parties.
翻訳の仕事してるったかな。なんかそんな感じだったよね。だから覚えたんだっけ。 すごいよな。翻訳の仕事してるみたいな。通訳だっけ。なんかどっちかだと思う。クライリックスのパパ。
I don't think the Cloud9 have quite had their way at the moment. However, 2 games to go.
なんとなく分かることが増えたわ。そうなんだ。
We know how they can right the wrongs very, very quickly. But the lobbies in general have been a little bit messy down. It's been pretty rare. We've got to sort of zone 5 and we've had more than 13, 14 teams alive. And I just want to
今でもあるかもしれないけどさ、聞くだけで英語が分かるみたいな。さすがにあれどうなの？俺嘘だと思ってるけど。さすがにねえだろと思って。
Not one team's getting the better of the other, so nobody wants to change their rotation or whatever the decision making might be. But Sinus please.
外サバで外人と仲良く。ああ、そういうことか。外人と喋るんだ。スピードラーニングかな、わかんない。そう聞くだけでなんか英語がわかるみたいな。そういうの、まあよかったじゃん。リスニング力がつくのはそうなんだね。そうなんだ。俺も詐欺だと思う。さすがに。
in the early stages. They certainly are, and it's around that beacon building, the broken building, whatever you want to call it. The beacon is there, so TSM will have zone info, and you can see.
ゴルフの石川遼もさ CM しだしさ。ふざけてんのかな。
The longer these shots go out, the longer this fight goes on. Is it going to be a third party thinking about?
結局何喋ってるかわかんねえから意味ねえよな。
They've got the damage, but the bubble's gone down, and now how?
自分が知ってる単語は聞き取れるけど、知らない単語とかはマジでわからん。
Otherwise, they're going to be the meat of the sandwich.
I think it might have been Torrent on the other side, or it could have been anyway if my kind of memory is correct. Yeah, there's another team that's also getting involved now after they heard the commotion here, and a lot of teams are going to be naturally transitioning through this area of the map through Fragment to get to the north side. And yeah, it's not something we're used to because we've had so many southern zones, but you've got to remember how to play these zones. And remember who's going to be coming from where. It's one finder that are on the other side.
独学で英語できるの。
But that, just their sheer presence and just by them making noise probably will stop the fight between TSM and Torrent. Elsewhere, CLX are also in a fight right now.
Sentinels are going to win that fight, and they're going to win it as quickly and as cleanly as you could possibly imagine. Nobody goes down. Only one player had their armor broken, so that is pretty devastating, to be honest with you. Back to TSM now, because this is really worrying moments for them. It's very nervy moments, because having these teams either side who nobody looks like they want to give up position as well means that TSM can't move. TSM cannot make a rotation here, as Torrent are just holding them in, and the longer this fight goes on, more antsy people are going to get. More shots are going to be exchanged, as soon as you hear one shield get broken.
言うて俺さスクリーム配信英語聞いてたのに分かんねえもん今。つまり効果ねえってことじゃね。
You're in the jungle, baby, and you're gonna die if you're here in Fragment because there are just teams everywhere right now. You've got to be very careful with your position.
つまり意味ねえってことで、俺スクリームだって1年半ぐらい。1年半は言い過ぎるけど。今聞いても分かんないしな。
You better be aware that other teams are going to be joining this.
でも言うて、だって中学、高校、大学って英語やってきてんだからな。それでわかんないってもう相当だよな。相当ひどいな。開始なしのエピソードの一番効果ね。
Looks like they might have decided to actually rotate past it. However, with these shots still being exchanged between the two teams,
喋る内容とかわかんないです。
it's pretty unlikely.
文章わかんないから、なんだろうね。
The second bubble will go down. This is the second.
例えばここに行きたいっていう英語を話したいのに、それがわかんなかったら意味ないですね。
Pathfinder, rightly so, by the way. We're going to now retaliate and retract, but nice shots coming in. But this is the difficulty here for TSM. It's not just a case of, yeah, good job, you got the knock.
あれだな、クラリックスに襲った方がいいわ。
They can't be over-aggressive because of the fact that still have turret in the other building.
Yeah, this is really frustrating for all teams involved.
英語縛りですか、やっぱり。
That are stuck between the two. As soon as they make a push towards one, the other one just has a little peek through the window. Like
15年くらい英語勉強知らずなんですか？日常会話もできません。
Knocked profusely for 3 hours. It's not happened to me, I promise.
中高大学10年でしょ。10年は言い過ぎる。9年ぐらい。
It might be a true story. I may have ignored.
9年プラス俺スクリーム配信で英語聞いてるけどわからねえよ。ひど、無駄にしてるわマジで。
Well, they should be watching this, to be honest with you. Here comes the kidnap attack now from.
入った
Managed to pick someone up. It looks like.
やっべ
え RKN who falls into the trap. They finish off the kill.
あのインペラハルがやってしまった誘拐を。言って誘拐だって動かなかったらいいんだけどさ。喋れなくて普通。ユリース今の来るの？
TSM, they stake it out.
クソガキ。
The kidnap from Hal is one of the highlight plays so far.
Those are some feel-good kills for TSM. They are going to be particularly enjoying those ones because Torrent have been holding them. They've been
中学か高校の時にさ、英語喋れるにはなんか海外で英語喋るにはなんか何日ぐらいでできるみたいな言った時に3ヶ月だったらもう喋れんじゃないみたいな。
And maybe actually they'll think now, you know what, screw buff Pathfinder.
海外に住んで海外に住んで3ヶ月ぐらいいたらもう喋れんじゃねみたいな。そんなこと言ったね。
TSM still don't really have many options. If they try and ape the team,
クソガキスタンプ。
that's inside a train station. Knights might fancy a bit of that. So it's kind of a similar situation now. If I'm TSM, I'm trying to get control of Broken Building now. I'm trying to hit that next beacon and find a way to rotate and get that information. Hope that these other teams leave before. Maybe play edge, but it's a really tough situation as we have a look back on that kidnap. A massive play coming in from Imperial Hal.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for Torrent because they would have been, you know, pretty happy with where they were, confident they were holding out TSM, confident that they could be the first team to push over the bridge once the circle started to come in, but maybe they just waited a little bit too long and they gave TSM the chance to make a play like that. Elsewhere, Sentinels are having to move through the zone here to try and avoid what would seem a few bullets coming from several directions. On top of the bridge, I think, is where they're being griefed from. Yes, it is. And they'll probably back off from this one. But there could be a team waiting around the other corner as well. So this could be a difficult time for Sentinels.
Well, let's see how they navigate their way through this. Let's jump into a listen in with Sentinels.
Oh, no. Yeah. Don't worry.
日常会話。
It's like awkward as fuck to throw. I tried to, because if I would have thrown it, it would have landed on your bubble. So I had to.
Honestly, it's not a big deal. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Let me get some bats, like 1 or 2.
I can craft 2.
I'm going to grab this shit up here so I can make 2 more bats.
We kind of have to get moving. We have a minute.
We have to go. We don't have time to work anymore. We have to go soon.
1日6時間から12時間ずっと英語だけの環境におけば3ヶ月で日常会話を受ける。あ、そうなんだ。
Like we have to work in order to get to.
食べるか。
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I need to make it.
I'm dropping. I have 2. Dropping 2.
Let's go into the landside trip.
バボー。バブル。
We go into the landside trip and then we figure out if we think we can make that cross out the field. If we can't, we go through tunnel and we go into Frag West. But I don't want to be in Frag West. Or I mean, we could just walk along this side, and that might be better than.
It just depends who's.
英語使わないと生きていけない環境だったら覚えるな。さすがに。
I'm gonna grab some. We're gonna go through the landside tunnel and walk Frag West.
They're here. They scan. We need to go around. No, they're just gonna gatekeep us.
No. Talk up. I mean, we can fight him here, bro.
Scan an 18.
This is an advantage. Like this fight is our advantage.
Arc, he's marked out. Here's an arc. Be careful. Where are you? You're on your own. And they hold yourself back if you have to.
Yeah, I do.
We have to go around. They're just gonna get
Yeah,
us.
we do. I'm going back.
I have
俺は突破できない。
I gotta heal.
This round. No, we're good. Just go. We have to go quick. This is so annoying, bro.
We have enough white meds for this, right?
字幕表示しながら覚える。確かに何喋ってるか分かんないのが一番困るよな。文字出せば、あ、こういう発音なんだみたいな感じで覚えられそう。確かに。
They might try to cut us off again because they know. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking doubt it. Do we just go for here because there's a crossfire?
That's what I wanted to do.
This is gonna be so A. It's having to go through frag in the circle.
In the same residence in Fragment, and they are still having to look over towards Pathfinder, but they know full well there is not just one team they have to contest with here. There are several others, as the zone has gone slightly further north. Lo and behold, it's something that maybe we weren't expecting. Towards on the edge of Skyhook and also the truck buildings that are just south of
ホワイトは本当はホワイトじゃなくてなんかホワイトみたいな。
There's things that are there you can hide in. That's what matters.
If you're in the UK, we call those characters.
そうそう、一語ずつ明瞭に発音するそうだね。
That's a term I've never actually used.
全部読んじゃうみたいな。
I'm going to bring over now, bring a little bit of European flavor into the North American broadcast. But TSM
だから早口に聞こえる。でも実際は発音してないっていうだけみたいな。英語では。
Have a chance to pick up some KP on the edge of zone here as this team is going to be working their way in. As it is zone 3, that's going to really start chipping away the HP. So if they can get a couple of shield cracks here, and it might be an opportunity to do something pretty good. Let's talk about good positioning though. Look at
日本語では発音してるけど、英語だと発音してない部分があるみたいな。そういう感じじゃん。
If a team does try and rotate in behind them, they're in a pretty good spot. So assign us please inside of the beacon building.
ドスケベマシンザリチャージ。もう知ってる人いなさそう、マジで。
So at the moment we are going to be seeing Sinus, please.
R と L 違いがあるの？
And doing some damage from the windows here. I guess it's not necessarily gatekeeping. They'll just be kind of outputting some damage and keeping their position as they can wait until that next zone and see where it goes. Yeah, the C9 positioning was really good, holding that tunnel. They could maybe even ambush a team if they were to push round, but you'd imagine they will coincide.
1タイトル字幕で洋画を擦り切れまで見たらいいって言われました。そうなんだ。
They'll be around by
どうしたら
the
覚えんの？
side of the upper train track.
Zone pool, man.
That is another zone pool that is
そっちのアンチ珍しくね。
so little area to play for these teams.
I mean, unexpected and unpredictable. But when I say unpredictable, what I mean by that is you cannot predict that.
Let's go.
Hard south again, and we're going to be finishing out in the open. A little bit of survey count.
Let's go だっけ。Here we go じゃん。
building wise, but it is going to be a tough ask for all of these teams to find somewhere to play. And with so many teams,
確かに K 発音しないね。ナイトとか。
It might actually be better to be playing edge here, Dan, because you can walk up behind these teams who aren't going to have a huge amount of cover and maybe shoot them in the back.
Yeah, like, what, 2 buildings in survey that are going to be playable. The train track should be okay as well, and maybe a portion of the rock next to train tracks if you're lucky. Sentinels down to just 2 after this long old rotation. They've walked into a lot of commotion and they've lost Lou because of it. The rest of the squad, they're going to have to move out. They're going to have to just reassess how they want to approach the
Yeah, this is rough. I mean,
字幕と同時に出しておくのが大事もしかして。
when you've got a zone like it is the Gibraltar player, it doesn't mean you have that bubble, you don't have the ability to zone out teams, and
3000回インタビューやばくね。
a lot tougher in this game.
Nova か Nova.
17 squads still remaining. We've got 49 players alive. They do have some KP to play with, so they can just kind of work their way into some sort of position. Speaking of working into a position, this is a tough move now for TSM because you can see they're being held out by multiple teams, and they've got.
I don't know.
And uphill was one of the most.
Don't って言わないよ。
across open ground.
TSM who have really have to get a big game here. They need a mammoth game to put themselves in
ウォッチパーティー。ツイッチでウォッチパーティーする。英語ウォッチパーティー。
Let alone even think about winning. I don't even think winning is on the cards in this league. Speaking of the winners, they are on the leaderboards on 54 points.
何見る？映画。俺アマプラだから別に見れるよ。
This is going to be really tough. TSM make their move. The bubble goes down as well, but complexity were waiting around that corner as Hal is trying to wait out this defensive bomb, but the zone's coming in, which is going to chip away the hell.
ターミネーターでも見る。ターミネーター。
At this point, complexity were up on the high ground, shooting down onto TSM. Reps has barely got any HP to work with. As Sentinels pick up some kills as well. Now kill leader in the
ランボーでもいるから、ランボー。
Complexity, I think, were wiped there, or at least lost two, and Snipe Down survived the gas. 1.16 just about gets away with it. TSM survived for now, and it's about just retreating. It's about surviving. There's the last remaining players of Complexity. They weren't wiped. They're still up. Monsoon is still full. And we just saw kind of 6 squads completely obliterated.
英語を学ぶ配信。毎日映画1本見る。
of this bubble, looking to finish off a bubble fight, and they're going to take out Knights and secure that KP as well. Senox and Crust, a desperation play for them, but it looks like they've survived for now. Another desperate Phoenix kit going to be popped as Crust are trying to do the same. A little bit of damage just being taken as now comes the rotation with the Valkyrie Skyward dive from Cloud9. They look like they might be able to play the outside of that building. Sinus, please. Playing in the respawn lobby, back into the lobby, I should say.
リキッド強いな。
Surviving all of this.
Sentinels have got 2 players. Complexity have got 2 players. Sinus plays have been eliminated.
リキッドのヒューズいいな。
Top 3 teams are weak at the moment, so that's great news for the rest of the lobby. You've just got to survive here if you're Sentinels and Complexity. You need to get as much placement on the board to try and give yourself a real chance to win Group A versus C.
強いやつが使うやつ。強いやつが使うヒューズはマジであっち。
I don't know how Hal wasn't finished. I don't know where he found to play to stay alive. He has stayed alive. Reptar, the same thing cannot be said for him as Complexity find themselves down to 2 now.
昨日集まりあったからまあなんかあるんじゃないたまにイベント的なものは。
Some of these teams that are moving across this open ground. But for now, like I mentioned, Complexity down to 2, TSM down to 2, and Sentinels as well, playing as a duo.
Yeah, we've got a lot of duos here, which is great news for.
英語できる人のルームシェア。
They're still kicking around. Team Liquid are still getting the frags, and there is Sentinels finally being wiped. So our second place, third place team, both very weak. TSM.
Nice, 強い。
TSM take out Complexity. The 2v2 was won
2v2
by TSM as Hal and Snipedown work together towards this end zone. They find another duo as somehow Snipedown locks on with the Prowler and shoots the player through the air. Like shooting clay pigeons, this for Snipedown, one of the best aims in the game.
They need around 10
弓使ってるダブル。このチーム強いな。めっちゃ残ってるな。
chance of picking up some points here in this week, but W are the real winners of this lobby right now. They were in 4th place. They're 14 points behind first. They're only 3 points behind second and third, and we've already seen
ローバ構成チームよく残ってるわ。
all wiped. So W can really catch up.
チコロクっぽいなマジで。
Well, Astro Esports is trying to finish off these knocks to secure the KP. You can see that.
ラッシュゲーミングとかエーカーが教育あんのそうなんだ。すごい。うわ、痛い。ヒューズだろこれ。やっぱな。あのグレの量はヒューズ。ローは指無限だから強いね。
Yeah, there's still one building that is just about in that circle as well. If there's a team in resonance there, they're just going to be kind of laughing at the rest of the lobby. There's a respawn beacon, but unfortunately, not going to be the respawn available. And TSM, even as a 2, are still pushing in. They're still being a thorn in so many sides right now. Snipedown and Hal are popping off right now.
Snap!
Together, which is something that everybody wants to see.
あれブラが倒した。
They don't have the
TSM なんか生き残ってんな。
and Snipedown working together. C9, they've got a very nice position to play as well.
俺見てねえんだよな。結果だけ見たけど。ああ、強い。
Takes down one, takes down the shields of another as well as Team Liquid.
俺味方のカバーがないので詰めない。
L-Star is just so obnoxious, man. I can't wait for the nerf. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It absolutely shreds two players.
しかし上を取られてしまうぞリキッド。これはまずいのでは？
They're being griefed from several different angles right now. They have to be communicating and they have to ensure they all play together as that zone is coming in. And TSM still doing dirty stuff.
Liquid, meet TSM. Reps, he's just watching, but I'm sure he's given all sorts of comms to the two boys. Huge performance. Imperial How finds himself with 6 kills to his name. He's the kill leader in the
leader.
And all of this for the last couple of minutes or so as just a duo, Dan.
This just looks like a pub game for TSM right now. They're running rampant as a 2, but this is the game they desperately needed.
ダブル強いぞ。しかもグレマラ持ってるぞ。熱い。
winners right now. They're 4th place. Top 3 have all been wiped. They can really pick up some points here. Not only have they got positioning, but they've also picked up a few kills. They're into the top 4, but TSM top 4 placement already guaranteed.
しかしこっからいやしかしこれは強いぞ。
That is a game they needed to at least give themselves a chance for a what maybe top
ポータル岩の左ぐらいにつけそう。あまんないかでも。
Senior service trying to hold them out up on this high ground though. It might be a portal play coming in from Howell. Maybe it's going to be a desperate move across. We'll have to see how they play. However, Cloud9, oh, they're in the clouds right now, and it's not the clouds they want to be smelling. It's that naughty Nox gas, and that will be Zach Mazer who goes down. Davis Wave has also taken down Howell in that kill feed, so TSM now down to 1. Snipe down still surviving. Still praying to the heavens that he can make it towards this end game, but if he can just hold on for a few seconds here, those two teams in the building, the damage might be done where he can survive. However, he's just going to tank a little bit of this Nox gas. Pop that med kit to stay alive again. Not for the first time here. It's going to be perfect timing on this med kit.
Gas だけで死んだ。
A few seconds too late. Snipe down's going to want that one back. W now. All the action kicking off inside this building.
Snipe down just second
しかしバルグルが強い。 あ、しないし死ぬか。 C9 全滅してしまった。シニアサービス。行くのか。おお。いやしかしこれは抑えてるだけで。
for them to escape from that door. However, now it's going to be even. Loco manages to close out.
一人目突っ込んだけど危な。確かに抑えてるだけで勝ちだったね今の。危なかったな。マジ。
What a performance from TSM, answering the critics, a 9-kill game. Finishing in 4th as well, 14 points. Okay, they went out with a little bit of... It wasn't a bang, it kind of fizzled out with how Snipe Down died, but I don't think that will deter any of us from saying that they had a game that they so desperately needed.
TSM 9キルしてなんか強いな。
If you go off,
ダブル強いなマジで。
Game number 6.
リキッドここなのマジかよ。おーい頼むぜ。
over in Fragment East alongside Knights in Fragment West. So we'll keep a close eye on these squads. You know, Cloud9 needs another big game here, but really the story here has been complexity. It's been Sentinels. And of course, it's been W, the team I talk about often. How could you not? Formerly My Little Phonies. They popped off an ALGS championship. So much fun to watch. They're returning to their ALGS championship form here, Vicky.
Oh yeah, I love seeing a lot of these squads pop off. Sinus Police, of course, another squad that has been performing so well. They had 3rd place in the 2nd game with 9 kills, and in the 3rd game, they were in 4th with 13 kills. And I really like the way that these circles have kind of been pulling off to the side, kind of getting a change of scenery, but it's still kind of on the southern side. But I wouldn't say just more north than what we've been used to.
Yeah, it's on the 50-yard line, right? Straight central, slightly north, and overall, well, it's above the landslide tunnel, which that's north zone to me. So we've gotten 4 out of 6 northern zones here. I think order has been restored from the EMEA madness where we saw 5 or 6 straight south zones. Meanwhile, I like what I saw from W. They rotated so fast from landslide, and they actually got a hold of some of the real estate just west of landslide in the very center.
公式ではやんないんじゃない?
They're in a really, really good spot here. Meanwhile, one team that is pretty far from zone, well, it's going to be Sentinels. They've been rotating pretty far all the way to the north side of the map almost every single game, and they've been doing well.
And they're hungry for this KP too. You can see them. They're moving away from the circle. They want to take this fight. They're pretty nicely looted. I like that gold rampage, but they are going to be able to take an off angle to see where this squad may try to rotate away from, trying to cut them off to the left.
Yeah, and that's one thing I will say. Sentinels, probably the most aggro team in all of Apex. I think you could arguably say that. Actually, probably objectively say that. Based on what we saw in week 1 for them, they were literally just flying at every team that they saw. They love taking these fights, especially these southern fights that are out of zone. They know every other team's going to be rotating into that zone north. So what that means is they're going to have a pretty clean and fair 3v3 at the team that drops launch site right south of them. I think it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix we'll keep an eye on that. Sentinel's hunting. Meanwhile, Astral is actually going to rotate fast and knock Fury from W. That's huge.
Steel doesn't miss. I like the way that he held the high ground over the beacon too. He knew that there was a squad below there that wanted to get that beacon information, and now not only they're running away with KP, but they clean up the squad. Phony out. It's gonna be Scissor Squad. Fury sucks.
最終だからキルシーってんな。
Just talking about this squad too. What are the chances?
Yeah, that's insane. That's actually insane that we saw such an aggressive play from Astral right there. Such an early rotate from W, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. You get caught out. One player got caught. We didn't see what happened, but the early knock from Pistillo actually was all that was needed. And then they took their 3v2. When you have a numbers advantage,
アリーナの人口でどんくらいなんだろうね。俺全くやんないけど。
Lose those 3v2 fights, but that's obviously one thing you love about Apex is you have the ability to make plays. That's why people like Nick Merckx,
ダブル落ちちゃうマジで。
so many others have fallen in love with Apex, especially over the last 6 months after they started giving it a shot.
これで超ハイ選手だからな。
Nick Merckx NFAM Gauntlet tomorrow, so this is not the end of competitive Apex this weekend. If you are a fan of competitive Apex, we're gonna have a $50,000 tournament courtesy of EA and the MFAM tomorrow. Make sure to tune into that.
Yeah, and the challenger circuit too on top of that. It's literally Apex all week long. You love to see it. It's not just about the pro league here, and you can see
セルめっちゃ使わせてんじゃん。やば。しつこさバトルしてる。逃げてくの。
They actually just got reversed up here because you see the squad actually just changed.
違うポジション逃げたと見せかけてポジションを変えてる。
Yeah, this will be interesting here. Sentinels getting a little overzealous for that push, and sometimes what happens there is, you know, actually the fortunes flip as now they are being gate kept or circle kept, as Vicky said momentarily ago. And they're gonna have to try and push up here and see if they fight. If they can win and fight this, then actually they like these fights regardless. So something tells me they'll be just fine. They'll look to try and take this fight on their rotation through.
Also just crazy to note and highlight that W being out as the first squad in this last game is insane to think at the fact that this is a squad that was currently in second place after the 5th game. This is a squad that had
最初からここいるんだ。
in game number 5 with 6 kills. So now that they don't have a chance of redemption, we're looking at complexity. The squad that's been holding on to
無理やり洞窟の方行くんかこいつら。大丈夫か？
And now you can see them getting into position. It's Monsoon taking shots.
向こうの、まあ、左側の洞窟、ここら辺かな、アンチいると。この下ぐらい。アンチがね、軽く寄りになったら強いね。明るくて、溶岩寄りか。溶岩寄りになったら強い。下側になると粒、マジ。きついね。
And they were able to move in here into this building. They're right back over to Lava Siphon where they have given up earlier on. And they're just holding that corner building. Still probably taking the same fight here, which is crazy because they've been putting in a lot of damage, but no overcommitment just yet.
Yep. Blue, one of the best Gibraltars in all of Apex, in my opinion. The fact that he's able to play Gibraltar, yet still put the damage and the kills that he does, it's just insane. Here comes the push. The scam's gonna come through. That's the Bloodhound benefit. Nice shot from Blue. Didn't get the damage he would have wanted there. Maybe a no reg, but he's gonna get some good shots in nonetheless. Gonna knock one. Great job from Sentinels, and they will clean wipe this squad again. They've just had their number.
これずっと追っかけたやつかな。それそうっぽいな。構成的に。センチネルめっちゃしつこかったな。
The way that they didn't want to overcommit, just plain positioning was so key here. And now they're not only going to be able to get this extra loot, but they're going to be able to have this high ground before making that rotation because the circle is closing in right behind them.
Yeah, it's great. Great situation for Sentinels here. Another 3 KP on the board. And this is a big game number 6. Between Sentinels, between complexity, because
センチネル1周目クソ強かったんだよな。ウィーク1鬼強かったよ。
Behind them though is sign us please, and as their org name says, as my friend whoever that was tweeted.
おーっと、ユリース部隊が CI を落としています。
In the Apex C and FaZe Clan, where you at? I'm telling you, these guys are well worth it. Sign us please has been looking great.
And it helps us, right, as casters. We don't have to constantly say that Sinus Please is wrecking these lobbies here.
Exactly.
Hipster Onset and Axel Gaskin basically covered that, and they worded it perfectly. That's why they're so consistent. And now Astro Esports are still holding this location. They got the beacon right next to them, so they don't really have to give it up, and they can take a nice position on the high ground on top of those rocks to kind of bait out any of the
もうセンチネルを切るムーブかな、もう。構成的にも。でもブラハマジで戻ってきたな。先週マジで NA でもそんないなかったんだけどな。安定構成ですか。
farm and take as many
EU はちょっとわかんないけど、まだ見てないから。EU 先週はブラハ多分いなかった。まあいても1チームだった。
That's also the difference of playstyle that we get to witness within these lobbies. From playing extremely aggressive to playing the circle and passive aggressive, even taking those shots. Looking at a team like Team Liquid now, holding 2 gold evos. The fun still on the fuse. They've been able to get a lot out of this, but what's really interesting is the way that Team Liquid has played out this composition. They're calling out another squad who may be right in front of them before they decide to make their next move.
Yeah, and Team Liquid running a very interesting team comp, as we've talked about earlier. Speaking of which, we got Escape, the new season of Apex Legends coming soon, my friends.
オーラック見直しんかな。オーラック言うてどうなんだろうね。
The longest legend in Apex competitive meta is Wraith since day one. Might come to an end here with
俺ブラハじゃ状況変えれないと思ったから消えたと思ったんだけど。
That changes. I'm excited for Escape. The new map looks amazing. Ash looks amazing. I think across the board.
純粋な戦闘は強いけどね。ナッコ扉破壊
Yeah, meanwhile, the team that likes to shake things up in terms of legend meta, it's Team Liquid. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with them.
They're low ground, low ground.
お、いいね、ナッコ聞こうぜ。
North isn't moving either. I don't know if there's anyone in here. I'm gonna scout it.
He just shot the window. 69, 80.
Healing.
He's peeking second floor, Valk.
We should take this building. Better rotate from there.
Okay.
They might still be on second.
I'm just peeking.
オクターンランページマジであるってか持つ人いるね。
We're good. Yeah. I'm just leaving my barrels in that one in case they try something.
I don't see anything on the north rotate yet.
ナッコセル削り
Everyone's just making or waiting for us to make a play.
Why is that guy charge rifling us?
Why is that guy?
Charge rifle? 怒ってんの
Sync just died from they just died from the northeast.
They must have just tried rotating through countdown.
Yeah.
Just beacon knowledge, so it's probably just hard pulling down.
Probably. Worst case, we play here next.
Someone's out there. They're far.
There's got to be people rotating around, right?
I think we only have this one team, probably 2 teams ratting.
Is there a team in there?
A team under bridge. Yeah, there's a team in there.
In 100% in flat? Oh, we have a team right here rotating. Valk 28.
I think they're dropping. They're going low.
Give me 40. Give me 40 again.
Low. Stop.
I can still see him.
Always fun to listen in with Team Liquid, one of those analytical teams in all of Apex. Meanwhile, we're gonna switch on over to complexity currently.
絶対痛いだろ今の。
In a pretty good spot to do that with this quick rotation. It's a landmine of caustic gas, as you see here.
Yeah, he basically made it an external wall for themselves.
弱体化したら使われなくなっちゃうからな。強化だよ強化。弱いやつを強化する。方がいいね。まあそれでもランパートなんかもう消えちゃったけど。言ってランパートのウルタは別に思ったより強くなかったね。でもあれで足速かったら最強だろうな。腰打ちがマジで普通みたいに速かったら大に強だね。もうランパートは終わったよ。
Obviously, this is a Wraithless team, but in this comp, for example, I think you'd see Bloodhound, Gibraltar stay. You'd see Ash, obviously. Reason being, you need a rotator legend. You need a legend who can get intel, who can rotate for you. Ash's ultimate ability and ability to set up a one-way portal obviously does that. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Knights, they find themselves over in Countdown. They rotated from Fragment West, and they find themselves going.
自分との壊したらやばいね。
On this rotation.
ランパート。
Outside a circle, and they got blue Evo shield. They see another squad over in the distance, and that's what they wanted to check out. They got their information, and so they're actually just gonna.
RPG だけだけど、環境的にクリプトのルート来たら絶対勝てない。もう絶対無理だと思うよ。縦張り直さなきゃいけないし、その時間ないだろうね。近距離だったらもう。ランパートは勝てないと思うな、クリプトいる間は。
And they're obviously going to be in zone in a decent spot, but not necessarily finding a really good defensive location where they rotated to. This is a fairly open end game. Look at this circle here. Not a whole lot of cover, so expect insanity on these rotations. Expect ring 4 to 5, a lot of teams to get eliminated as a Stroll continues to just take out player after player.
弱いやつはね、強化した方がね、使う人増えるんだよな。仕方なく使うじゃなくてさ、面白いから使うみたいな感じなんだよな。になる。ジムに関しては仕方なく使うみたいな感じだけどさ、強いから。
blood, and they're going to come through and take out all of the straw.
でもヒューズの強化もそうだけど、ランパードもそうだけど、好きな人はありがたいだろうな。
They find 2 from senior service. Only 15 squads remain. That is a good start if you're a fan of the Pittsburgh Knights.
Absolutely, and they have so much to work with. A redeploy.
強いから強い方が楽しいしな。
Not in circle just yet, but still winning this fight, looking a lot better in terms of loot. They're going to be very.
でもあんまり強化しすぎるとアビリティゲーとか言われちゃうんだよな。海外でアビリティゲーって言われちゃうからな。難しいですね。バス王子の方、確かに。これはありだな。ブラシーズン5だっけやってるこうやってよ。俺も金キャラで使った時に強えって言ったんだけど、ブラハ強えよって、それエキペが本当みたいな疑ってきたのを覚えてる。でも最初強化された時にブラハ別にいなかったんだよな、全然。強化ってその敵が動く、そうこの最初さスキャンだけして動かなかったんだよね敵。ブラハで強化されて動いてる姿を見えるようになってから強くなったんだけど。ジル弱いっす。ジル弱いっす。ホライゾン別にホライゾン強くない？今も別に雑魚じゃないと思うけど。ホライゾン俺結構害悪だと思うけどね。ちなみに攻めに回ったら鬼強えマジで。
That caustic gas, they're going to be chilling. I like how Complexity's playing this. They're in first place right now by a lot. All they have with Sinus Please out, with W out. They just got to survive, stay alive, and they should be able to hold on to a first place finish. But they got Sentinels clawing behind them. They were down by 7 points.
昔はクソすぎたけどね。今、まあ強すぎたね。昔は強すぎたけど、今は強いだね。実際、相手にしたらクソだるいからな。ウルト投げられて、空中に浮かれたりさ、強ポに対して真下から浮かれて取られるとか、普通にあるからな。十分強いと思う。パッシブも結構熱いしな。硬直しないっていう。これそう強すぎたってだけだよ。別に今強いよ。全然強いと思う。ゴミにはなってないね。間違いなく。クリプトで大事で言って、クリプトね、ランクとかカジュアルね、いないから大丈夫だと思うよ。そう。競技シーンだけだよ、クリプト多いの。ちなみに。ランクいないよ。あ、でも、チーターのまあブースティングマンがウルト打ってくるかもしれないね。チーターのために。それがクソ剤かもしれないね。実際チーターにフェンス当てられたら勝てんじゃね？チーター倒せるかもしれんな、損だったら。なんか下手くそだからフェンス壊さないで入ってきそうだし。
I'm bubbling up on this, alright? Yeah, we can kill him.
I'm going to the other window.
対チーターキャラかもしんないそう。あるな。
Just show. Oh, I'm getting shot in the back. I have to get inside. Get inside. All dead. Grabbing the somersault. Yeah. Medkitting.
All right, we're chilling. We're gonna end up taking the. I know exactly where we play. We're just gonna play on the high ground. Yep.
Get nades.
All right, I'm gonna start looking around and shit. No one's focusing us.
日本ホライゾンコースだってずっと強すぎて。だからもうスクリームとかめっちゃ減り早かったじゃん。俺もムカついてんの。スクリームの質悪ってずっと言ったもん。
And Sentinels continues to do Sentinels things, taking a complete and easy free wipe of the whole team. Meanwhile, TSM is getting a few kills as well. We take a look at the screen here. We have 6 teams remaining, and look at the names: Sentinels, Complexity, TSM, alongside EA, and Charlotte Phoenix. It is going to be a star-studded finish.
これ日本のスクリームやりたくねえもん。質悪いから。
As long as you're there, it's always a party if you're TSM. And Rep's also the kill leader out here.
ただ適当に突っ込むやついるからさ、チームとか。そういうやつだとやりたくない。これはさってやつ。
I wanted to manifest the performance. Not gonna lie, I was a little nervous. I was shaken after games 1 and 2.
ホトミさんはもうそういう、まあ質の高いスクリーム作るんだったら賞金つけるしかないって言ったね。まあ確かにそうなんだよ、もう。まあもちろんチームの目的もあるじゃん。まあ切る練習するみたいな。ファイト練習するみたいな。まあそれで減っちゃうんだけどさ。でもやっぱみんなやりたいのはやっぱ大会に近い練習だからさ。セノで強っ。
Sedox is playing out of his mind right now, not missing shots with the Eve 8, but Complexity is going to come through in third party. It is Lou, his former teammates in Complexity, who are going to shut down Sentinels. So that is by Sentinels. Complexity secures their spot in first place.
そこら辺ファイト練習で別にさ、ランクでできるんだよな。まあ敵のレベルはあれかもしれんけど。やっぱ大会に近いムーブの練習とかそういうところをした方がやっぱりいいよね。まあ、俺はそう思ってた。でやっぱそう思ってないチームがいるからさ、減りが早かったりさ。したんだよね。で、減り早い、その打ち合いに行ってさ、無理やりクソポジから。で、死んでその銃声を聞きつけた真面目なチームとかもさ、行っちゃうわけだよ。近いから。アンチながらファイトするから、それでまた減ったりするんだよね。
From Complexity in this late game, but keep in mind there's still 2 other teams. Actually,
どこのチーム
Complexity that's on those tracks. It's another team. Complexity's nearby, so expect.
まあ今はどうか知らんけどね。まあ内緒で。でも当時は文句言ってた。当時俺とかマッチョメンとかあれもねマジで文句言ったね。チェリガキの時も文句言ったね。我々やばいっすよって。我々やばいっすよって。ミルダムのアーカイブがもしあったら聞けるかもしんない。結構前だけど。もう本当にただひたすらに打ち合いに行ってるアホとかいたから、もう練習したくなかった。そういうやつだと。で、スクリーム側にさ、まあいろいろまあ言うわけじゃん。スクリームの質が悪いから、まあ運営側がまあ改善するかもしれないみたいな。何かルールを設けるかもしれないみたいな。まあでも実際何のルールもなかったけどね。
Final round is closing. 50 seconds left in this game, and it's going to be Reptar absolutely beaming TSM on low. Is that the break of the ice to enter? No, TSM will go back.
道具もミンソンかジョンヒ言ってたね。素質悪いんだよ。そう。まあそれもどこでもそうだよ。
probably allowing Complexity to just see all this action. Look at this. It's just a movie theater. You grab the popcorn. Complexity is sitting in the front row, and they're cleaning up.
Absolute.
一人で突っ込むじゃん。
They are not missing. Easy peasy for them as they're going to clean up and secure their third win of the day. But no, it's Hal still alive. Hal is still alive. He snuck away to high ground. He took out one.
レースだからこれ勝ったぞ。
Oh my gosh, and he's Wraith too at the same time. He can just delay the inevitable. He can also just press Q.
レースだから勝ったぞこれ。
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is the final game and this is how you
レースだから勝ったぞこれ。100勝ちなんだが。マジかよ。笑った。笑ったな。 これ春だけ残ってたんか。帰ったのか航空で。これ見た？やはりこの男ですか？おお、素晴らしい。あ、捨てて戻ったんだ上に。えら。
The fear that entered their Discord channel as they recognized, wait a minute, Hal is bamboozling us. Hal is on high ground.
レース強いな、やっぱあそこまで行ったら。大体そうそうないけどな、相場で。
And take 3, he loses, and no one else can get up there. It's impossible for anyone else to get up. Look at them just desperately launching gas canisters.
絶対勝てないじゃん、ジムじゃこんな。
And Hal is just laughing from the high ground. We get to see it from his point of view. Melts the Valk. And then uses his portal. So take a look here. This is where I mentioned there's no way you can heal in this late game circle. The ring is too damaging. So this is all you can do. You can Wraith portal. You could use Wraith's Q into the void to survive. And then you just hop in that portal and you just laugh while your opponents melt below you. Look at this.
Yeah.
Finish.
Really imagine what he was thinking looking at the kill feed. The math has brought us. Oh my goodness.
でもこれ4位なんだ。合計。
TSM up 7 places.
リキッド16位。おい、ヒューズ使ってそれかよ。
Wow, 76. Can we look at
ユリースなんと今回11位。ダブル強いな、マジで。やっぱローバ構成安定すんのか？でも日本はそんなになかったな、今回。で、ローバ構成多いんだよ、日本はマジで。日本ローバ構成多すぎ。それのせいでなんかお互いクソってる。多すぎるがあまりにお互いがお互いを苦しめてる。
Significant is the word, and I want to say.
平成立ち回ったの、そうなんだ。
So while you all are doing an incredible job casting, it's sort of my job to take that bird's eye view of everything, right? And I feel like
天地のルーそうだね。10万 RP だっけ。
You know, we had complexity, we had sentinels
世界一。ランク世界一。超強いよ。ハイ戦士。で、チートに疑われる打ち方しだし。
This second page, the dare to be great scenarios are seriously great here.
TSM 10位、10ポイントしかないのこれ。間に合うのこれ。大丈夫？一応ボーダーマイナス2ポイントぐらいだったこれ。TSM やばいなこれな。あと3周で、まあ大体24ポイントがボーダーなんだけど。あと3周で稼がないといけない。そうしないと世界に行けないぞ。TSM が世界に来れないとかあんのか？マルキー接触時間もアホが使ってるからそうなんだよな。飛んだやつが悪いよマジで。その接触事故に関しては。あ、実際14ポイントなの？あ、そうなんだ。
Those middle of the ground team, middle of the road is not the right word because so many times.
ここから入ってなかったの？あ、間違ってんだこれ。
I want to ask real quick if we want to highlight some of those teams that
中継見せたんか。
Teams of you complexity.
Some was right, and here he is pulling it out on top. Axel Gaskin bringing in not just can I
ユリース厳しいんじゃない相当。出たもん。よし終わりまーす。じゃあまた明日お疲れ様です。